Welcome back, my weary dumplings. Tonight you are settling into the world of ancient Rome in the 2nd century, where marble columns catch the afternoon light and philosophy mingles with power. You're about to follow the life of a man who ruled an empire while trying to rule himself. So get cozy, dim those lights, and if you are feeling it before we begin, let me know how your day was, and if we can make it better by simply responding back to you. Let's now begin with something warming to the heart. You are standing in a Roman garden in the year 138. The air smells of rosemary and turned earth, mixed with the faint sweetness of flowering jasmine that climbs the villa's brick walls. Somewhere beyond these private grounds, the city of Rome hums with its usual chaos of cartwheels grinding over cobblestones, street vendors shouting about fresh fish and imported olives, construction crews hammering at yet another temple or bathhouse. But here in this enclosed courtyard, the world narrows to the sound of water trickling from a bronze fountain, and the quiet voice of a tutor explaining the difference between things you can control and things you cannot. The boy sitting on the stone bench is 17 years old. His name is Marcus Annius Verus, though history will eventually know him as Marcus Aurelius, emperor and philosopher. Right now he wears the simple undyed tunic of a serious student, not the purple silk of imperial power. His knees show scrapes from wrestling practice earlier that morning. The Romans believe physical training builds character alongside intellectual development. A philosopher should be able to defend himself, to endure discomfort, to know his own body's limitations and possibilities. A stylus rests in his ink-stained fingers. The wooden implement feels familiar after years of daily writing practice. His handwriting tilts to the left, a quirk that will persist throughout his life, visible in every document he signs, every letter he composes, every private thought he commits to wax or papyrus. The tutor speaking to him is named Apollonius of Chalcedon. He arrived in Rome from the eastern provinces several years ago, carrying nothing but a walking stick, a single change of clothing, and a reputation for caring more about wisdom than worldly comfort. Apollonius refused all payment for his teaching when Marcus's family first approached him. He considers it beneath the dignity of philosophy to treat knowledge like olives or pottery, something bought and sold in the marketplace. Philosophy is not commodity, it is a way of life. This refusal initially puzzled Marcus's wealthy relatives. Everything in Rome can be purchased if you have enough money. Influence, entertainment, education, loyalty. But Apollonius stood firm. He would teach the boy because the boy seemed genuinely interested in learning, not because someone paid him to do it. This distinction mattered to the Greek philosopher in ways that Roman aristocrats found difficult to understand. Marcus writes down something his teacher has just said about the nature of virtue. The wax tablet feels warm from the afternoon sun that slants through the olive trees planted around the garden's perimeter. He presses the stylus carefully into the soft surface, forming Greek letters with concentration. Greek is the language of philosophy, the tongue in which the great thinkers expressed their ideas about how to live well. Marcus reads and writes it as fluently as Latin, perhaps more fluently when discussing abstract concepts. The household slaves move through the garden on practiced feet that make almost no sound. They wear simple tunics, darker than Marcus's student garb, fabric that will not show every stain and spot from their work. They carry terracotta jugs of watered wine and wooden platters loaded with bread, cheese and dates. These offerings are for Marcus and his tutor, refreshment to sustain their afternoon of study. One of the slaves, a young man perhaps only a few years older than Marcus himself, trips slightly on the edge of a paving stone that has worked loose from its mortar bed. The stumble is minor, quickly corrected, but it makes a small scraping sound that draws Marcus's attention. He looks up from his writing. His eyes meet the slave's for just a moment. The slave expects nothing from this brief contact. He is property, a piece of the household furniture that happens to breathe and move. Romans of Marcus's class rarely truly see their slaves as individual human beings. They are tools, investments, background elements of daily life. The slave quickly lowers his gaze and continues moving toward the fountain where he will place the refreshments on a side table. But Marcus nods to him. The gesture is small, almost imperceptible, but it acknowledges the slave's presence as something more than furniture. It says you are a person, and I see you. The slave's eyes widen slightly in surprise before he hurries on with his task. He will think about that nod later, lying on his pallet in the slave quarters, wondering what it meant. This tiny moment reveals something fundamental that will define Marcus's entire life. He already understands, at 17, that philosophy is not just theories discussed in comfortable gardens. It is something you practice in the small interactions when no one important is watching. How you treat people who have no power over you reveals your actual character, not the character you perform for equals and superiors. Marcus turns back to his teacher. Apollonius is explaining that true freedom has nothing to do with whether you wear chains or a crown. Freedom lives in the part of your mind that no external force can touch, no prison can contain, no tyrant can control. You can be a slave with a soul as free as the wind, or you can be an emperor with a mind locked in bondage to fear, anger, and desire. The boy absorbs this idea the way parched earth drinks summer rain. Something about it resonates in his chest, feels true at a level deeper than intellectual agreement. He does not yet know that he will spend the next 40 years testing whether these beautiful theories can survive contact with actual power and responsibility. He does not know about the wars waiting for him, the plagues that will depopulate cities, the personal betrayals, the cold nights in military camps along the Danube frontier where barbarian tribes test Roman defences. He knows only that something in Stoic philosophy speaks to him with unusual clarity, makes the world feel both more comprehensible and more mysterious at the same time. The afternoon lengthens. The shadows of the olive trees stretch across the garden paths. Apollonius continues his instruction, moving from freedom to the topic of death. The Stoics believe that fearing death is irrational. Death is simply the dissolution of the elements that temporarily compose your body. Those elements return to the universe to be recombined into new forms. Nothing is truly destroyed in nature, only transformed. Understanding this should free you from anxiety about your own mortality. Marcus listens and writes. He tries to imagine his own death with the calm detachment that Apollonius describes. It feels difficult. The instinct to cling to life runs deep. But perhaps that instinct can be acknowledged without being obeyed. Perhaps you can feel fear and still act according to reason. The lesson continues until the light begins to fade. Apollonius finally dismisses his student with an assignment to read a particular passage from Epictetus and meditate on its meaning. Marcus gathers his writing materials and stands. His legs have stiffened from sitting in one position for so long. He stretches discreetly, feeling his muscles protest and then release. Later that same evening, you follow Marcus to the small room where he sleeps. It occupies a corner of the family villa, simple and deliberately sparse. The walls are bare plaster, painted white but showing water stains from last winter's heavy rains. A single shelf holds his most treasured possessions. Scrolls of Homer's epics, worn from repeated reading. A copy of Epictetus's discourses borrowed from his teacher. A collection of Stoic maxims that he copies out in his own hand, practicing both his writing and his philosophy simultaneously. He could afford elaborate decorations. His family possesses considerable wealth, derived from land holdings in Spain and political connections in Rome. His grandfather served as consul. His relatives move in the highest circles of Roman society. Money is not a constraint for Marcus, but he has chosen simplicity for his private spaces. The bed is a hard couch with minimal cushions, far less comfortable than he could easily afford. This is intentional. Marcus is training himself to need less, to find contentment with basics rather than luxuries. Apollonius taught him that dependence on comfort makes you vulnerable. If you need soft beds and rich food and perfect temperature to be happy, You have made yourself a prisoner of circumstances. But if you can sleep on hard surfaces and eat simple fare and endure heat and cold, you possess a kind of freedom that wealth alone cannot purchase. He lies down, still wearing his tunic. The fabric has gone soft from many washings. He stares at the ceiling, studying the patterns in the plaster. There is a crack running from one corner toward the centre of the room, branching like a river delta. He has watched it slowly extend over the months. Entropy at work. Everything material gradually breaks down. His mind turns over the day's lessons. Apollonia said something about how we are each given a handful of years, no more than a candle flame measured against the vast darkness of time. The universe existed for an eternity before your birth. It will exist for an eternity after your death. Your life is an infinitesimally small moment in the cosmic span. Understanding this should humble you, but it should also focus your attention on what matters. If you only have a brief time, why waste it on trivialities? Marcus thinks about what matters and what does not. Fame seems less important when viewed from this perspective. Political power, wealth, social status, all the things that Romans typically pursue, they all dissolve when measured against eternity. But virtue remains meaningful. How you treat other people, whether you act according to reason, whether you fulfill your duties, these things have weight even in a temporary life. Sleep takes him slowly. His mind keeps turning over philosophical questions like hands smoothing river stones, examining them from different angles, testing their weight and texture. Does virtue really matter if the universe is indifferent to human concerns? Can you maintain integrity while participating in the brutal machinery of Roman politics? How do you balance contemplative withdrawal with active engagement in the world? He does not know that this restless intellectual work will never really stop, that 40 years from now he will lie awake in army tents, asking himself variations on these same fundamental questions. The young student and the aging emperor will share this habit of late-night philosophical examination, turning principles over and over, testing them against experience, looking for truth in the space between theory and practice. But for now, in this moment, he is just a 17-year-old boy trying to understand how to live well. The fountain continues its gentle splash in the courtyard outside his window. The night air carries the cooling scent of jasmine mixed with the earthier smell of the Tiber River that flows through Rome a few miles distant. Somewhere in the city, other young aristocrats are drinking wine and pursuing entertainments. Marcus knows about those pleasures. He is not unaware of what he is choosing not to do. But philosophy has captured him more thoroughly than wine or theatre, or the other diversions available to wealthy Roman youth. He wants to understand the nature of reality, the proper use of reason, the path to human excellence. These questions feel more urgent than pleasure-seeking. They promise something deeper than mere entertainment. Sleep finally claims him. His breathing slows and evens out. The stylus-holding hand relaxes on his chest. Dreams come, fragments of the day's discussions mixed with wordless images. A garden, a fountain, a teacher's voice explaining the difference between what you control and what you do not. Rome sleeps around him, enormous and indifferent. Its million inhabitants rest in their various quarters, slaves on hard pallets, merchants in modest apartments, aristocrats in elaborate villas, senators dreaming of political advancement. The city has no idea that this particular student in this particular room will one day hold its fate in his hands, that the boy studying Stoic philosophy in a spare bedroom will eventually rule an empire while trying to rule himself. The night deepens, the fountain keeps flowing, the jasmine keeps blooming. And Marcus sleeps, gathering strength for tomorrow's lessons, for the years of study ahead, for a life that will test every principle he is now learning in this protected garden space, where philosophy seems possible and the world feels knowable. You're in the imperial palace now, 7 years later. The year is 138, and everything has changed. The marble halls echo with footsteps and whispered conversations that stop abruptly when someone important approaches. Courtiers glide past each other like fish in an aquarium, always watching, always calculating the shifting currents of power and favour. The surfaces here are polished to perfection. Floors of coloured marble imported from quarries across the empire. Columns of Egyptian porphyry. Walls adorned with frescoes showing the gods at their various labours and pleasures. The Emperor Hadrian has been dead for nearly a year. His reign was long and culturally rich, though it ended in bitterness and suspicion. Hadrian loved Greek culture, built walls across Britain, travelled constantly through his territories. He also executed senators on thin pretexts and let his suspicious nature poison his final years. His successor, Antoninus Pius, sits on the throne now. The transition happened more smoothly than many expected. Marcus is 24 years old. He has just learned something that will fundamentally alter the entire trajectory of his life. Antoninus has formally adopted him. Not as a simple gesture of affection, though there is genuine warmth between the older man and the young philosopher. The adoption is political, a carefully constructed arrangement that Hadrian engineered in his final months. Marcus is being groomed to someday rule the world, or at least the Roman portion of it that considers itself the world. You watch him receive this news in a private chamber off the main palace complex. The room serves as Antoninus's personal study, lined with document cases and writing tables. His face remains carefully neutral as he hears the formal announcement. He has learned to control his expressions in the years since that garden conversation with Apollonius. Court life teaches you to mask your reactions. Showing too much emotion makes you vulnerable to people who collect weaknesses the way other people collect coins. But his hands betray him. They shake slightly as he accepts the formal documents, heavy scrolls sealed with imperial stamps. The tremor is barely visible, but it is there. His body knows what his mind is trying to process. Everything has just changed. The future he imagined, one of continued study and perhaps modest political service, has been replaced by something much heavier. He is now heir to an empire that spans from Britain to Egypt, from Spain to Syria. The room smells of beeswax from the numerous writing tablets stacked on shelves, mixed with a faint trace of incense from the nearby temple of the deified emperors. Light slants through high windows, illuminating dust motes that drift like lazy snowflakes through the still air. The quality of light in the palace is different from anywhere else. It seems to glow rather than simply illuminate, caught and reflected by all that polished marble. Antoninus stands across from Marcus, studying the young man who will someday inherit everything he currently controls. Antoninus is in his early 50s, a man who radiates competent calm the way a well-built house radiates shelter. He has a broad face, slightly fleshy, with the look of someone who enjoys his meals, but has not yet let physical pleasure become excess. His hair is greying at the temples, but still thick. He moves with deliberate economy, never rushing, never wasting motion. He did not ask for the throne. Hadrian chose him from among the available candidates because he seemed unlikely to cause problems, a safe pair of hands to guide the empire through a transition period. Hadrian's actual preferred heir died young, forcing this alternative arrangement. Antoninus accepted the role out of duty, not ambition. Now he must prepare Marcus for a burden that will eventually crush most men who carry it, grinding them down into paranoid tyrants or broken shells of who they once were. Over the following months, you observe Marcus learning the machinery of power. He sits in on Senate meetings in the Curia, that ancient building where Rome's wealthy men gather to debate legislation and jockey for position. He observes how laws are debated with elaborate rhetoric while the actual decisions are made in private conversations beforehand. He watches how votes are bought with promises and favours, how factions form and dissolve, how personal grudges masquerade as policy disagreements. He reviews financial reports from provincial governors, learning the staggering complexity of keeping an empire functioning. Grain shipments from Egypt that feed Rome's population. Tax collection from Gaul that pays for the army. Mining operations in Spain that produce silver for the currency. Trade routes that bring silk from the distant east and amber from the far north. The numbers are almost incomprehensibly large. Millions of people, thousands of tons of goods, vast flows of money and resources, all requiring coordination and oversight. None of this fills him with excitement. He approaches imperial administration the way a dutiful student approaches homework that must be completed but holds no inherent interest. Necessary work, certainly. Important work, absolutely. But not what his soul craves. In the evenings, when official duties release him, he still retreats to his philosophy books. He still reads Epictetus and meditates on the proper use of reason. He still wrestles with questions about virtue and mortality. The purple robes waiting for him in some future moment feel less like a prize to be won and more like a sentence to be served. Antoninus notices this reluctance. He is a perceptive man who pays attention to what people do not say as much as what they do say. He finds Marcus one afternoon in the palace library, a vast room filled with scrolls organised by subject and author. Marcus sits surrounded by texts of Stoic philosophy, making notes on a wax tablet, completely absorbed in ideas about the nature of the good life. The older man sits down across from him without asking permission or announcing his presence. The wooden chair creaks under his weight. Marcus looks up, startled to find the Emperor studying him with those calm, assessing eyes. They talk for a long time about duty and power, and the difference between wanting something and being suited for it. Antoninus explains that the men who most crave the throne are usually the worst people to give it to. They see the empire as a tool for their own glory, a stage on which to perform their greatness. They make decisions based on how those choices will enhance their reputation, rather than whether those choices actually serve the common good. But a man who understands that ruling means serving, who sees the throne as a burden to carry rather than a price to seize, that man might actually do some good with the power placed in his hands. Marcus listens, absorbing these ideas. He wants to believe this. The thought that his reluctance might actually make him better suited for leadership than someone who actively wants power carries a certain appealing logic. But he also remembers what Epictetus wrote about the necessity of examining your own motives with brutal honesty. Self-deception is easy. Flattering yourself with noble interpretations of your own psychology is one of the most common human failings. Is he reluctant because he truly prefers wisdom to power, or is he simply afraid of the responsibility? The distinction matters more than he wants to admit. Years pass in this pattern of gradual preparation. Antoninus teaches Marcus how to govern without becoming corrupted by governing. He demonstrates through daily example that you can hold absolute power and still treat people with basic decency and respect. When petitioners come before the emperor with grievances about local officials or legal disputes or requests for tax relief, Antoninus listens to them with genuine attention. He does not dismiss their concerns or delegate everything to subordinates. He engages directly with the messiness of actual governance. When senators scheme against each other in their endless games of political advancement, Antoninus refuses to turn their conflicts into blood sport for his own entertainment. Previous emperors sometimes enjoyed watching rival factions destroy each other, seeing political chaos as amusing theatre. Antoninus finds no pleasure in such spectacles. He mediates where possible, reminds people of their duties where necessary, and generally tries to minimise the damage that ambitious men can do to each other and to the state. Marcus absorbs these lessons through observation. He watches Antoninus handle a grain shortage in Rome by personally overseeing the distribution system, rather than simply delegating the problem to corrupt officials who might steal half the supply. He sees the emperor work late into the night reviewing legal cases, reading petitions from ordinary citizens, ensuring that even the poorest person receives something resembling justice, rather than being crushed by the wealthy and powerful. The palace feels different under Antoninus than it did under Hadrian. Less like a predator's den, and more like a workshop where serious people do difficult work. The atmosphere has changed from one of constant suspicion to something resembling functional cooperation. The Praetorian Guard grumbles about the lack of drama and intrigue. Senators who enjoyed the scheming and backstabbing of previous reigns miss the old excitement. But the empire functions smoothly, its administrative gears turning without requiring excessive amounts of blood for lubricant. You follow Marcus through these years of apprenticeship as he grows into his role. He marries Faustina, the daughter of Antoninus, cementing his position within the imperial family. Their wedding is a grand public spectacle, the kind of event that Rome expects for important dynastic unions. Musicians and dancers, elaborate costumes, sacrifices to the gods, feasting that lasts for days. The entire city participates in the celebration, receiving wine and food at public expense. But the private moment afterward feels quieter and more significant. They stand together in their new chambers, two people who have become pieces in a game much larger than themselves. Faustina is intelligent and well-educated, raised in the palace, understanding the demands of public life perhaps better than Marcus does. She knows what it means to smile through exhaustion, to perform grace under scrutiny, to treat trivial matters as important because other people believe they are important. They will have 13 children together over the years ahead. Only a handful will survive to adulthood. The ancient world devours children with casual cruelty. Fevers, accidents, diseases that modern medicine will eventually conquer, but that Roman physicians can only watch helplessly. Each loss will carve new lines in their faces, deepen the reserves of grief they carry through their public performances. But for now, on their wedding night, those losses are still future sorrows. Marcus turns 30, then 35, then approaches 40. His hair begins to thin slightly at the temples, a development he notices with the Stoic observation that all material things deteriorate with time. He develops a habit of rubbing his forehead when deep in thought, a gesture that leaves faint but permanent creases in his skin. The philosophical student has grown into a competent administrator, someone who can read financial reports and make reasonable decisions about infrastructure projects and legal reforms. But he has not lost his essential nature. He still reads Epictetus before bed. He still asks himself whether he is living according to reason. He still finds more satisfaction in philosophical insight than in political success. Antoninus grows older. The vigorous man in his 50s becomes a tired man in his 70s. His health begins to fail in small, unmistakable ways. He moves more carefully through the palace halls, placing each foot with the deliberation of someone who no longer fully trusts his own balance. His appetite diminishes. Food that once brought pleasure now seems like an obligation. The physicians attend him more frequently, though they can offer little beyond rest and diet advice. Roman medicine understands how the body works only in the broadest terms. Everyone can see what is coming. The palace staff speak in hushed tones about plans for the succession. Senators position themselves to be well regarded by the new emperor. Officials review their own records, checking for anything that might look like disloyalty or incompetence when viewed with fresh eyes. The machinery of transition begins its slow operation. Marcus prepares himself as best he can. He reviews documents late into the night, trying to master the vast amount of information an emperor needs to command. He consults with Antoninus's most trusted advisors, building relationships that will serve him when he must govern alone. He observes carefully how Antoninus handles various crises, storing away lessons about leadership and decision-making. But preparing for the weight of empire is like preparing to hold up the sky. You can train your muscles and study the techniques and memorize all the available wisdom. But until the actual moment arrives when that enormous weight settles onto your shoulders, you cannot truly know if you will be strong enough to bear it. Some men crumble immediately, others endure for a while before breaking. A rare few somehow carry the burden until death releases them. Marcus does not yet know which category he will fall into. You're in the year 161. The calendar marks it as early March, officially the beginning of spring, but Rome feels cold in ways that temperature cannot fully explain. Antoninus Pius died 3 days ago, in his bed, surrounded by his closest advisors and family members. His funeral pyre has already burned in the Campus Martius, reducing a good and competent man to ash and memory, and the official deification that the Senate bestows on emperors who managed not to become monsters. Marcus Aurelius stands in the Senate chamber, that ancient building where Rome's wealthy men have gathered for centuries to debate the fate of their city and eventually their empire. He's now 40 years old. The purple cloak of an emperor drapes across his shoulders, pinned at the right shoulder with a golden brooch showing Jupiter's eagle. The fabric is silk dyed with murex shells imported at enormous expense from Phoenician cities. The colour itself represents wealth and power beyond what most humans can comprehend. It weighs approximately nothing in terms of actual fabric, but it weighs approximately everything in terms of responsibility and expectation. The senators watch him with the attentive wariness of animals studying a new predator that has just entered their territory. They do not yet know what kind of emperor he will become. Will he follow Antoninus's measured path of competent administration and restrained use of power? Or will absolute authority transform him into something else, something darker? History has shown them that even the best men can curdle when given unlimited power over others. The kind man can become cruel, the generous leader can become greedy, the philosopher can become a tyrant who uses his learning to justify cruelty. Marcus speaks to them about his intentions. His voice carries through the chamber without effort, trained by years of public speaking at official ceremonies and legal proceedings. He announces that he will share power with his adoptive brother Lucius Verus. This decision surprises everyone in the room. The murmur that runs through the assembled senators sounds like wind through wheat fields. Rome has not had genuine co-emperors before, not in any real sense. Shared titles sometimes, yes. Honorary positions granted to family members, certainly. But actual division of imperial power represents something new and untested. You can see the calculation happening behind their eyes. Sharing power means diffusing it, introducing uncertainty into a system that functions most efficiently with clear hierarchy and unchallenged authority. Questions immediately arise about how decisions will be made, what happens when the two emperors disagree, whether this arrangement can possibly survive the first serious crisis that demands decisive action. But Marcus believes in this decision as an application of Stoic principle. Power corrupts. Absolute power corrupts absolutely. Perhaps dividing authority will reduce the inevitable corruption. Perhaps two men can check each other's worst impulses in ways that one man ruling alone cannot. The decision will prove complicated in ways that Marcus cannot yet foresee. Lucius Verus is not a bad man, but he is a fundamentally different kind of person than Marcus. Where Marcus finds satisfaction in philosophy and duty, Lucius finds it in pleasure and spectacle. He loves racing chariots through the streets of Rome, feeling the speed and danger. He attends theatrical performances, laughing at comedies, weeping at tragedies, fully immersed in the drama. He dines with actors and dancers, people that traditional Roman aristocrats consider beneath their dignity, to associate with socially. Lucius is not interested in the grinding administrative work that actually keeps an empire functioning. Reading financial reports bores him. Reviewing legal cases puts him to sleep. He would much rather be doing almost anything else than sitting through long meetings about tax policy or infrastructure maintenance. But for now, in these early days, the arrangement stands. Marcus handles the bulk of the actual governing, while Lucius holds the title and performs some ceremonial functions. Marcus throws himself into the business of ruling with the same dutiful application he brought to his philosophical studies. The palace fills with documents requiring his immediate attention. Reports from provincial governors describing local conditions and requesting guidance on various matters. Requests for military funding from generals who always want more troops, more supplies, more resources. Legal disputes between wealthy families that threaten to escalate into violence unless the emperor intervenes. Petitions from cities asking for tax relief after bad harvests or natural disasters. The work never stops flowing toward him like a river that has found its natural downhill course. He wakes before dawn most days. The palace at that hour feels almost peaceful, empty of the usual crowds and noise. The marble halls echo with his footsteps as he walks to his private study. Slaves have already lit lamps and laid out the day's initial batch of documents. He sits at his desk and begins reading. His eyes scan lines of text describing problems and crises and decisions that only he can make. Each page requires thought and judgment. Rush through them, and you make mistakes that affect real people's lives. Spend too long on any single issue and you fall hopelessly behind. But before he engages with all that administrative weight, he takes time for something more personal. He opens a leather-bound journal that he keeps for himself alone. These writings will eventually become known as the Meditations, though he never imagines anyone else reading them. They are reminders he writes to himself about how to remain decent while wielding indecent amounts of power over other human beings. The pages fill with observations written in Greek about mortality and duty, and the proper use of reason. He reminds himself that he is merely a temporary inhabitant of his own body, that someday worms will consume his flesh, just as surely as they will consume a beggar's corpse. Imperial purple offers no protection against biological reality. He writes that anger is a waste of the limited time he's been given to live and think and act in the world. He notes that the opinion of fools should matter less to him than his own honest estimation of whether he has acted according to virtue and reason. These private writings reveal a man trying very hard not to become the monster that power usually creates. He's holding a kind of conversation with himself about how to stay human when everything around him treats him as something more than human. The Senate technically can vote him out of office, but no one seriously believes they would dare. The Praetorian Guard could kill him, but they are well paid and generally loyal. The gods might judge him after death, but they seem distant and unconcerned with daily affairs. For all practical purposes, Marcus has no external constraints on his behaviour. Only his own internal principles stand between him and tyranny. The empire he has inherited appears healthy on the surface. The borders are mostly quiet, with only the usual low-level raiding and skirmishing. Trade flows freely along well-maintained roads that connect cities across 3 continents. Agriculture produces sufficient food to feed populations that have been growing for generations. Art and literature flourish. New temples and public buildings rise in cities from Britain to Syria. By almost any measure, the Roman Empire in 161 seems secure and prosperous. But Marcus can sense fault lines beneath this surface prosperity. The Parthian Empire to the east grows more confident and aggressive. Germanic tribes along the northern frontier test Roman defences with increasing boldness, probing for weaknesses in the fortification lines. And underneath everything, a more invisible threat lurks that will prove more devastating than any army. The plague arrives in the year 165, carried by soldiers returning from a campaign in Parthian territory. Modern historians will call it the Antonine Plague, naming it for the dynasty rather than the specific emperor who presided over its devastation. The disease spreads through Rome like spilled wine soaking into cloth, moving from household to household, neighbourhood to neighbourhood, eventually throughout the entire empire. People develop fevers that make their skin burn hot to the touch. Pustules erupt across their bodies, painful boils that weep fluid and leave scars on those lucky enough to survive. They cough until blood comes up. They waste away, their bodies consuming themselves. Death comes quickly for some, slowly and agonizingly for others. The disease does not discriminate between rich and poor, slave and free, young and old. Everyone is vulnerable. You follow Marcus through the plague-stricken city on one of his personal inspections. His advisors consider this unwise to the point of madness. An emperor who dies of plague cannot govern anyone. The empire needs him alive more than it needs his symbolic presence among the suffering. But Marcus feels that leadership requires more than issuing orders from a safe distance behind palace walls. He needs to see the reality of what is happening, to bear witness to the suffering, to make decisions based on actual observation rather than filtered reports. The streets of Rome smell like death. Smoke rises from funeral pyres burning continuously in every neighbourhood. The sickly, sweet odour of decay hangs in the air despite the smoke meant to purify it. Bodies pile up faster than the overwhelmed funeral workers can properly dispose of them. Carts creak through the streets, carrying corpses to mass graves outside the city walls. The usual busy hum of Roman life has diminished to an anxious murmur. Markets stand half empty. Temples overflow with desperate people, making offerings to gods who seem to have turned away. Marcus walks through a makeshift hospital that has been established in what used to be a grain warehouse. The sick lie on pallets arranged in rows, tended by physicians and volunteers who understand almost nothing about how disease actually transmits. They do not know about microorganisms or infection vectors. They believe in bad air and imbalanced humours and the anger of the gods. Their treatments mostly involve bleeding patients and administering herbal remedies that do nothing to address the underlying illness. The emperor stops beside each patient he passes. He asks their names. He listens to their fears and their pain. He cannot heal them. All the power at his command cannot cure a single case of plague. But he can acknowledge their suffering as real and worthy of attention from the most powerful man in the world. He can treat them as humans who matter rather than as statistics in a casualty report. This is philosophy in actual practice. Not the abstract theories discussed in comfortable gardens with tutors, but the real work of treating other people as fully human, even when it would be easier to view them as numbers in a ledger. The Stoics believe in cosmopolitanism, the idea that all humans are part of a single community regardless of their origin or status. Marcus is testing whether he truly believes this when confronted with the reality of suffering on a massive scale. The plague will kill millions before it finally burns itself out years from now. Entire towns will empty, their populations reduced to scattered survivors wandering through abandoned streets. The army will lose so many soldiers that recruitment becomes desperate, with standards lowered and barbarians increasingly hired to fill the ranks. The economic damage will ripple through the empire for decades, disrupting trade and agriculture and all the complex systems that keep civilization functioning. And Marcus will watch it all happen while being essentially powerless to stop the dying. He returns to the palace each evening exhausted in ways that sleep cannot fully address. His wife Faustina tries to comfort him, though she carries her own grief. Several of their children have died in recent years, some from plague, others from the dozens of other ways that children died in the ancient world before modern medicine. Accidents, fevers, mysterious wasting diseases that physicians cannot identify or treat. She has learned to smile through loss, to perform the role of empress even when her heart feels like broken pottery. Romans expect strength from their imperial family. Showing too much grief would be seen as weakness. Marcus sits alone in his study late at night, the palace finally quiet around him. He picks up his pen and writes more reminders to himself in his private journal. He notes that the universe operates according to natural laws that care nothing for human preferences or suffering. Disease and death are part of the natural pattern, woven into the fabric of reality itself. Getting angry at plague makes as much sense as getting angry at winter, or aging, or any other inevitable process. The only meaningful question is how you respond to circumstances you cannot control. He writes that ruling an empire during a catastrophe does not exempt him from the obligation to remain rational and just and kind. If anything, crisis reveals true character. A man shows what he actually values when everything is falling apart around him. Will he maintain his principles or abandon them to fear and expedience? The plague is testing him in ways that prosperity never could. The years of his early reign blur together in a mixture of administrative routine punctuated by acute crises. He builds aqueducts to improve water supply in cities suffering from drought. He funds schools in provincial towns. He reforms legal codes to protect women and slaves from the worst forms of abuse that Roman law traditionally permits. He tries to govern with the same measured competence that Antoninus demonstrated, balancing justice with pragmatism, ideals with realities, but the pressure never truly relents. The empire is too large, too complex, too full of people whose interests naturally conflict. Every decision he makes helps someone and hurts someone else. Justice in one province means injustice in another because circumstances differ. The machinery of power grinds forward regardless of his best intentions, crushing some people while elevating others, and the emperor can only try to minimize the cruelty without being able to eliminate it entirely. You watch him age visibly during these years under the weight of constant crisis. Grey threads through his hair like silver wire. Lines deepen around his eyes and mouth, carved by years of squinting at documents and frowning at bad news. His hands develop the slight tremor that comes from writing too many reports, making too many decisions that affect lives he will never directly see or know. His stomach problems worsen from stress and irregular meals and the general toll of carrying burdens that would break most people. He is trying to be a good emperor. Whether he succeeds is a question he cannot answer with certainty. The only thing he knows for sure is that tomorrow will bring more problems requiring his attention, more difficult choices where every option carries significant costs, more opportunities to either act according to reason or fail in the attempt. You're now in the year 170. Marcus is approaching 50 years old, though his body feels considerably older than the calendar suggests. The palace in Rome feels smaller than it used to, or perhaps he has simply grown tired of its marble luxury and political intrigue. The empire demands more of him than ever before. War has come to the northern frontier in force. Germanic tribes have crossed the Danube River in significant numbers, not as raiders but as invaders seeking new territory. They have burned Roman settlements to the ground, killed Roman citizens, disrupted the careful order that the empire has maintained for generations through military force and diplomatic arrangements. Marcus must respond, which means leaving Rome and taking personal command of the legions stationed along the frontier. He has never particularly wanted to be a soldier. His entire education focused on philosophy and law and administration, not military tactics and battlefield strategy. He can ride a horse competently and handle a sword well enough for ceremonial purposes, but he has never thought of himself as a warrior emperor in the tradition of Trajan or Caesar. But circumstances do not care about personal preferences or natural inclinations. The emperor must lead the army, so he will lead. The journey north takes weeks of hard travelling through Italy and over the Alps into the provinces beyond. You travel with his column through cultivated farmland that gradually gives way to denser forests and wider rivers. The landscape changes as you move from the Mediterranean world into territories that feel less tamed, less thoroughly Roman. The air grows colder with each passing day. The sky turns the colour of old pewter, heavy with moisture that promises rain or snow. Marcus establishes his headquarters in a military camp along the Danube, in a region that will someday be called Austria. The camp follows standard Roman military design, a rectangle of earthworks and wooden palisades that could be quickly constructed by legionaries who have built hundreds of identical camps in their careers. Inside the defensive perimeter, the soldiers have constructed barracks, granaries, workshops, a hospital, stables, and all the other infrastructure needed to sustain an army operating far from home for extended periods. The camp smells like every military installation that has ever existed. Wood smoke from countless fires, leather from equipment and tack, horse sweat and manure from the cavalry mounts. The particular sharp scent of male bodies living in close quarters, mixed with the earthier smell of mud that defines military life in any climate that receives regular rain. It is a world away from the perfumed palace and clean streets of Rome. Marcus's personal quarters are simple by any standard, and almost absurdly so by imperial standards. A tent divided into sections for sleeping, working and receiving visitors. A camp bed with a thin mattress stuffed with straw. A desk made of rough planks supported by trestles, piled with maps showing the terrain and enemy positions. Reports from scouts. Letters from officials back in Rome who need decisions on matters that cannot wait for the emperor's return. A brazier provides inadequate warmth against the winter cold that seeps through canvas walls. This is not comfort. This is war. The fighting along the frontier proves difficult and frustrating in ways that conventional battles are not. The Germanic tribes do not fight the way Romans prefer and expect. They avoid set-piece battles where Roman discipline, training and organisation would give decisive advantage. Instead, they strike quickly from forest cover and fade away before the legions can respond effectively. They ambush supply columns, they raid settlements and retreat across the river before reinforcements arrive. They use mobility and local knowledge to offset Roman advantages in equipment and tactics. Marcus learns the rhythm of military campaigning, dawn inspections of the troops to check their readiness and morale, strategy meetings with his generals, hardened men who have spent their entire adult lives in the army, to discuss intelligence reports and tactical options. Hours spent reviewing information about enemy movements, trying to predict what the tribes will do next, where they might strike, how Roman forces can intercept them, or at least respond more quickly. Decisions about where to send reinforcements, when to attack, when to consolidate positions and wait. The work feels endless and often futile, like trying to hold back the tide with your bare hands. But it is during these years on campaign, away from all the comforts of Rome and surrounded by mud and soldiers and constant danger, that Marcus does some of his most important philosophical writing. In the evenings after the day's military work is done, after he has eaten his simple meal and reviewed the final reports and given the necessary orders for tomorrow, he sits in his tent with an oil lamp burning and writes in Greek on whatever material is available. Sometimes papyrus if the supply lines have brought it. Sometimes wax tablets. Sometimes both, using the tablets for rough drafts and copying the better thoughts onto papyrus for more permanent keeping. The words flow from his stylus as he tries to make sense of his life, to find meaning in circumstances that often feel meaningless, to maintain his grip on the Stoic principles he learned decades ago in that Roman garden. These writings are completely private meditations. He never imagines they will be read by millions of people across 2,000 years of history, that they will be translated into dozens of languages, that they will become one of the foundational texts of Stoic philosophy. He is simply talking to himself on paper, reminding himself of what he believes, wrestling with the enormous gap between who he wants to be and who he actually is in practice. You read over his shoulder as he writes by lamplight. The flame flickers in drafts that penetrate the tent despite its thick canvas. Outside you can hear sentries calling passwords to each other as they change watch. The distant lowing of cattle in the supply pen. The endless whisper of the Danube River flowing past the camp, carrying snowmelt from mountains upstream toward the Black Sea downstream. The sounds of an army settling into another night of waiting for tomorrow's uncertain events. Marcus writes about mortality with the focus of someone who knows his own death approaches. He notes that life is short and death is certain for every living thing. This observation does not depress him or fill him with morbid darkness. Instead, it focuses his attention sharply on what actually matters in the limited time available. If you truly understood in your bones how little time you have, would you waste it on anger or petty grievances? Would you spend your days pursuing wealth and status and the admiration of people whose opinions mean nothing? Or would you focus on living according to virtue, treating other people with kindness, using your reason to understand the world as it actually is rather than as you wish it to be? He writes about duty with the conviction of someone who did not choose his responsibilities, but has accepted them anyway. You did not choose to be born into a particular family at a particular time in a particular place. You did not choose to become emperor. You did not ask for plague or war or any of the crises that have defined your reign, but you are here. The universe has placed certain responsibilities in your path. Running from duty makes you less than fully human. Animals flee from discomfort toward pleasure. Humans can choose to face difficulty because reason tells them it is right. He writes extensively about other people and how to deal with the frustration they inevitably cause. Most humans are fools who chase after foolish things. They value money over wisdom, pleasure over virtue, reputation over actual goodness. Their opinions about you are worthless because they are judging based on stupid criteria. But their essential humanity is not worthless. They are part of the same cosmic order that you inhabit. You have an obligation to treat them with patience and understanding, even when they irritate you beyond your capacity for endurance. When someone wrongs you, remember that they are acting according to their own nature, pursuing what they mistakenly believe is good. You cannot change their nature. You can only control your own response. He writes about the universe itself and the Stoic conception of cosmic order. The Stoics believe in a rational cosmos, a universe governed by divine reason that humans can access through their own capacity for rational thought. Everything that happens is part of a larger pattern that serves purposes beyond individual human understanding. Disease, death, war, suffering, all of it fits into a cosmic plan. Some of it results from human foolishness and could be avoided with better choices, but much of it is simply nature operating according to its laws. The wise person accepts this reality and does not rage against fate like a child having a tantrum because the weather does not suit his preferences. These ideas provide Marcus with a framework for enduring what would otherwise be psychologically unendurable. The war drags on year after year with no clear resolution in sight. The plague continues to kill Romans and Germans alike, not caring about political boundaries or military strategies. His own health begins failing in noticeable ways. He develops severe stomach problems that leave him weak and in constant pain. He can no longer eat the same food as his soldiers. He survives on bland porridge and boiled vegetables, anything that will not trigger his digestive issues. His joints ache from the damp climate and too many nights sleeping on hard surfaces in cold tents. He's aging rapidly under the accumulated stress. But he continues writing despite the physical discomfort and mental exhaustion. The practice helps him maintain some measure of sanity in circumstances that would drive many people mad. When the external world feels chaotic and meaningless, he can create meaning through his own thoughts and actions. No external circumstance can take away his ability to reason, to choose virtue over vice, to remain true to what he believes even when everyone around him abandons principle for convenience. You watch him work through a particularly difficult passage about fear and death. He notes that we fear death because we imagine it as a terrible thing, an ending full of pain and loss and darkness. But death is simply the dissolution of the elements that temporarily formed your physical body. Those elements will return to the universe and eventually be recombined into new forms. Nothing is truly destroyed in nature, only transformed from one configuration to another. Understanding this should free you from the terror of mortality. But understanding intellectually and feeling emotionally are different things. Marcus admits in his private writing that he is still afraid of death despite all his philosophy. The fear lives in his chest, a cold weight that no amount of rational thinking completely removes. But Stoicism does not promise the absence of difficult emotions. It offers a framework for managing them. You can acknowledge fear without letting it control your choices. You can feel grief without being destroyed by it. You can experience anger without acting on it destructively. The philosophy he practices is not just intellectual exercise or abstract theorizing, it is a survival tool for maintaining human dignity under inhuman conditions. Without these beliefs to anchor him, the weight of ruling during constant crisis might break him entirely, might turn him into the kind of tyrant who responds to suffering by causing more suffering. His wife Faustina visits the camp occasionally when the military situation permits, and the journey is not impossibly dangerous. She travels north through territory only recently secured, accompanied by substantial military escort. The trip is difficult for her. Days of hard travelling in carriages over rough roads, sleeping in military way stations that offer minimal comfort. But she comes anyway because Marcus needs her presence, needs the connection to someone who knew him before all this started. They walk together along the camp perimeter when she arrives, talking quietly about their children back in Rome, about the city itself and whether things are functioning smoothly in the emperor's absence, about the war and whether it will ever truly end. Their relationship has a depth that outsiders never see, and historians will later fail to appreciate. Faustina is not the delicate aristocrat that Roman society expects women of her class to be. She is intelligent, politically astute, tougher than her refined appearance suggests. She understands the demands of public life perhaps better than Marcus does. She has been performing imperial grace since childhood, raised in the palace, trained from birth for this role. They will have 13 children together over the course of their marriage. Only a handful will survive to adulthood. Each loss carves new lines in their faces, deepens the shared grief they carry through their public performances. Romans expect strength from their imperial couple. Showing too much sorrow would be interpreted as weakness, so they smile through state functions and official ceremonies while privately mourning children who will never grow up. Marcus writes about these losses in his journal. He tries to apply Stoic principles to the most painful experiences a human can endure. Children are not possessions you own. They're gifts temporarily entrusted to your care. The universe can reclaim them at any moment. Understanding this should prepare you for loss. But understanding and feeling are not the same thing. The years accumulate like snow building on a mountain slope. 170 becomes 175, becomes 180. Marcus's hair turns completely grey and then begins to thin noticeably. His face becomes weathered from too much time outdoors in harsh climates, skin roughened by wind and sun and cold. He looks 20 years older than his actual age, worn down by responsibility and grief and the constant grinding work of trying to hold things together. But the writing continues through all of it. Page after page of observations about how to live well in a world that cares nothing for your comfort or preferences. How to maintain inner freedom when external circumstances keep you chained to duty. How to treat other people with kindness even when exhausted beyond measure and surrounded by fools. How to accept mortality while still caring enough to do the work in front of you. He is creating a manual for himself on how to be human under impossible conditions. The fact that it will eventually help millions of other people struggling with their own impossible conditions is an accident of history he never intended or imagined. He's just trying to survive with some shred of integrity and tact, to make it through each day without betraying the principles he learned in that garden. So many years ago when he was young and everything still seemed possible. You're standing on the banks of the Danube in the year 178. The river runs grey and cold under a sky that promises snow before nightfall. Ice forms at the edges where the current moves slowly, thin sheets that will thicken as winter deepens. Marcus Aurelius is 57 years old. He has been fighting this war for nearly a decade, with only occasional returns to Rome for administrative necessities that cannot be handled through correspondence. The campaign season has just ended. Winter makes military operations impractical and dangerous. Soldiers cannot march effectively through deep snow. Supply lines become unreliable when roads are impassable. The cold kills as efficiently as any enemy. So the legions have withdrawn to their winter camps to wait for spring, when the cycle of marching and fighting and dying can resume. Marcus does not return to Rome this year. He stays with the army in their winter quarters, sharing their discomfort, proving through his physical presence that an emperor can endure what he asks his soldiers to endure. This decision carries symbolic weight that the legionaries understand and appreciate. Many previous emperors conducted wars from a comfortable distance, sending orders to generals while enjoying palace luxuries. Marcus has spent years living in military camps, eating camp food, sleeping in campaign tents, exposing himself to the same dangers and privations as common soldiers. The winter camp spreads across a hillside overlooking the river, protected by earthwork walls and wooden palisades that the soldiers have reinforced against attack. Smoke rises from hundreds of cooking fires scattered throughout the camp. The smell of roasting meat and baking bread mingles with the sharper scent of latrine pits that never quite stop smelling despite the soldiers' best efforts at maintenance. The odour of horse manure from the cavalry stables adds another layer. Life in a Roman military camp operates according to strict routine that continues regardless of weather or circumstances. Drills in the morning to keep combat skills sharp, maintenance of equipment so that armour, weapons and tools remain functional, construction projects to strengthen fortifications or build new structures, endless small tasks that keep an army ready to fight, rather than letting soldiers grow soft and undisciplined during inactive periods. Marcus walks through the camp each day despite the cold that makes his joints ache worse than usual. His body protests these inspections with pain that radiates through his knees and hips and lower back. His stomach problems have worsened to the point where he can barely tolerate any food. He survives on bland porridge that does not aggravate his condition, occasionally supplemented with boiled vegetables if they are available and soft enough not to cause problems. The rich military rations that sustain the soldiers are impossible for him now. His body has become a rebellious province that refuses to obey orders, but he makes himself visible to the troops anyway. The men need to see that their emperor has not abandoned them to fight alone while he retreats to safety and comfort. He stops to watch a century of soldiers practicing with their javelins in an open area of the camp. The men wear heavy wool cloaks against the cold, breath-making clouds in the frozen air. They throw their weapons at targets made of bundled straw and wood, the iron points making solid, thunking sounds on impact. Their techniques are practiced and efficient. These are professional soldiers who have trained for years to master their craft. The centurion in charge of the drill notices the emperor watching from a respectful distance. He barks an order and the men come to rigid attention, pilums held vertically beside their bodies. Marcus waves his hand in a gesture that says, "Continue what you are doing. Do not interrupt your training for ceremony." The soldiers return to their practice, though their movements become slightly more self-conscious now that they know they are being observed by the most powerful man in the empire. This is leadership at its most fundamental and unglamorous level. Not grand speeches in the Senate or dramatic gestures that historians will record. Just the simple act of being present with your people, of sharing the cold and the boredom and the endless grey days of waiting for spring, of demonstrating through your physical body that you have not separated yourself from the collective suffering. Later in the afternoon, Marcus retreats to his headquarters building for some relief from the cold. The structure is more substantial than a campaign tent, but still Spartan by palace standards. Stone walls constructed by military engineers, wooden floors that creak underfoot, a fireplace that produces more smoke than heat despite the builder's best efforts at proper chimney design. He sits at his desk, wrapped in a heavy cloak lined with wool, and picks up his journal. The writing comes harder now than it used to. His hands shake from the cold and from the progression of whatever illness is slowly consuming him from within. The stylus feels heavy in fingers that have lost some of their dexterity. The words take longer to form on the page. His thoughts still flow with their usual philosophical depth, but transcribing them requires more effort and concentration than it once did. But he persists because the practice has become essential to his sense of who he is. Without the writing, he might lose track of himself entirely in the grinding machinery of war and empire. He writes about time and mortality with the focus of someone who can feel his own death approaching. Another year has passed and disappeared into the past like water flowing over stones. How many more does he have? Not many, he suspects with grim certainty. His body is failing in ways that cannot be hidden or denied. The question is not whether he will die soon, but whether he will die well. Will he maintain his philosophical principles until the very end, or will pain and fear erode the convictions he has spent a lifetime building? Will his last thoughts be of virtue and cosmic order, or will he die raging against fate like any frightened animal? The Stoics believe that a good death is possible, and even achievable with proper mental preparation. Not good in the sense of painless or comfortable or prolonged. Good in the sense of meeting your end with courage and acceptance, understanding that death is as natural as birth, that refusing to die makes as much sense as a leaf refusing to fall from a tree in autumn. Death is part of the pattern. Every living thing dies. Fighting against this fundamental fact is pointless and exhausting. Marcus tests his own beliefs against his actual feelings with ruthless honesty. He is afraid of death despite all his philosophy and years of meditation. The fear lives in his chest, a cold weight that no amount of rational thinking completely removes. His stomach clenches when he thinks too directly about not existing, about the world continuing without him, about all his knowledge and experience simply vanishing like smoke. But Stoicism has never promised him the absence of difficult emotions. It offers instead a framework for managing those emotions without letting them control behaviour. You can acknowledge fear without fleeing from it. You can feel the instinct to cling to life while still accepting that life must end. The war has reached a frustrating stalemate that feels almost designed to test his patience. The Romans have pushed the Germanic tribes back from the frontier repeatedly, inflicting casualties and reclaiming territory. But complete victory remains perpetually out of reach. The enemy melts into the vast forests when pressed too hard, disappearing into terrain where Roman legions cannot effectively pursue them. They return when the pressure eases, resuming their raids and incursions. Marcus has spent years of his remaining life trying to solve a military problem that may have no permanent solution, fighting an enemy that refuses to stand still long enough to be decisively defeated. Part of him wants to simply declare victory, regardless of the actual situation, and go home to Rome, return to the palace, enjoy whatever time he has left in relative comfort. Let someone else deal with these endless frontier troubles. The legions could hold the line well enough under competent generals. His personal presence is not strictly necessary for basic defence. But duty does not work that way. Duty does not care about his fatigue or his legitimate desire for rest. The job is not finished. The border is not truly secure. Leaving now would betray all the men who have already died in this conflict, would render their sacrifices meaningless. So he stays through another brutal winter, through another campaign season, through another year of his steadily diminishing life spent in camps and battlefields, far from anything he actually enjoys or values. His son Commodus visits the camp during this period, arriving with an escort of Praetorian guards. The young man is now 18 years old, nearly 19. Marcus has been grooming him for years to eventually take power, though this process fills the emperor with private anxiety that he shares only with his journal. Commodus does not share his father's philosophical inclinations or serious temperament. He prefers gladiatorial combat and physical contest to books and meditation. He loves spectacle and attention. He is brash where Marcus is measured, impulsive where Marcus is deliberate, confident where Marcus is thoughtful. You watch father and son walk together along the camp perimeter during one of Commodus's visits. They make an odd pairing. Marcus moves slowly and carefully, conserving his limited energy, each step requiring conscious effort. Commodus strides ahead with the careless vitality of youth and good health, then has to pause and wait for his father to catch up. The physical gap between them mirrors deeper differences in temperament and values. They talk about the war and its progress. They discuss politics in Rome and the various factions competing for influence. They review reports about grain supplies and tax revenues and all the administrative details that keep an empire functioning. Marcus tries to impart some wisdom about the responsibilities of power, about how ruling means serving rather than being served, about the importance of treating people with basic dignity regardless of their status. He explains that an emperor's choices affect millions of lives, that decisions made carelessly or selfishly can cause suffering on scales that ordinary people cannot imagine. Commodus listens with the polite but glazed expression of a young man who thinks he already knows everything important. He nods at appropriate moments. He asks questions that sound engaged but reveal how little he has absorbed. The conversation leaves Marcus feeling profoundly melancholy. He is preparing to hand the empire to someone who may not be ready for it, who may not understand what readiness even means. But what realistic alternative exists? The system of adoption that brought Marcus to power worked because specific circumstances allowed it. Hadrian chose Antoninus. Antoninus chose Marcus. Both decisions were possible because neither man had a biological son who expected to inherit. But Marcus does have a biological son. Roman society expects Commodus to become emperor. Passing over him in favour of a more qualified candidate from outside the family would likely trigger civil war. The empire cannot afford that kind of instability and bloodshed. So Marcus must prepare Commodus as best he can and hope that responsibility will mature him in ways that tutoring has not. He returns to his quarters that evening as darkness settles over the camp like a heavy blanket. The fire in the hearth has burned down to embers. He adds more wood carefully, coaxing the flames back to life. The warmth feels good on his aching joints and chilled skin. He sits in his usual chair, wrapped in his cloak, and stares into the fire for a long time before picking up his journal. The writing that night focuses on acceptance and control. He cannot control whether Commodus will become a good emperor or a terrible one. He cannot control whether the war will end in triumph or stalemate or eventual defeat. He cannot control his own body's decline or the timing of his death. These things are beyond his power to determine. The only thing he truly controls is his own mind, his own responses to circumstances, his own choices about how to think and act within the constraints imposed by reality. This is the core of Stoic wisdom. External events will happen according to their own logic. People will behave according to their natures. The universe will unfold according to laws that care nothing for human preferences. You cannot change these facts, but you can choose how you relate to them. You can maintain reason in the face of chaos. You can practice virtue even when surrounded by vice. You can meet difficulty with courage rather than despair. He writes until his hand cramps painfully, and his eyes can no longer focus on the page. Then he extinguishes the lamp and lies down in the darkness. Sleep comes slowly, as it usually does now. His mind continues working through problems and questions even as his body tries to rest. The camp is quiet around him, except for the usual night sounds. Sentries walking their routes, the occasional whinny from the horse lines, the whisper of wind through the wooden palisades. Outside, snow begins to fall. The first flakes drift past his window, illuminated briefly by the dying firelight before disappearing into the night. The Danube flows on just beyond the camp walls, indifferent to empires and emperors and the tiny human dramas playing out along its banks. The river has been here long before Rome existed. It will continue long after Rome falls to ruins. Marcus lies in the darkness, feeling every one of his 57 years in his bones and joints and stomach. Tomorrow will bring more of the same challenges, more decisions about troop movements and supply routes, more reports about skirmishes and casualties, more opportunities to act according to reason, or to fail in the attempt. He is tired in ways that sleep cannot fix, but fatigue is not an excuse to abandon duty or compromise principles. The Stoic ideal is not to be superhuman or to transcend human limitations. It is to remain fully human under conditions that would dehumanize most people, to maintain compassion when surrounded by violence, to preserve reason when chaos threatens, to practice virtue when vice would be easier and more rewarding in the short term. Marcus is attempting this impossible task in real time under impossible conditions. Whether he succeeds is almost beside the point. The attempt itself is what matters. You're in the year 179, though the specific date matters less than the accumulated weight of all the days that came before. Spring has returned to the Danube frontier after another punishing winter. The snow has melted into mud that sucks at boots and makes every movement through the camp require extra effort. Marcus Aurelius is 58 years old. His body continues its slow but inexorable rebellion against him. The morning routine has become a ritual so ingrained that Marcus could perform it in complete darkness. He wakes before dawn, a habit developed over decades of disciplined living that his aging body no longer lets him break even when he wants more sleep. His joints protest immediately as he swings his legs out of bed and plants his feet on the cold floor. The pain has become such a constant companion that its absence would feel strange now. He does not complain about it aloud. Complaining serves no useful purpose except to burden other people with information they cannot act upon. He washes his face in cold water from a bronze basin that a servant has filled and left beside his bed. The shock of it helps clear the fog of sleep and the grogginess that seems to cling to him more stubbornly each morning. His reflection in the polished metal mirror shows a man who looks ancient. Grey hair thin enough that his scalp shows through in places, deep lines carved into his face by years of squinting at documents and frowning at bad news, dark circles under eyes that have seen too much suffering. He looks away from the mirror. Vanity is a waste of time. A servant brings him his breakfast. The same bland porridge that has become his dietary staple. Barley cooked soft and mixed with a small amount of honey for minimal flavour. Rich foods, meats, anything with strong spices or oils, all of these make his stomach problems worse. So he has learned through painful trial and error to find satisfaction in the simplicity. The Stoics would approve. Needing less makes you stronger than having more. After eating, he spends time in quiet contemplation before the day's demands flood in. Not prayer in the traditional religious sense of asking the gods for favours. The Stoics believe the divine exists but does not intervene in human affairs based on requests. Rather, this is a kind of mental preparation for the challenges ahead. He thinks through the principles he wants to live by today. He reminds himself that most things people worry about are not actually worth the energy spent worrying. He focuses his attention on what he can actually control, which is primarily his own thoughts and reactions to events. This mental discipline is not easy and never becomes automatic despite decades of practice. His mind wants to wander toward anxiety about the war that shows no signs of ending, grief about children dead before their time, frustration with incompetent officials who make his job harder through their laziness or corruption, fear about his deteriorating health and approaching death. But he has trained himself over many years to notice when his thoughts spiral into unproductive territory and to gently redirect them toward more useful channels. The Stoic practice is emphatically not about suppressing emotions or pretending everything is fine when it clearly is not. That would be dishonest and psychologically harmful. It is instead about maintaining perspective on what deserves emotional energy and what does not. Will this problem matter in 100 years? In 1,000? If not, then why let it consume your limited time and mental resources? If yes, then respond with appropriate action rather than useless distress. You follow him through a typical day that reveals how philosophy translates into actual governance. He reviews reports from scouts about Germanic tribal movements across the river. The intelligence is fragmentary and often contradictory. One report says the tribes are massing for a major offensive. Another says they are fighting among themselves and pose no immediate threat. He must make decisions based on incomplete information, choosing how to deploy limited resources without knowing whether he is responding to a real danger or a phantom. He meets with his generals to discuss tactical options for the coming campaign season. These are hardened professional soldiers who have spent their entire adult lives in the army. They understand combat and logistics better than Marcus ever will despite his years in the field. But they also tend towards solutions that involve maximum application of force. The generals see every problem as requiring military violence to solve. Marcus has to balance their aggressive instincts against political and economic realities. Endless campaigning exhausts the treasury and depletes manpower. At some point, the Empire must find ways to secure the frontier that do not require constant warfare. He adjudicates disputes between officers that could escalate into feuds damaging to unit cohesion and effectiveness. Two centurions are arguing about who deserves credit for a successful skirmish. Both men want the recognition that comes with victory. Marcus listens to each side present their version of events. He asks clarifying questions. He tries to determine what actually happened versus what each man wants to have happened. Eventually he makes a ruling that neither centurion is entirely happy with, but both can accept. This is the art of leadership. Perfect solutions rarely exist. You aim for outcomes that minimize resentment while maintaining basic fairness. He writes letters to the Senate in Rome about administrative matters that cannot wait for his physical return. Tax policy questions that require imperial approval. Requests for funding for public works projects. Legal reforms that senators have proposed and want the emperor's endorsement or veto. He dictates these letters to scribes who write faster than he can, though he still reviews and edits the final text himself before applying his seal. Every communication that leaves his office carries his authority. Carelessness can create problems that take months to untangle. The work is tedious and seems endless. Each problem he solves creates two more in ways that feel almost designed to frustrate any sense of progress. Each decision he makes reveals new complications he had not anticipated. Governing an empire is like trying to sweep sand on a windy beach. You can work constantly without ever truly finishing the task, but Marcus finds meaning in the effort itself, rather than in achieving some perfect end state. He is not trying to create a utopia or solve all human problems. That would be impossible, and attempting it would be foolish. He is simply trying to do his duty as competently as his limited abilities allow. The universe does not require him to succeed at everything or to achieve perfection in anything. It only requires him to make honest efforts according to reason and virtue. In the afternoon, he receives an unexpected visitor. A young officer from one of the legions has requested an audience with the emperor. The request is unusual enough that Marcus's advisors approved it out of curiosity. The man stands at rigid attention in Marcus's office, clearly nervous about being in the physical presence of someone he normally only sees at a distance during formal inspections. Marcus gestures for him to sit. The informality catches the officer completely off guard. Emperors do not usually invite junior officers to sit in their presence as if they were equals. There are protocols and hierarchies that everyone understands and follows. But Marcus has never cared much for unnecessary formality when it serves no practical purpose. The officer is a human being who deserves basic respect and comfort regardless of his rank in the military hierarchy. The young man hesitates, then sits stiffly on the edge of his chair. He explains his concern in carefully chosen words. He has noticed problems with how supplies are being distributed within his legion. Certain centurions seem to be diverting goods meant for the common soldiers and selling them for personal profit. The corruption is not massive in scale, not something that threatens the army's overall function. But it bothers him deeply. It violates the trust that should exist between leaders and those they lead. He felt he should report it to someone in authority, though doing so puts him at serious risk of retaliation from the officers involved. They could make his life miserable in dozens of small ways that would never be visible to higher command. Marcus listens without interrupting until the officer finishes his account. Then he asks several clarifying questions designed to understand the specific details rather than just the general accusation. Who exactly is involved? What goods are being diverted? How long has this been happening? Has the officer discussed this with his immediate superiors? If so, what was their response? The conversation reveals Marcus's fundamental approach to both justice and leadership. He believes in fairness applied consistently across all levels of society. Rich and poor, powerful and weak, all should be subject to the same ethical standards and legal protections. This principle is not always achievable in practice given political realities and power imbalances. Compromise often becomes necessary, but he tries to move toward justice even when he cannot fully achieve it in any given situation. He thanks the young officer seriously for bringing the matter to his attention. He promises to investigate the allegations discreetly through channels that will not expose the whistleblower to retaliation. He emphasizes that the Empire needs soldiers willing to speak truth to power, even when doing so carries personal risk. The officer leaves looking both relieved that he was taken seriously, and slightly amazed that the Emperor spent time on what many people would consider a minor administrative matter. After the man departs, Marcus sits quietly for a moment before the next appointment arrives. He thinks about how easy it would be to ignore small corruptions like this. The Empire is vast beyond human comprehension. You cannot possibly police every minor abuse that occurs in every corner of it. Resources are limited. Attention is finite. Focusing on small problems means neglecting larger ones. Many reasonable people would argue that an emperor should concern himself with grand strategy and major crises, not with whether some centurions are stealing from their men. But if you ignore small injustices because they seem insignificant compared to larger problems, where exactly do you draw the line? At what point does tolerance of minor wrongdoing become complicity in systemic corruption? If leaders can steal from common soldiers without consequence, what message does that send about the Empire's actual values versus its proclaimed principles? These are the kinds of questions that occupy Marcus's mind constantly. There are no perfect answers available, only better and worse choices made with imperfect information, in situations where every option carries costs that someone will have to pay. As evening approaches, he takes a walk through the camp despite his physical discomfort. Movement helps his joints more than rest does, paradoxically. The soldiers are finishing their daily tasks as the sun begins its descent toward the western horizon. Smoke rises from cooking fires being prepared for the evening meal. The smell of roasting meat makes Marcus's stomach turn unpleasantly, but he breathes through the nausea. The discomfort will pass or it will not. Either way, he has other things requiring his attention. A group of off-duty legionaries are playing dice near one of the barracks, gambling on outcomes with small copper coins. They notice the Emperor passing and scramble to their feet in hasty respect. Marcus tells them to continue their game and not to worry about ceremony. They do resume playing, though their enjoyment is now muted by self-consciousness, about being observed by the most powerful man in the Empire. He wishes he could restore their ease, but recognises that his mere presence changes the atmosphere whether he wants it to or not. This is one cost of leadership that no one discusses. You lose the ability to interact with people naturally. Everyone performs for you instead of being themselves. He continues walking until he reaches the camp's edge overlooking the river. The Danube flows wide and dark, reflecting the orange and pink light of the setting sun. Across the water lies territory that Rome does not control and may never control. Forests where the Germanic tribes live according to their own customs, unburdened by imperial bureaucracy and taxation and all the machinery of civilization that Romans consider normal and necessary. Marcus sometimes envies them their freedom, though he recognises this envy is probably naive and romanticises their actual conditions. They face their own hardships that he knows nothing about. Survival in those forests is harsh and uncertain, but they do not spend their lives making decisions that affect millions of people they will never meet. They do not lie awake at night worrying about whether they have chosen correctly in situations where every choice leads to someone suffering. Their lives are smaller, but perhaps more comprehensible because of that smallness. But this envy is pointless and indulgent. He is where circumstances have placed him. The universe gave him this role to play in the cosmic drama. His task is to fulfill his assigned part as well as his abilities permit, not to wish he had been cast in a different role entirely. Wishing you were someone else or somewhere else is a waste of the finite time you've been given to be yourself in this specific place. He returns to his quarters as darkness settles over the camp like a heavy woolen blanket. He lights his oil lamp and opens his journal to the next blank page. The familiar weight of the stylus in his hand brings a sense of comfort and grounding. This is his truest self in many ways. Not the emperor performing for senators and soldiers, but the private man thinking through problems in writing meant only for his own eyes. He writes about the persistent gap between philosophical theory and actual practice. Stoic philosophy sounds beautiful and achievable when you read it in books or discuss it in comfortable settings. Be rational, accept fate, treat others with kindness, maintain perspective on what matters, simple principles that make perfect sense. But applying them in real situations proves endlessly complex and frustrating. How do you balance justice with mercy when those principles point in different directions? How do you maintain inner peace while making decisions that will definitely result in people dying? How do you accept your own mortality intellectually while your instincts scream at you to cling to life with every fibre of your being? The writing does not solve these problems or resolve the contradictions, but it helps him live with the tensions rather than being torn apart by them. It creates a space where he can be completely honest about his doubts and fears and failures without having to maintain the public persona of an emperor who projects certainty and strength. The journal knows him as he actually is, not as Romans need him to appear to be. He writes until his hand cramps painfully, and his eyes can no longer focus clearly on the page in the flickering lamplight. Then he extinguishes the flame and lies down in the darkness of his simple quarters. Sleep comes slowly, resisted by a mind that continues working through problems even as his body desperately needs rest. tomorrow will bring more of the same, more decisions where perfect options do not exist, more compromises between competing goods, more attempts to live according to principles that the world seems specifically designed to test. He is tired in ways that go far beyond physical exhaustion. He has been tired for years now. But fatigue is not an excuse to stop trying, or to abandon the values he has spent a lifetime cultivating. The Stoic ideal is not to be superhuman, or to transcend normal human limitations and weaknesses. It is to remain fully and authentically human under conditions that would dehumanize most people, to maintain compassion when surrounded by violence, to preserve reason when chaos threatens on all sides, to practice virtue when vice would be easier and more immediately rewarding. Marcus is attempting this impossible balancing act in real time under genuinely impossible conditions. Whether he succeeds in any objective sense is almost beside the point. The attempt itself is what matters most. The daily effort to choose better rather than worse, to act with integrity rather than expediency, to treat people as ends in themselves rather than as means to his purposes. This is the work of being human. This is what philosophy looks like when actually practiced rather than just discussed. You're in the military camp at Vindobona in the year 180. The modern city of Vienna will someday rise on this location, but right now it is just another Roman frontier post along the Danube. Spring has arrived again with its usual promise of renewal, though Marcus Aurelius will not live to see the summer that follows. He is 58 years old and dying. The illness that has plagued him for years with increasing severity has finally gained complete and irreversible control of his failing body. Fever burns through him in waves, making his skin hot to the touch despite the cool spring air flowing through his quarters. His stomach can tolerate almost nothing anymore. Even the bland porridge that sustained him through recent years now comes back up within hours of eating. Pain radiates through his abdomen in ways that make clear something fundamental has gone wrong internally. The physicians attend him constantly with their limited repertoire of treatments, but they have nothing effective to offer. Medicine in the 2nd century understands very little about disease processes or internal organs. They can set broken bones and stitch wounds, but systemic illness remains beyond their ability to diagnose or treat. Marcus knows with certainty that he is dying. He has prepared himself for this moment through decades of philosophical contemplation and private writing. Death is natural and inevitable. Everyone dies. Rich and poor, emperor and slave, philosopher and fool. The question that matters is not whether you will die, because that outcome is guaranteed. The question is how you will meet your end. Will you face death with courage and dignity and acceptance of natural processes? Or will you thrash and rage and fall apart when comfortable theory finally meets uncomfortable reality? He lies in his bed, lacking the strength to stand or even sit up for more than brief periods. The room spins when he tries to move too quickly. Weakness has invaded every muscle and joint. Simply lifting his arm requires conscious effort and leaves him exhausted. Commodus sits in a chair nearby, watching his father fade hour by hour. The young man's face shows genuine distress. Whatever his character flaws and shortcomings as a future emperor, he genuinely loves his father. The imminent loss clearly pains him in ways he has no training or temperament to process effectively. Marcus tries to speak to his son about duty and virtue, and the immense responsibilities that will soon fall entirely on his shoulders. He wants to give Commodus final guidance about how to rule, about the importance of treating people fairly, about remembering that an emperor's power should be used for service, rather than self-aggrandizement. But the words come out weak and fragmented, broken by coughing fits and the confusion that fever brings. His usually clear thinking has been scattered by the illness ravaging his body. He cannot deliver the wise farewell speech he had perhaps imagined during healthier moments, when death seemed more distant and theoretical. Instead, he simply tells Commodus to think of the army and the soldiers who have fought so bravely for Rome over these long years of frontier warfare. The legionaries deserve a leader who will actually care about their welfare rather than viewing them as expendable tools. This simple advice is all Marcus can manage to articulate through the fog of sickness. He hopes it will be enough, though he suspects it will not be. The military commanders take turns visiting their dying emperor. They stand at rigid attention beside his bed, these hardened men who have spent years following his orders in difficult campaigns. Some of them weep openly, not caring who sees their tears. An emperor who shared their discomfort and danger rather than commanding from safe distance has earned genuine loyalty that goes beyond duty or self-interest. They do not want to lose him, both for personal reasons and because they understand that what comes after Marcus may be considerably worse. Marcus tries to comfort them despite his own suffering. He reminds them in a whisper that death comes to everyone eventually. His dying serves the natural order of things. They should not grieve for him as if something wrong or unjust has happened. He has lived according to reason as well as his limited abilities allowed. He has tried to be a good emperor and a decent man. That effort will have to be enough. The universe does not grade on perfection. It only requires honest attempts. On the 6th day of March, his condition worsens dramatically. The fever spikes even higher, making his skin burn against the cool cloths that attendants keep placing on his forehead. Lucidity comes and goes like lamplight flickering in the wind. He drifts between awareness of the present moment and memories from decades past that feel more vivid and real than his actual surroundings. He sees himself as a young student in that Roman garden so many years ago, listening to Apollonius speak about virtue and freedom and the proper use of reason. The fountain's splash sounds clear in his ears. The smell of jasmine fills his nose. You can see the stylus in his teenage hand, ink-stained fingers forming Greek letters on warm wax. He sees Antoninus teaching him how to govern with integrity, demonstrating through patient example that power does not have to corrupt if you remain vigilant about your own motives and choices. The older emperor's calm voice explaining about duty and service echoes in his feverish mind. He sees Faustina's face, younger and unlined by the grief that will mark her later years, her smile on their wedding day, her strength during the births of their children, her quiet support through plague and war and all the impossible demands of being married to an emperor. She has been dead for several years now, taken by illness while travelling. He will join her soon in whatever exists beyond this life, or in the peaceful oblivion of non-existence if the universe turns out to be less concerned with human consciousness than philosophers hope. He sees his children, the ones who survived and the many who did not, faces that will never age beyond infancy or early childhood, names he wrote in his journal alongside notes about accepting loss as part of the natural pattern. The grief remains despite all his philosophy. Understanding why something hurts does not make it stop hurting. The memories feel more vivid and present than his actual surroundings. The past becomes more real than the present. He is leaving the world, slipping away from the heavy burden of ruling, returning to something simpler and quieter that existed before responsibility and duty made such total claims on his life. On the evening of March 17th, he dies. The physicians cannot pinpoint the exact moment when breathing stops and life ends. The transition is gradual rather than sudden. His breathing grows shallower and more irregular over hours. The gaps between breaths lengthen, and eventually the breathing simply does not resume. The emperor who conquered nothing except his own worst impulses, who spent decades trying to rule himself before others, has reached the end of his campaign in this world. His body is cremated with full imperial honours, according to Roman custom for important persons. The funeral pyre burns for hours on a platform specially constructed for the ceremony, reducing flesh and bone to ashen fragments. The smoke rises into the spring sky over the Danube, carrying away a man who tried very hard to be good in a world that makes goodness difficult. Senators give speeches praising his reign. Soldiers stand in formation to honour their fallen commander. The usual pageantry of imperial death unfolds according to well-established protocols. The empire continues without him, as empires do. Power abhors a vacuum. Commodus becomes sole emperor at age 19. Stepping into authority, he is utterly unprepared to wield responsibly. He will prove to be almost everything Marcus feared he might become. Cruel where his father was kind, impulsive where his father was thoughtful, interested in personal glory and spectacle rather than actual governance. He will perform as a gladiator in the arena, fighting in staged combats that demonstrate his athletic prowess while degrading the dignity of his office. He will rename months of the year after himself and declare himself the reincarnation of Hercules. He will execute senators on flimsy pretexts and fill positions of power with sycophants rather than competent administrators. The years of careful, competent administration under Antoninus Pius and Marcus Aurelius will give way rapidly to corruption and mismanagement and the kind of leadership that serves the leader rather than the led. Commodus will eventually be assassinated by his own guards after 12 years of increasingly erratic rule. The empire will descend into civil war as various generals compete for the throne. The 3rd century will bring crisis after crisis that tests whether Rome can survive as a unified political entity. But this failure of Marcus's son and the eventual decline of the empire do not erase what Marcus himself accomplished during his lifetime. He ruled during plague and extended warfare. He governed with justice and restraint when cruelty would have been easier, and faced no external constraints. He treated people with basic decency and respect when absolute power gave him license to do otherwise. He tried consistently to live according to philosophical principles even when exhausted, in pain, and surrounded by circumstances that would break most people's commitment to virtue. And most importantly, for those of us living 2,000 years later, he left behind his private journals. Those writings were never meant for publication or public consumption. They were simply one man's attempts to remind himself how to be human when everything around him treated him as something more or less than human. Private meditations on mortality and duty and the proper use of reason. Conversations with himself about how to stay decent when wielding indecent amounts of power over other people's lives. But they survived through a series of accidents and choices that Marcus could never have anticipated. Someone found the journals after his death. Someone recognized their value. They were copied and recopied over centuries by scribes who saw wisdom worth preserving. They were translated from the original Greek into Latin and eventually into dozens of modern languages. They circulated through different cultures and time periods, finding readers in medieval monasteries and Renaissance courts and modern university classrooms and coffee shops and bedrooms around the contemporary world. You can read those exact words today if you choose to. They still speak across approximately 2 millennia of human history about questions that remain fundamentally unchanged. How do you live well in a world that often seems designed to make goodness difficult? How do you maintain integrity when external pressures push toward compromise? How do you accept mortality while still engaging fully with life? How do you treat other people with kindness when they frustrate and disappoint you? How do you find meaning in a universe that may not care whether you exist? Marcus's physical body returned to the basic elements long ago. The empire he ruled fell to pieces over centuries of internal decay and external pressure. The cities he knew are ruins or buried under modern construction. The Latin language he spoke daily is dead except in academic contexts. Everything material that defined his life has dissolved back into the flow of history. But his thoughts about how to live well continue circulating through human culture, like seeds carried on the wind. You wake on a spring morning in the year 1162 somewhere on the Mongolian steppe near the Onon River. But this isn't your story exactly. You're witnessing the story of a boy named Temujin, born just days ago in a felt tent much like the one you're inhabiting now. His father, Yesugei, is a minor chieftain of the Borjigin clan, and according to the midwives present at the birth, the baby emerged clutching a blood clot the size of a knuckle bone in his tiny fist. People will argue for years about what this omen means. Some say it predicted he'd be a great warrior. Others claim it foretold that he'd spill rivers of blood. Looking back from where we sit now, maybe both interpretations were correct. Yasuge himself is an interesting figure worth understanding because he shapes his son's early worldview. He's skilled enough to survive in the brutal world of steppe politics, connected enough to arrange advantageous marriages, and violent enough to have kidnapped Temujin's mother, Holun, from a Merkid tribesman on her wedding day. This act of bride theft is fairly common on the steppe, but it creates a blood feud that will haunt the family for years. Temujin's early childhood unfolds in the typical pattern of steppe life. He learns to ride almost before he can walk properly, spending hours on horseback until the saddle feels more natural than walking. He learns which plants are edible and which will make you violently ill, wild onions, lily roots, berries in season, and how to avoid the ones that cause convulsions. He learns to track animals by studying bent grass and disturbed soil, reading the landscape like you'd read a book. He learns the complex web of clan relationships that define his world, who his family is allied with, who they're feuding with, and why these distinctions matter more than almost anything else. The steppe society he grows up in operates on principles that seem harsh to outsiders, but make perfect sense in an environment where survival margins are thin. Your clan is your insurance policy, your military alliance, your social network, and your identity all rolled into one. Loyalty to family and clan comes before almost everything else. Honour and reputation matter enormously, because your word is often all the guarantee you can offer in transactions. Hospitality to guests is sacred because you never know when you'll be the one needing shelter. Temujin has several siblings, brothers Hasa, Hachiun and Temuge born to Hoelun, plus half-brothers Beta and Belgute from Yasuge's other wife. There's also a sister, Temulen. This family structure, with children from multiple mothers, is common among men of Yasuge's status. It creates both strength through numbers and tension through competing loyalties. When Temujin is around 9 years old, Yasuge makes a crucial decision. He takes his son to visit the Ongarat tribe, where Holun's family comes from, hoping to arrange a marriage alliance. They meet a man named Dei Sechen, who has a daughter named Berta. She's slightly older than Temujin, which is fine. Steppe marriages are about alliances more than romance. Dei Sechen agrees to the betrothal, and according to custom, Temujin stays with Berta's family to get acquainted while Yasuge begins the journey home. This is where Temujin's childhood ends abruptly. Yasuge, travelling back across the steppe, encounters a group of Tatars holding a feast. The Tatars are long-time enemies. They had poisoned Yasuge's own relatives years before, and he had raided them in retaliation. But steppe customs require offering hospitality to travellers, and Yasuge is either confident in his disguise or too tired to avoid them. The Tatars recognise him, offer him food and drink laced with poison, and send him on his way. By the time Yasuge realises what's happening, the poison is working through his system. He manages to send word to Temujin to come home, and the boy rushes back, but he arrives too late. Yasuge dies within days, and Temujin, at age 9, watches his father succumb to a death that's both agonising and inevitable. What happens next reveals the brutal practicality of steppe politics. Yasuge's followers, the Taichud clan who had supported him, hold a meeting to decide what to do about his widow and children. The leading men calculate coldly. Holun and her children represent mouths to feed with no strong leader to rally around. The boys are too young to fight effectively, too young to lead, and too young to be useful. Supporting them means charity with no return. So they abandon the family. They pack up their jurs, round up their herds, and move to different pastures, leaving Holun with 7 children, minimal supplies, and no protection. On the steppe, this is essentially a death sentence. Winter is coming, resources are scarce, and a woman alone with children has almost no chance of survival. But Holun refuses to accept this fate. She grabs the clan banner, the spirit banner that represents the family's identity and continuity, and rides after the departing Taichiuds, shaming some of them into briefly returning. But most stay gone, and Helen finds herself genuinely alone, trying to keep 7 children alive through sheer determination and improvisation. You watch this family struggle from a distance. maybe as a member of a neighbouring clan who occasionally crosses paths with them. Holen teaches her children skills that privileged families don't usually need. They learn to dig wild garlic and lily bulbs from the ground, back-breaking work that leaves your hands raw. They learn to trap marmots and fish from streams, supplementing their meagre diet with whatever they can catch. They learn to gather berries and nuts in season, drying and preserving everything they can for winter. They learn to survive on what other families would consider poverty rations. Holen herself becomes something formidable during these years. She's no longer just a chieftain's wife. She's the sole provider and protector for her children. She teaches them to survive, to fight, and to stick together. But survival creates its own tensions, especially among growing boys competing for limited resources and testing their dominance against each other. The crisis comes when Temujin and his full brother Hasar get into a dispute with their half-brother Behter. The sources describe it as a conflict over food. Specifically, Behter allegedly stole a fish and a lark that Temujin and Hasar had caught. This might seem like a minor dispute, but when you're subsisting on near-starvation rations, every bit of food matters enormously. Temujin and Hasar decide Behter has gone too far. They stalk him while he's sitting on a hill watching the family's 9 horses, essentially their entire wealth. They approach from different sides and shoot him with arrows. Behter sees them coming and, according to some accounts, sits calmly and asks only that they spare Temuga, the youngest brother. Then they kill him. Holen is horrified when she learns what her sons have done. She compares them to wild animals, to predators that turn on their own kind. But the incident reveals something crucial about Temujin's character that will define his entire life. He will not tolerate challenges to his authority, even from family, and he's willing to use lethal violence to establish and maintain his position. The Taichiuds, hearing about this killing, apparently decide that Temujin is growing into a genuine threat rather than just an abandoned orphan. They raid Hoelun's camp and capture the teenage Temujin, fitting him with a wooden collar called a kangwe, a heavy wooden frame that goes around the neck and wrists, making it almost impossible to do anything for yourself. They plan to keep him as a slave, a warning to others, and a permanent solution to the problem he represents. This turns out to be a serious miscalculation. Temujin is probably 14 or 15 at this point, old enough to be resourceful, and desperate enough to take serious risks. During a celebration when his guards are drunk and distracted, he escapes. The accounts describe him hiding in a river, submerging with just his face above water while searchers pass by. A man named Sorkan Shira, from the family that was guarding him, finds Temujin but chooses to help him instead of recapturing him. He hides Temujin in a cart full of wool, tells the searchers he hasn't seen him, and eventually helps him escape. This act of unexpected kindness from a member of the enemy clan makes a deep impression on Temujin. Years later, when he's powerful, he'll reward Sorkan Shira's family generously. The lesson is clear. Individual character and specific actions matter more than clan affiliation alone. These formative experiences, his father's murder, his family's abandonment, years of desperate poverty, his brother's killing, his enslavement and escape, shape everything Temujin will later become. He learns that traditional clan loyalties are unreliable when times get hard. He learns that survival often depends on individual capability and determination, rather than inherited status. He learns to identify and reward loyalty regardless of its source. He learns that violence, used decisively at the right moment, can be more effective than endless negotiation. And he learns that talent and character can be found anywhere, not just among the high-born. By the time you encounter Temujin in his late teens, he's already working to build something from the wreckage of his father's legacy. He's survived the poverty years, he's proven he won't be enslaved, and he's ready to start reclaiming his birthright. His first moves demonstrate strategic intelligence beyond his years. He seeks Togrul, Khan of the Curated tribe, who had been sworn brothers, Anda, with Temujin's father, Yesuge. He presents Togrul with a black sable coat, a valuable gift that shows respect, and also demonstrates that despite his poverty, Temujin understands the rituals of steppe diplomacy. He explicitly invokes his father's relationship with Togrul and asks for help in retrieving his betrothed wife, Berte, from the Onguret tribe. Togrul, impressed by this young man's initiative and courage, remembering his oath to Yasuge and perhaps seeing potential for a useful ally, agrees to help. This begins a relationship that will last for years. Togrul becomes a father figure and political mentor, teaching Temujin the complex art of steppe diplomacy, how to build alliances, when to fight and when to negotiate, and how to balance competing loyalties and interests. Temujin also reconnects with a childhood friend named Jamuka. They had been close as boys, playing together and apparently forming a deep bond. Now, as young men, they renew their friendship and formalize it through the Oath of Anda, blood brotherhood. They exchange gifts according to tradition. Jamuka gives Temujin a knuckle bone from a roe deer, and Temujin gives Jamuka a knuckle bone from a brass deer. These seemingly simple exchanges carry enormous symbolic weight. They're swearing to be closer than brothers, to share everything, and to support each other unconditionally. For a while, this friendship seems genuine and unbreakable. Temujin and Jamuka hunt together, fight together, and share their dreams and plans. Jamuka, who comes from a more established background than Temujin, has followers and resources. Temujin, who has almost nothing, benefits from this association. They talk late into the night about how the steppe could be better organised, about honour and loyalty, and about their ambitions for the future. Temujin manages to retrieve Berta, and they marry, probably around 1178 or 1179. She's been waiting for him for years, faithful to the betrothal arranged when they were children. The marriage seems to be genuinely affectionate, not just a political arrangement, though Temujin will later take other wives as his status increases. Berta will remain his principal wife and trusted advisor throughout his life. Then disaster strikes in a form that's all too common on the steppe. The Burkits, seeking revenge for Yasuge's kidnapping of Holun decades earlier, raid Temujin's camp and kidnap Berta. This is blood vengeance according to steppe customs. Yasuge stole a Merkid bride, so the Merkits steal his son's bride. The logic is symmetrical, and by steppe standards, perfectly reasonable. Temujin's response demonstrates the strategic thinking that will characterize his entire career. He doesn't rush off in a rage to attack the Merkits alone. That would be suicide. Instead, he carefully builds a coalition. He calls on Togrul and the Kerates, reminding them of their obligations. He calls on Jamuka and his followers, invoking their Anda oath. He assembles a force strong enough to defeat the Merkits decisively. The campaign succeeds. The coalition attacks the Merkit camps at dawn, scatters their warriors, and rescues Berta. She's pregnant when they recover her, and the timing is such that nobody can be entirely certain whether the child is Temujin's or the result of her captivity. She gives birth to a son named Joshi, and Temujin accepts him as his own, though the question of Jochi's paternity will haunt the family for decades and eventually complicate succession planning. This campaign does far more than rescue Berta. It establishes Temujin's reputation as a capable military leader who can build coalitions and achieve objectives. People start noticing this young man who combines personal capability with strategic intelligence, who can fight effectively but also think politically, and who honours his obligations and expects others to honour theirs. For several years, Temujin's followers live under Jamuka's protection. Temujin is still building his base of support, still accumulating followers and resources, still learning the complex art of steppe leadership. But fundamental differences between him and Jamuka are becoming apparent. Jamuka represents the traditional aristocratic model. He's from a good family, he inherited followers and status, and he expects to be followed because of who he is. He treats leadership as a birthright and maintains the traditional clan-based hierarchies. His approach works fine for maintaining existing power structures, but it doesn't offer much to talented people from minor clans or to those who weren't born into the right families. Temujin, shaped by his years of poverty and abandonment, is developing something different. He's building a meritocratic approach where talent and loyalty matter more than lineage. He promotes capable people regardless of their family background. He rewards those who prove themselves in battle or in administration. He treats followers as individuals who've chosen to support him, rather than as inherited property bound by clan obligations. This difference attracts people to Temujin's camp. Commoners who have no chance of advancement under the traditional system see opportunities with this new leader. Younger sons of nobility who won't inherit positions find that Temujin judges them by their abilities rather than their birth order. Talented individuals from minor clans discover that competence can overcome low status. The flow of people from Jamuka's camp to Temujin's camp becomes noticeable, then significant. The split, when it comes around 1187 or 1188, is triggered by something relatively minor. A dispute about where to set up camp, different preferences about grazing locations, or the kind of disagreement that normally gets negotiated easily. But it reflects the deeper tension between two incompatible approaches to leadership and organisation. According to The Secret History of the Mongols, written years later, Jamuka makes a cryptic comment about moving camp, suggesting they separate to avoid conflict between their followers. Temujin's mother, Hoelun, reportedly advises him not to break with Jamuka, warning that isolation is dangerous. But Temujin decides to separate anyway, and a significant number of people choose to follow him rather than stay with Jamuka. This choice by so many to follow Temujin over Jamuka is itself a vote of no confidence in the traditional system and an endorsement of Temujin's meritocratic approach. People are voting with their feet, choosing the leader who offers them opportunities over the leader who offers them inherited hierarchy. The split becomes formalised around 1189 when various clan leaders gather and proclaim Temujin as Khan. He's maybe 27 years old, leading a coalition built not on traditional clan structures but on personal loyalty and merit-based organisation. The title itself is significant. By calling him Khan, his supporters are claiming he has the authority to lead multiple clans, not just his own Borjigin clan. This infuriates Jamuka, who sees it as a betrayal of their brotherhood and a challenge to the traditional order. He begins assembling a coalition of tribes opposed to Temujin's rising power, calling on traditional clan loyalties and warning that Temujin's innovations threaten the established way of doing things. The next 15 years, from roughly 1190 to 1205, consist of nearly constant warfare, alliance building, betrayals, and the gradual consolidation of power. You witness this era as a warrior in Temujin's growing army, and what strikes you most is how differently he operates compared to traditional steppe leaders. The first major confrontation comes at the Battle of Dalan Balzut around 1190. Jamuka has assembled a coalition of 13 tribes, a significant force representing much of the traditional steppe aristocracy who view Temujin as an upstart threatening their positions. The battle goes badly for Temujin. His forces are outnumbered, outmaneuvered, and forced to retreat into the mountains. After the battle, Jamuka commits an atrocity that will haunt him for years. He captures several dozen of Temujin's followers and has them executed by boiling alive in 70 cauldrons. This extreme cruelty is intended to terrorise Temujin's supporters and demonstrate the cost of defying traditional authority. The plan backfires spectacularly. Many of Jamuka's own followers, disgusted by such brutal treatment of captured warriors who fought honourably, desert him. Some join Temujin directly, others simply withdraw their support. Steppe warfare can be vicious, but there are customary limits to how captured warriors are treated, especially those who fought bravely. Jamuka's violation of these norms costs him credibility and support. Temujin, meanwhile, is developing the military organisation that will eventually conquer much of Eurasia. He divides his army into units of tens, hundreds, and thousands, the decimal system. This organisational structure isn't entirely new. Similar systems existed among steppe peoples and in Chinese armies, but Temujin applies it systematically and uses it to break down traditional clan-based military formations. The innovation is in how he assigns people to these units. Instead of keeping clan members together, which reinforces existing loyalties. He deliberately mixes warriors from different clans in the same units. A unit of 10 might include warriors from 5 different tribal backgrounds, creating loyalty to the unit and to Temujin that supersedes clan loyalty. You experience this directly when you're assigned to a unit with warriors from clans that your family had feuded with for generations. Initially it feels wrong, a violation of natural order, but you spend months training together, fighting together, sharing dangers and victories, and something shifts. You start to identify with this unit as strongly as you identify with your clan. Maybe more strongly, because you chose this affiliation through your decision to follow Temujin rather than inheriting it at birth. Promotion in this system is based purely on demonstrated ability. Your commanding officer might be someone from a family your clan never would have followed traditionally, but he earned his position through skill in battle and tactical intelligence. This creates a military machine where talent rises naturally, and where soldiers know their commanders earn their positions through competence, not through accidents of birth. Temujin also institutes strict discipline. Soldiers who desert or disobey orders face execution. Plundering before a campaign is complete is forbidden. It disrupts military discipline and creates chaos, but soldiers who fight bravely and loyally receive generous rewards from the spoils of conquest. The system creates both accountability and incentive. Around 1196, an opportunity arises that demonstrates Temujin's political intelligence. The Jin dynasty, which controls northern China and demands tribute from the steppe tribes, is facing a rebellion from the Tatars, the same group that poisoned Temujin's father. The Jin ask for steppe allies to help suppress the Tatars, offering rewards for assistance. Temujin joins the campaign, fighting alongside the Jin against his father's murderers. This serves multiple purposes. It provides an opportunity to take revenge on the Tatars. It builds a relationship with the powerful Jin dynasty. It demonstrates that Temujin can be a reliable ally, and it yields spoils and recognition. The Jin grant Temujin a minor title, validating his status as a legitimate leader. But the relationships with his mentors and allies are becoming complicated. Togrul, the Keret Khan who helped Temujin in his early years, is growing jealous of his protege's rising power. Togrul's son Sengum particularly resents Temujin, viewing him as an ungrateful upstart who's outgrown his proper place. Around 1201, influenced by rivals and his son's jealousy, Togrul turns against Temujin. They plot to ambush him at a supposed reconciliation feast. Temujin gets warning of the plot from 2 herdsmen who overhear the planning and, loyal to Temujin rather than to their Keret clan, ride through the night to warn him. Temujin escapes the trap and withdraws to a region called Baljuna, taking only his most loyal followers. They're reduced to drinking muddy water from the Baljuna River and eating whatever game they can hunt. This is a low point, maybe the closest Temujin comes to complete defeat since his poverty years. But he uses this time to rebuild carefully. He gathers intelligence about Keret defences and internal politics. He reaches out to potential allies and to disaffected Keret leaders. He waits for the right moment, when Togrul is overconfident and unprepared. The attack, when it comes, is swift and decisive. Temujin's forces strike the Keret camp at night, achieving complete surprise. The battle is fierce but relatively brief. Togrul flees and is eventually killed by Naiman border guards who don't recognise him. Sengum escapes but is later killed. The Keret tribe, one of the most powerful on the steppe, is defeated and absorbed into Temujin's growing confederation. This victory is crucial for several reasons. It eliminates a major rival and father figure, forcing Temujin to stand fully on his own authority, rather than operating under Togrul's shadow. It brings substantial resources and followers under Temujin's control, and it demonstrates to other steppe leaders that Temujin is now a power that must be dealt with seriously. The Naimans, a powerful Turkic-speaking confederation controlling the western steppe, decide to resist Temujin's growing power. Their leader, Tayan Khan, influenced by his ambitious wife, Gurbasu, mocks Temujin's followers as women of the East and prepares for war. This turns out to be catastrophically poor judgment. In 1204, Temujin meets the Naimans in battle at Chakimaut. The fighting is intense, lasting from sunset through the night until dawn, but Temujin's better organised and better disciplined forces gradually overwhelm the Naimans. Tayang Khan is killed, and his son Kuchlug flees westward. What's significant about this victory isn't just the military achievement, but what Temujin does with it. He captures Tata Tonga, a Uyghur scribe who had served the Naimans. Instead of killing this foreign scholar, Temujin recognises his value. Tata Tonga understands literacy, record-keeping and administration in ways that steppe peoples traditionally don't emphasise. Temujin makes a crucial decision. He adopts the Uyghur script for writing Mongolian and tasks Tata Tonga with teaching it to Mongol princes and administrators. This begins the transition toward a literate administration, capable of maintaining records, sending written orders, and conducting diplomacy through formal correspondence rather than purely oral communication. You watch this transformation as someone who grew up in a purely oral culture. Suddenly, important decisions are being recorded, treaties are written down, tax obligations are documented, messages can be sent that say exactly what the sender intended, without the distortions that occur when information passes through multiple oral transmissions. It feels strange at first, seeing words captured on paper or silk, but the practical advantages become obvious quickly. Jamuka, Temujin's former blood brother, continues resisting but is increasingly isolated. By 1205, his position is hopeless. His own followers, tired of endless warfare and diminishing prospects, capture him and deliver him to Temujin. The confrontation between the two former friends is poignant. According to the sources, Temujin offers Jamuka reconciliation, suggesting they restore their brotherhood and that Jamuka take a position of honour in the growing Mongol confederation. It's hard to know if this offer is genuine or political theatre, but it reflects the complex feelings between them. They were genuinely close once, before ambition and incompatible visions of leadership drove them apart. Jamuka refuses. He argues that there can only be one sun in the sky, one Khan of the Mongols. He requests an honourable death, asking to be killed without spilling blood, traditionally done by breaking the back. Temujin, respecting this final request from his former Anda, grants it. Some sources suggest Jamuka's body was buried honourably, with Temujin reportedly mourning the loss of what their friendship might have been. With Jamuka's death, the last major internal Mongol resistance to Temujin's rule ends. He now controls or has submitted most of the Mongol and Turkic tribes of the eastern and central steppe. The fragmented tribal world he grew up in is being unified under single leadership for the first time in memory. In 1206, tribal leaders gather for a Kuriltai, a great assembly, near the source of the Onon River, in the sacred Burkan Khaldun mountain region, where Temujin had hidden and prayed during desperate times. You attend this gathering as a mid-level officer in Temujin's army, one among thousands of warriors, leaders, and representatives from dozens of tribes. The atmosphere combines celebration with uncertainty. People understand they're participating in something unprecedented, the unification of the Mongol peoples under a single Khan. But nobody quite knows what this new political entity will become or how it will function. The traditional tribal system is being superseded by something new, and change always creates anxiety alongside hope. The formal proclamation of Temujin as Genghis Khan, the title's exact meaning remains debated among scholars. It might mean universal ruler, or oceanic ruler, or fierce ruler. Represents more than just a change of title. It's the establishment of a new political order with explicit principles and structures. Genghis Khan addresses the assembly, and his speech is characteristically practical rather than grandiose. He doesn't claim divine right or inherited authority from ancient emperors. Instead, he talks about organisation, about the importance of communication and coordination, about treating people fairly regardless of their origin, and about building something that will outlast any individual leader. He's establishing a system, not just claiming personal power. The Yasa, the legal code, is proclaimed. Its provisions cover both military organisation and civil behaviour. Some key principles, Theft is severely punished. Stealing livestock, which is both livelihood and wealth on the steppe, can result in death. Even minor theft receives harsh penalties. The severity serves a purpose. It creates security of property that enables trade and investment. When people know their possessions are protected by law rather than just by family strength, they can engage in economic activity with greater confidence. Adultery is forbidden and punished harshly. This isn't moralism, it's about maintaining family stability and clear inheritance lines, both crucial for a society organised around kinship networks, even as those networks are being supplemented by new organisational structures. Lying, especially in legal proceedings, carries serious consequences. Genghis Khan has learned that justice depends on truthful testimony, and witnesses who lie undermine the entire legal system. The penalties for perjury are severe enough to encourage honesty, but the truly revolutionary aspect is that these laws apply to everyone equally. A noble who steals faces the same punishment as a commoner who steals. A Khan's relative who commits adultery is punished the same as anyone else. Even members of Genghis Khan's own family must follow the same rules as everyone else. This is radical for a society where status traditionally provided immunity from consequences. Religious tolerance becomes explicit, formal policy. Genghis Khan proclaims that all religions are to be respected and that religious leaders are exempt from taxation and military service. Buddhist monks, Christian priests, Muslim imams, Taoist sages and shamanic practitioners all receive the same legal protection and privileges. You witness this policy's implementation when various religious leaders present themselves at court. A Nestorian Christian monk from Central Asia offers prayers in his tradition. A Buddhist Lama from Tibet performs rituals. A Muslim scholar recites from the Quran. A shamanist performs traditional Mongol ceremonies. Genghis Khan observes all of them with apparent interest but favours none. The message is clear. Believe whatever you want, worship however you choose, as long as you follow the civil laws and contribute to the empire's defence and administration. This tolerance isn't based on modern philosophical principles about religious freedom. It's pragmatic calculation. Genghis Khan recognises that forcing religious uniformity creates conflict, resentment, and rebellion. He's seen religious wars devastate societies. He understands that talented people come from all religious backgrounds, and excluding them based on belief would weaken his administration. Why limit yourself to Mongol shamanic practitioners when you can recruit Christian administrators, Muslim merchants, Buddhist scholars, and Taoist advisors? The military organisation becomes formalised and extended. The decimal system applies empire-wide. Units of 10 commanded by leaders of 10, units of 100 commanded by leaders of 100, units of 1,000 commanded by leaders of 1,000, and tumens, units of 10,000, commanded by the most capable and trusted generals. Promotion through these ranks is based purely on merit. A commoner can become a leader of 10, 100, or even 1,000 if they excel in battle. Conversely, a noble who proves incompetent can be demoted or dismissed. This creates a meritocracy that's radical for its time, and that attracts talented individuals from across the empire. The military code is strict. Soldiers who desert face execution. Soldiers who plunder before a campaign face severe punishment. Soldiers who fail to support their comrades in battle can be executed. But soldiers who fight bravely, who show initiative and intelligence, and who achieve objectives efficiently receive generous rewards from the spoils of conquest and public recognition of their achievements. Genghis Khan establishes the Keshik, an imperial guard of 10,000 warriors who serve as both bodyguards and a training ground for future leaders. Membership in the Keshik is highly prestigious and competitive. Even the son of a leader of 10 in the Keshik outranks ordinary commanders of 1,000, creating incentive for ambitious young men to seek these positions. The Keshik becomes a meritocratic funnel for identifying and developing talent. The treatment of conquered peoples follows clear patterns that Genghis Khan has developed through experience. Cities and tribes that surrender peacefully are generally spared major violence and incorporated into the empire with their existing structures largely intact. Leaders who submit voluntarily often retain their positions under Mongol supervision. Populations that surrender pay taxes and provide soldiers, but otherwise continue their lives relatively normally. Cities that resist and are taken by force face brutal consequences. The resistance is punished, often through mass executions of fighting-age men and enslavement, or relocation of civilians. The brutality serves multiple purposes. It's revenge for the costs of resistance, it eliminates potential future rebellions, and it sends a message to other cities that resistance is costly, while surrender is relatively painless. But even in conquest, Genghis Khan is selective about who suffers. Artisans, craftspeople, engineers, scholars, anyone with useful skills are deliberately spared and often relocated to where their talents are most needed. When a city is sacked, the Mongol commanders have orders to identify and preserve people with valuable skills. A metalworker might be sent to Mongolia to improve weapon production. A scholar might be sent to the capital to educate Mongol princes. An engineer might be assigned to the army to assist with siege warfare. Starting around 1209, Genghis Khan turns his full attention southward toward the settled kingdoms of China. This represents a significant shift in Mongol strategy. The steppe tribes are now unified. The next phase is expanding beyond the traditional nomadic territories into the wealthy, agricultural and urban civilizations that the Mongols have historically raided but never conquered. The Western Xia, a Tangut kingdom controlling the Gansu corridor, and the crucial trade routes connecting China to Central Asia, becomes the first target. The Western Xia had previously treated the Mongols dismissively, demanding tribute and acting as intermediaries between the Mongols and the Jin dynasty. The Tanguts are powerful, possessing strong fortifications and significant military forces, but they make a critical error in underestimating Mongol capabilities. You participate in these early campaigns as a mid-level officer, and what strikes you immediately is how much the Mongol military is evolving. The traditional steppe warfare, fast cavalry raids, feigned retreats, and encirclement tactics remains central to Mongol strategy. But Genghis Khan recognizes that conquering fortified cities requires new capabilities. He systematically addresses this weakness by recruiting Chinese engineers and military specialists who understand siege warfare. These experts teach the Mongols to build and operate siege equipment, trebuchets for hurling stones at walls, siege towers for scaling fortifications, battering rams for breaking gates, and various other devices that steppe peoples traditionally lacked. The combination proves devastating. Mongol armies can move with the speed and flexibility of traditional nomadic forces, covering vast distances rapidly, and appearing where enemies don't expect them. But when they encounter fortified positions, they can also conduct sophisticated siege operations that eventually reduce even strong defences. The campaigns against Western Xia demonstrate the Mongol military system's effectiveness. The Mongol army raids deep into Tangut territory, destroys field armies that come out to fight, besieges key cities, and gradually weakens Western Xia's capacity for resistance. The Tanguts sue for peace in 1210, agreeing to provide tribute and military support and submit to Mongol suzerainty. Genghis Khan accepts this submission. He's not yet interested in directly governing these territories, just in establishing dominance and extracting resources. But the real prize is the Jin dynasty, which controls northern China, possesses vast wealth and population, has sophisticated military forces, and initially considers the Mongols a minor nuisance rather than a serious threat. This miscalculation will prove catastrophic for the Jin. The Jin dynasty has a complicated history with the steppe peoples. They had conquered northern China from the Song dynasty decades earlier, establishing themselves as a major power. They've traditionally dealt with steppe tribes through a combination of tribute payments, divide and conquer diplomacy, and military expeditions when necessary. They view the Mongols as just another troublesome steppe group that can be managed through traditional methods. Genghis Khan begins the Jin campaign around 1211 with characteristic systematic planning. He doesn't attempt to conquer all of Jin territory immediately. That would overextend his forces and create logistical nightmares. Instead, he conducts carefully planned campaigns that gradually weaken Jin power while building Mongol capabilities for governing settled populations. The pattern repeats across multiple campaigns. Mongol armies raid Jin territory, destroy field armies that come out to fight them, besiege and capture strategic cities, and then withdraw with spoils and captives before Jin forces can mass for an effective counterattack. Each campaign leaves the Jin weaker, less capable of mounting effective defence, and more demoralised. You participate in one of these campaigns and witness the evolution of Mongol warfare. The army moves with astonishing speed, cavalry units covering perhaps 50 to 70 miles per day when necessary. The Mongols travel with multiple horses per warrior, rotating mounts to maintain the pace. They carry minimal supplies, living off the land and off captured provisions, which keeps them mobile while enemy armies bog down with supply trains. Intelligence gathering is systematic and sophisticated. Genghis Khan employs extensive networks of merchants, travellers and spies who gather information about enemy defences, resources, troop movements and internal politics. Before attacking a city, the Mongol commanders often know details about its garrison strength, food supplies, water sources, leadership conflicts and defensive weaknesses. This intelligence advantage allows them to exploit vulnerabilities and avoid unnecessary risks. The psychological warfare is deliberate and effective. Stories of Mongol cruelty spread through refugees and survivors, often exaggerated in the retelling. Cities facing Mongol attack hear tales of mass executions, of cities reduced to rubble, of populations enslaved or massacred. This terror sometimes encourages surrender without fighting, saving the Mongols the cost of siege warfare. But when cities do surrender peacefully, Genghis Khan generally keeps his word about moderate treatment. He's learned that a reputation for keeping promises to those who surrender is militarily valuable. It encourages future surrenders. A city that submits peacefully typically pays substantial tribute, provides hostages to guarantee future cooperation, and supplies provisions to the Mongol army, but its population survives and its basic structures remain intact. The siege of Zhongdu, modern Beijing, in 1214 demonstrates Mongol capabilities at their peak. The city is enormous, strongly fortified and defended by large Jin armies. The Mongols can't storm it directly, the defences are too strong. Instead, they besiege it systematically, cutting supply lines, preventing relief forces from reaching it, and waiting for starvation and disease to do the work that direct assault can't accomplish. The siege lasts months. Inside the city, food supplies dwindle, disease spreads, and morale collapses. The Jin Emperor abandons the city and flees south to Kaifeng. The remaining defenders, leaderless and hopeless, eventually negotiate surrender. The Mongols allow most of the population to survive, but thoroughly loot the city, extracting an enormous quantity of gold, silver, silk, and other valuable goods. What you notice during these campaigns is how Genghis Khan handles the administration of conquered territory. He doesn't try to govern everything directly through Mongol administrators. Most Mongols don't understand agricultural societies, taxation systems, or urban administration. Instead, he appoints local leaders who submit to Mongol authority, but who understand how to actually govern these populations. He also begins recruiting Chinese administrators and bureaucrats, who can manage the complex systems required for governing settled agricultural societies. These Chinese officials teach the Mongols about taxation systems that don't simply plunder populations dry, about agricultural management that maintains productivity, and about record keeping and bureaucracy that enables consistent governance across large territories. The incorporation of Chinese administrative practices begins transforming the Mongol state. Mongol leaders start employing scribes who maintain written records. Tax collection becomes more systematic and less arbitrary. Census taking begins, crude at first but gradually improving, providing information about population and resources that enables better planning. The Mongol army itself evolves during these campaigns. It incorporates Chinese engineers who can build increasingly sophisticated siege equipment. It adds infantry units recruited from conquered populations to complement the core cavalry forces. It develops more complex logistic systems to supply armies campaigning far from the steppe, including supply depots, transport networks, and systematic foraging procedures. The learning curve is steep, paid for in setbacks and failures, but Genghis Khan demonstrates remarkable flexibility in adopting whatever methods work. When traditional steppe tactics prove insufficient, he adapts. When his commanders make mistakes, he adjusts strategies. When new technologies or techniques appear useful, he incorporates them. This adaptability, as much as military prowess, explains Mongol success. The year 1218 brings a crisis that will redirect Mongol expansion and ultimately devastate Central Asia. A trade caravan sent by Genghis Khan to the Khwarezmian Empire, a powerful Muslim state controlling much of Central Asia, Persia and Afghanistan, is attacked at the border city of Otrar. The governor, Inalchuk, accuses the merchants of being spies and has them executed along with confiscating their valuable goods. Genghis Khan sends ambassadors demanding restitution, punishment of Inalchuk, and assurances this won't happen again. This is standard diplomatic procedure following an incident affecting merchants under imperial protection. Shah Muhammad II, the Khwarezmian ruler, makes what will prove to be one of history's most catastrophic errors in judgment. Instead of apologising and punishing Inalchuk, Shah Muhammad executes the lead Mongol ambassador and sends the others back with their beards shaved, a grave insult in both Mongol and Muslim cultures. This is essentially a declaration that the Khwarezmian Empire doesn't fear the Mongols and won't submit to their demands. You watch Genghis Khan's reaction, and it's chilling in its controlled fury. He doesn't rage or make immediate threats. Instead, he withdraws for several days to the mountains to pray and contemplate. When he returns, he's made his decision. The Khwarezmian Empire will be destroyed as an object lesson that attacking Mongol merchants and killing Mongol ambassadors carries consequences that no amount of distance or fortification can prevent. The preparation for this campaign is methodical and extensive. Genghis Khan assembles perhaps 150,000 to 200,000 troops. The exact numbers are debated, but it's clearly the largest force he's ever commanded. He brings his best generals, most experienced troops, and most sophisticated siege equipment. He gathers intelligence about Khwarezmian defences, resources, and internal politics. He plans the campaign with the care of someone who knows this will be different from anything the Mongols have attempted before. The Khwarezmian Empire is wealthy, urbanized, and militarily powerful. Shah Muhammad commands armies numbering in the hundreds of thousands. His empire includes some of the greatest cities in the Islamic world: Bukhara, Samarkand, Urgench, Merv, Herat, and many others. The fortifications are strong, the garrisons are substantial, and the territory is vast. But Shah Muhammad makes a critical strategic error that dooms his empire. Instead of concentrating his forces to meet the Mongols in decisive battle, he disperses them in garrison duty across his numerous cities. This defensive strategy seems logical: protect the valuable urban centres, but it allows Genghis Khan to defeat the Khwarezmian forces piecemeal, preventing them from combining their strength. In 1219, the Mongol invasion begins. Genghis Khan divides his forces into multiple armies that can operate independently while maintaining coordination through the sophisticated messenger system. This allows him to threaten multiple objectives simultaneously, forcing Shah Muhammad to guess which targets are primary and which are feints. You're part of the main army that Genghis Khan personally commands, and the campaign scale dwarfs anything you've experienced. The Mongol army moves across the Sirdarya River and penetrates deep into Khwarezmian territory. The speed of advance catches defenders unprepared. They expect the Mongols to move more slowly, to follow conventional invasion routes, and to pause and consolidate after initial victories. The city of Otrar, where the merchants were killed, receives special attention. Genghis Khan assigns one army to besiege it, while the main forces continue advancing. The siege lasts 5 months before Otrar falls. Inalchuk, the governor responsible for killing the merchants, is captured and reportedly executed by having molten silver poured into his eyes and ears, a punishment that symbolically connects to his greed for the merchants' goods. Bukhara, one of the great centres of Islamic learning and culture, is next. The Mongol army appears before the city in 1220, having crossed distances that the defenders thought provided safety. The garrison attempts to break out and escape rather than endure a siege, but the Mongols slaughter them in the field. The city leadership, left without military protection, surrenders. What happens next becomes one of the most famous incidents of the conquest. Genghis Khan reportedly enters Bukhara, goes to the main mosque, and addresses the assembled population. According to Persian historians writing later, he climbs the pulpit and announces that he is the punishment of God, sent to chastise them for their sins, that if they had not committed great sins, God would not have sent a punishment like him. Whether he actually said this, or whether its later embellishment, is debatable. Genghis Khan wasn't fluent in Persian, and the story appears in sources written decades later. But the narrative captures something psychologically important about how the conquest was experienced and remembered as a divine punishment, an apocalyptic judgment that destroyed the normal order of things. The Mongols systematically loot Bukhara. They spare most of the population but conscript many for labour and military service. They execute the garrison and anyone identified as having resisted. They burn parts of the city, destroy fortifications, and leave it permanently weakened. The destruction serves both practical purposes, eliminating potential resistance, and strategic ones, encouraging other cities to surrender rather than face similar fates. Samarkand, perhaps the greatest city in Central Asia, proves more difficult. The city is enormous, strongly fortified, and defended by a garrison of perhaps 60,000 to 100,000 soldiers. Again, numbers are disputed. The Mongols surround it with perhaps 150,000 troops and begin systematic siege operations. The siege demonstrates the sophisticated military capabilities the Mongols have developed. They employ Chinese siege engines to bombard the walls. They build siege towers to scale fortifications. They divert water supplies. They use prisoners as human shields to discourage defenders from fighting. They negotiate with city leaders, offering terms for surrender while simultaneously preparing for assault. After about a week of siege, a relatively brief time for a city of this size, Samarkand's leadership surrenders. The garrison is executed, craftsmen and skilled workers are conscripted and relocated, much of the population is temporarily expelled while the city is looted, and a Mongol governor is installed. The famous structures and libraries that made Samarkand a centre of learning are either destroyed or gutted. The destruction of these great cities creates trauma that echoes through Islamic civilization for generations. Later, Persian historians, writing decades after the events, record death tolls that seem impossible. Hundreds of thousands or even millions killed in individual cities. Modern historians are sceptical of these numbers, noting that they're often rounded figures that probably represent the entire regional population, rather than actual deaths, and that sources had incentive to exaggerate Mongol brutality. But even accounting for exaggeration, the destruction was real and substantial. Urban culture in Central Asia suffered devastating blows. Irrigation systems that took centuries to build were destroyed. Libraries and schools were burned. Craftsmen were killed or relocated. Economic networks were disrupted. The region took generations to recover, and some areas never fully regained their former prosperity. Meanwhile, Shah Muhammad flees westward, pursued by two of Genghis Khan's best generals, Subutai and Jebe, leading perhaps 20,000 cavalry. This pursuit becomes almost absurd in its scope. The Mongol armies chase Shah Muhammad across Persia, through the Caucasus Mountains, around the Caspian Sea, and finally to an island in the Caspian where he dies. probably from dysentery or pleurisy, broken, defeated and abandoned even by his remaining followers. But Subutai and JB don't stop. They continue westward on what becomes a reconnaissance expedition, probing territories that have never encountered Mongol forces. They raid through Azerbaijan, penetrate into Georgia, cross the Caucasus Mountains into the steppes north of the Black Sea, defeat a combined force of Russian princes and Kipchak warriors at the Kalka River in 1223, then loop back eastward to rejoin Genghis Khan. This expedition, covering perhaps 8,000 miles in 3 years, demonstrates Mongol capabilities at their peak. A relatively small force operates independently deep in enemy territory, defeats every enemy it encounters, gathers intelligence about regions the Mongols might later conquer, and returns with minimal losses. It's a preview of campaigns that will devastate Eastern Europe 2 decades later. By the early 1220s, Genghis Khan controls territory stretching from the Pacific Ocean to the Caspian Sea, from Siberian forests to the Persian Gulf approaches. Managing this empire requires innovations in communication, trade, and administration that equal his military achievements. You're working in the imperial administration now, helping establish and maintain the Yam system, a postal relay network that becomes one of the Mongol Empire's most impressive and consequential achievements. The system builds on existing relay networks used by previous empires. The Persians, Chinese and others had similar systems, but the Mongols extend and systematize it on an unprecedented scale. Stations are built along all major routes, spaced roughly a day's hard ride apart, perhaps 25 to 30 miles. Each station maintains fresh horses, supplies, food, and riders, ready to carry messages or transport officials. The stations are stocked systematically, managed by appointed officials, and subject to regular inspection to ensure they're maintained properly. The system operates with remarkable efficiency. An urgent message can travel from one end of the empire to the other in perhaps 2 to 3 weeks, an astonishing speed for the era. By comparison, European kingdoms might take months to coordinate actions between distant regions. Officials carrying the paisa, a tablet made of gold, silver or wood depending on rank, identifying them as imperial messengers, receive priority treatment at all stations and can requisition horses, food, shelter and assistance as needed. This communication network makes imperial administration possible across vast distances. Genghis Khan can send orders to distant governors and receive compliance within weeks rather than months. He can receive intelligence reports about threats or opportunities and respond before situations develop beyond control. He can coordinate military campaigns across multiple fronts separated by thousands of miles. The Yam system transforms how empires can function, enabling centralized control over territories that previous rulers could only govern loosely. The economic implications prove equally important. The security Genghis Khan provides along trade routes, combined with the communication infrastructure that supports commerce, encourages trade on an unprecedented scale. The Silk Road, which had always existed in fragments controlled by different powers, demanding tolls and offering varying levels of security, becomes for the first time in history a relatively unified system under single management. You see the results in daily life as you help administer trade routes. Merchants travelling from China to Persia no longer need to negotiate with dozens of different powers, pay arbitrary tolls at every border, hire armed guards to protect against bandits, or navigate complex and contradictory legal systems. They pay standardized taxes to Mongol authorities, receive protection under imperial law, and can conduct business with reasonable confidence that contracts will be enforced and property will be protected. This creates wealth that flows into the empire's coffers through taxation, but more importantly, it creates economic integration and cultural exchange. Silk moves westward in vast quantities, enriching Chinese producers and Central Asian merchants while providing luxury goods to Persian and eventually European markets. Silver flows eastward, driven by Chinese demand for precious metals. Spices travel from south to north. Furs move from north to south. Each trade route becomes a conduit not just for goods, but for ideas, technologies, and cultural practices. The religious tolerance that Genghis Khan established becomes even more evident and important during this era of expanded trade and contact. You encounter extraordinary diversity in any major city along the trade routes. Nestorian Christians from Central Asia, working alongside Buddhist monks from China, Muslim merchants from Persia, trading with shamanist Mongols, Taoist sages consulting with Manichaean scholars, and Jewish traders conducting business with Hindu craftsmen. And nobody finds this particularly remarkable. The empire's policy is clear and consistently enforced. Believe whatever you want, worship however you choose, follow whatever dietary restrictions your religion requires, and observe whatever holy days you prefer, as long as you follow the civil laws, pay your taxes, and contribute to the empire's defence when required. Genghis Khan actively encourages this diversity through explicit policy. He grants tax exemptions to all religious institutions, mosques, churches, monasteries, temples, and synagogues. He protects places of worship from desecration or destruction. He prohibits religious discrimination in commerce or administration. He employs talented individuals regardless of their religion. Muslim administrators managing taxation systems, Christian scribes maintaining records, Buddhist advisors providing counsel on governance, and Taoist sages offering wisdom about health and longevity. This isn't altruism or philosophical commitment to religious freedom in any modern sense. It's practical recognition that diverse sources of talent and knowledge make the empire stronger. Why limit yourself to Mongol shamanists when you can also recruit the administrative expertise of Chinese Confucian bureaucrats, the commercial networks of Muslim merchants, the scholarly traditions of Christian monasteries, and the scientific knowledge of Persian astronomers? The cultural and technological exchange facilitated by this integrated trade network transforms societies across Eurasia. Chinese technologies spread westward. Gunpowder, which will revolutionize warfare, printing, which will democratize knowledge, the compass, which enables navigation, and paper currency, which facilitates commerce. Islamic scientific knowledge spreads eastward. Advanced mathematics, including algebra, sophisticated astronomy enabling accurate calendars, medical knowledge accumulated from Greek, Persian, and Indian sources, and architectural techniques for building large domes and complex structures. European goods and ideas begin reaching East Asia in significant quantities for the first time. Mongol rule creates, for a brief historical moment, something approaching a unified Eurasian economy, enabling exchanges that wouldn't occur again at this scale until the modern era. You witness some of this exchange directly. A Chinese engineer arrives at a Mongol military camp bringing designs for improved siege weapons. A Persian astronomer sets up an observatory teaching Mongol princes about celestial mechanics. A European merchant brings samples of glass and woolen cloth, trading them for silk and porcelain. A Buddhist missionary from Tibet discusses philosophy with a Nestorian monk, while a Muslim scholar observes and comments. The intellectual and cultural ferment this creates is unprecedented. The administrative sophistication continues developing. The empire conducts censuses to better understand its population and resources, initially crude counts but gradually becoming more systematic. Tax records are maintained with increasing care, using written documentation that allows for planning and forecasting rather than just ad hoc extraction. Postal records track message traffic, enabling administrators to identify problems in the system and optimize routes. Legal administration becomes more formalized. Judges applying the yasa accumulate precedents and interpretations that add nuance to the original principles. The fundamental rules remain constant: equality before law, protection of property, religious tolerance, merit-based advancement. But the applications become more sophisticated as the empire governs increasingly diverse populations with varying customs and expectations. By 1226, Genghis Khan is in his mid-60s, an impressive age for someone who spent his entire adult life in warfare, outdoor living, and constant travel. His body shows the accumulated damage of decades, old wounds that ache in cold weather, joints stiffened by countless hours on horseback, and the general erosion that active life brings. But his mind remains sharp, his strategic thinking undiminished, and his determination unweakened. The Western Shia, which he first campaigned against years earlier, and which had submitted to Mongol suzerainty, has refused to provide military support for campaigns against the Khwarezmian Empire. The refusal comes with insulting language, suggesting that if Genghis Khan cannot fight his own battles, he shouldn't be Khan. This combination of disobedience and insult is intolerable. Despite his age and declining health, Genghis Khan personally leads one final campaign against Western Shia. You're part of this expedition, now an older officer yourself, and it's clear that Genghis Khan is driving himself beyond his physical limits. He's determined to complete this campaign, to punish the Tanguts for their disobedience, and to establish definitively that submission to Mongol authority must be complete and permanent. During the campaign, Genghis Khan suffers an accident while hunting, either a fall from his horse, or possibly being thrown when his horse is startled. He's injured, possibly internally, and never fully recovers. He develops fever and weakness but refuses to abandon the campaign. The Mongol army continues its systematic destruction of Western Shia's capacity for resistance, besieging cities, accepting surrenders, and gradually crushing all opposition. In August of 1227, Genghis Khan dies. The exact circumstances remain unclear. Some sources suggest complications from his hunting injury, others mention illness, possibly typhoid or dysentery, and still others hint at violence, though this seems less likely given the sources and circumstances. What's certain is that he dies during the Western Shia campaign, and according to some accounts, his final orders demand that the Western Shia ruling family be exterminated as punishment for causing him to campaign in his final years. His death is kept secret initially. The Mongol army is deep in enemy territory, and announcing the Khan's death might encourage resistance or enable enemies to attack during the vulnerable transition period. The body is transported back to Mongolia in secrecy. According to tradition, everyone the funeral cortege encounters is killed to preserve the secret of his burial location and to provide the deceased Khan with servants in the afterlife. The exact burial site remains unknown to this day. Tradition holds that he's buried somewhere in the sacred Burkhan Khaldun mountain region, where he had hidden and prayed during desperate times in his youth. The site is deliberately left unmarked, protected by prohibitions against disturbing the area and lost to history. Modern attempts to locate the tomb using various technologies have so far failed, but Genghis Khan had planned for succession, understanding that his death shouldn't plunge the empire into chaos. He designated his third son, Ögedei, as his principal heir. Not his eldest son, Yochi, whose paternity had always been questioned, and who had died earlier anyway. Not his second son, Chagatai, who was too quarrelsome and rigid in his thinking. Not his youngest son, Tolui, who was talented but perhaps too young, and who held the traditional role of inheriting the father's herds and homeland. Ögedei, competent and diplomatic, capable of building consensus and managing the competing interests of relatives and generals, would continue his father's work. The succession proceeds remarkably smoothly, a testament to the institutional structures Genghis Khan built. A Kurultai is held in 1229, and Ögedei is formally proclaimed as Great Khan. The empire doesn't fragment into warring factions. The administrative systems continue functioning. The postal network keeps operating. The laws remain in force. The military maintains its organization and discipline. The transition demonstrates that the empire has become larger than any individual, even its founder. You're older now, working in civil administration rather than fighting, and you witness the empire's continued expansion under Ögedei's rule. In many ways, Ögedei proves an ideal successor. He lacks his father's charisma and strategic genius, but possesses strong administrative skills and the political wisdom to work effectively with the powerful generals and princes he's inherited. Ugadai completes the conquest of the Jin dynasty that his father began. The final Jin emperor dies in 1234, ending a dynasty that had ruled northern China for over a century. The conquered territories are incorporated into the Mongol Empire, though administration remains challenging. Governing settled agricultural populations requires different skills than ruling nomadic tribes, and the Mongols are still learning. Ugadai also continues expansion westward. He sends armies into Eastern Europe under the command of Batu Khan, Genghis Khan's grandson through Jochi, and the brilliant general Subutai. From 1237 through 1241, Mongol forces sweep through Russia, Poland and Hungary, defeating every army that opposes them. The European campaigns demonstrate Mongol military capabilities at their peak. At the Battle of Liegnitz in 1241, Mongol forces defeat a combined Polish-German army using sophisticated tactics, including feigned retreats and coordinated charges from multiple directions. At the Battle of Mohi in Hungary the same year, they annihilate a large Hungarian army through superior reconnaissance, coordination, and tactical flexibility. European Christendom is terrified. The Mongols seem invincible, appearing and disappearing with supernatural speed, defeating every force sent against them, and using tactics and coordination that European commanders can't counter. Chroniclers describe them as God's punishment for Christian sins, or as demonic forces presaging the apocalypse. The rapid Mongol advance seems unstoppable. But then, abruptly, the Mongols withdraw. Ugadai dies in December 1241, possibly from alcoholism, possibly from other causes, and the Mongol commanders in Europe receive word and return for the succession Kuriltai. The invasion of Western Europe never resumes, though the reasons are debated by historians. The immediate cause is Ugadai's death, but deeper factors include the marginal value of European territories compared to richer lands in the Middle East and China, and the logistical difficulties of campaigning so far from the Mongol heartland. But what's really developing during this period is the full flowering of the systems Genghis Khan created. The empire isn't just a collection of conquered territories, it's becoming an integrated political, economic and cultural entity with sophisticated institutions. The legal system continues evolving, maintaining core principles while developing nuance and precedent. The Yasa remains the fundamental law, but judges accumulate experience in applying it to diverse situations. Mixed tribunals sometimes include judges from different backgrounds to ensure fairness when disputes cross cultural lines. Legal decisions are increasingly documented, creating a body of case law that guides future judgments. The economic integration accelerates dramatically. The Silk Road reaches its historical zenith under Mongol protection. Merchants can travel from Korea to Hungary under single management, protected by Mongol law, using standardized currencies and weights, confident their contracts will be enforced and their goods protected. This creates prosperity that benefits the empire through taxation and participating regions through increased trade. You help manage segments of this trade network and witness its sophistication. Caravanserais, fortified rest stops, are built along trade routes, providing secure lodging, fresh animals, supplies and banking services. Merchants can deposit money in one city and withdraw it in another through sophisticated bills of exchange, avoiding the risk of carrying large amounts of coin or precious metals. Commercial contracts are enforced by imperial courts that understand trade practices and can adjudicate disputes efficiently. The cultural exchange becomes truly remarkable. You attend gatherings in the imperial capital where scholars from across the empire exchange knowledge. Chinese engineers demonstrate new siege technologies. Persian astronomers share observations and calculations. Indian mathematicians explain advanced numerical systems, including the concept of zero. European merchants describe their trade networks and political systems. The Mongol court becomes genuinely cosmopolitan, employing administrators and advisors from dozens of different backgrounds. Religious debates occur where Buddhist, Christian, Muslim and Taoist representatives argue their positions before the Khan and his court. Not to determine which religion is correct, the empire maintains its policy of tolerance, but as an intellectual exercise and entertainment. This cultural mixing creates innovation and synthesis. Chinese medicine incorporates ideas from Persian and Indian traditions. Islamic astronomy benefits from Chinese observations. Mongol military tactics integrate siege technologies from multiple sources. Artistic styles blend, creating hybrid forms that draw from multiple traditions. The administrative sophistication increases steadily. Census taking becomes more systematic and regular, providing detailed information about population distribution, economic resources, and military capacity. Tax collection becomes more rationalized, with rates based on productivity and ability to pay rather than arbitrary extraction. The bureaucracy grows more professional, with specialized departments handling different aspects of governance. The empire establishes a postal system that handles not just official messages, but also begins enabling private correspondence and commercial communications. The yam stations, originally built for military and administrative purposes, become nodes in a broader communication network that facilitates commerce and cultural exchange. Looking back from the 1240s and 1250s, you can assess what Genghis Khan and his immediate successors actually accomplished. The territorial conquest is obvious and unprecedented. The Mongol Empire at its height controls more territory than any empire in history, stretching from Korea to Hungary, from Siberia to the Persian Gulf. But the conquest alone doesn't explain why the empire functioned as effectively as it did, or why its influence persisted long after its political unity dissolved. The real achievements were organisational, institutional and cultural. The Pax Mongolica, the Mongol Peace, enables trade and travel across Eurasia on an unprecedented scale. For perhaps a century, merchants can travel from China to Europe with reasonable security, paying standardised tolls, operating under consistent legal systems, and moving goods in quantities that would have been impossible during periods of fragmentation and chronic warfare. This economic integration creates wealth and facilitates exchanges that wouldn't occur otherwise. Technologies and ideas that might have remained localized spread rapidly across the empire. Chinese inventions reach Europe, Islamic science reaches China, and European goods reach East Asia. The Mongol Empire functions as a massive network for exchanging not just commodities, but also knowledge, techniques, and cultural practices. The meritocratic principles Genghis Khan established, however imperfectly realized, demonstrate that talent can be recognized and rewarded regardless of birth. This isn't democracy or equality in any modern sense. The empire remains hierarchical and often brutal, but it represents movement towards systems that value contribution over inherited status. A talented administrator from a conquered people can reach positions of real authority. A brave warrior from a minor clan can become a general. Birth still matters, but competence matters more than it had before. The religious tolerance enables governance of diverse populations without the constant sectarian conflicts that plague many other empires. People of different faiths coexist and cooperate under common civil law. This creates a model, however temporarily sustained, for how multi-religious societies might function. The principle that people can worship differently while cooperating politically and economically influences how later societies think about religious diversity. The legal system, emphasizing consistent application regardless of social status, creates a sense of fairness that generates loyalty and enables economic activity. When people know rules will be applied predictably, they can plan, invest and engage in long-term projects with greater confidence. The Yasa isn't perfect, no human legal system ever is, but it's remarkably functional for its time and scale. The communication and transportation infrastructure enables administration and commerce across unprecedented distances. The YAM system allows information to flow rapidly, enabling coordination and control that would otherwise be impossible. The protected trade routes create economic benefits that make the empire wealthy beyond what conquest alone could achieve. The systematic incorporation of conquered elites and populations, rather than their universal extermination, preserves talent and knowledge. Chinese engineers, Persian administrators, Turkish craftsmen, Russian artisans and European merchants all contribute their skills to the empire instead of being destroyed by it. This isn't mercy in any emotional sense, but practical recognition that killing talented people is wasteful, and that governing conquered territories requires understanding local conditions and customs. The Mongol Empire eventually fragments, as all empires do. Ogeday's successors quarrel over succession. The empire splits into separate khanates that gradually develop independent identities. The Golden Horde in Russia and Eastern Europe, the Ilkhanate in Persia and the Middle East, the Chagatai Khanate in Central Asia, and the Yuan dynasty in China. These successor states maintain varying degrees of coordination and shared identity, but the unified empire that Genghis Khan created and Ogeday maintained doesn't survive into the late 13th century as a single political entity. The Yuan dynasty in China is overthrown in 1368 by the Ming dynasty. The other khanates gradually weaken, are conquered by rising powers, or transform into different political entities. By the 15th century, the unified Mongol Empire exists only in memory. Yet Genghis Khan's legacy persists in ways that transcend political boundaries and outlast specific institutions. The systems he created, the principles he established, and the connections he forged between East and West had permanent effects on human civilization. The trade networks Genghis Khan protected and expanded created economic and cultural integration that persisted long after Mongol political control ended. The Silk Road, having reached its peak under Mongol protection, continued functioning even as the empire fragmented. The commercial practices, banking methods, and trade routes established during the Mongol period influenced how later empires and eventually modern global commerce developed. The religious tolerance demonstrated that diverse faiths could coexist under common political authority. This wasn't perfectly maintained. Human institutions rarely achieve perfection, but the principle was established and demonstrated at a massive scale. Later rulers facing religious diversity could look to the Mongol example and see that tolerance was possible and often advantageous. The administrative innovations, postal systems, census-taking, systematic taxation, and professional bureaucracy provided models that later empires studied and adapted. The Ming dynasty, which overthrew the Mongols in China, nevertheless maintained many Mongol administrative practices because they worked. The Ottoman, Safavid and Mughal empires all studied Mongol governance methods and incorporated useful elements. The military innovations influenced warfare for centuries. The emphasis on mobility, coordination, intelligence gathering, logistics, and adaptability became standard elements of military thinking. The Mongol army's effectiveness came not from superior technology or overwhelming numbers, but from superior organization, discipline, and systematic planning. Lessons that military strategists continue studying. The concept of meritocratic advancement, however imperfectly realized, entered political consciousness and influenced how later societies thought about social mobility and opportunity. The idea that talent deserves recognition regardless of birth, that competent people should be promoted based on capability rather than connections, and that systems should reward contribution rather than inherited status. These principles, demonstrated at scale in the Mongol Empire, became part of how humans think about organizing societies. Returning to Genghis Khan himself, what kind of person emerges from the historical sources despite their biases and limitations? The sources are problematic, written by people with various agendas, often generations after the events, filtered through cultural assumptions and political needs. But some patterns emerge consistently. He was clearly intelligent and capable of learning continuously. He started as a skilled tribal leader and evolved into an imperial administrator, learning from every campaign, incorporating ideas from defeated enemies, and adapting methods based on results rather than rigid adherence to tradition. He recognized talent in others and promoted it regardless of background, suggesting both confidence in his own position and pragmatic understanding that capable subordinates make organizations function better. He was ruthless when he judged ruthlessness necessary but not gratuitously cruel. The distinction matters historically and morally. Cities that surrendered were generally spared major violence. Cities that resisted were punished severely. Enemies who demonstrated loyalty after defeat were incorporated and sometimes promoted. Those who continued resisting were eliminated. This was calculated brutality in service of strategic goals, encouraging future surrenders, eliminating potential rebellions, rather than sadism for its own sake. He valued loyalty intensely, probably reflecting his early experiences of betrayal and abandonment. People who proved their loyalty received rewards, protection, and advancement. People who betrayed his trust faced severe consequences. The Yasa codified this. Loyalty to the Khan and the Empire was the highest obligation, superseding clan ties or personal relationships. He showed remarkable flexibility in adopting useful innovations regardless of their source. He learned siege warfare from Chinese engineers, adopted literacy from Uyghur scribes, employed Persian administrators, recruited religious advisors from multiple traditions, and incorporated military tactics from defeated enemies. He wasn't constrained by cultural chauvinism or assumptions that Mongol ways were inherently superior to all others. He demonstrated long-term strategic thinking unusual for his era. The postal system, legal code, administrative structures, and religious tolerance policies, these weren't necessary for immediate conquest, but were essential for long-term governance. He was building sustainable institutions, not just accumulating territory through raids. He maintained personal discipline and expected it from his followers. The Yasa included regulations about military conduct, personal behaviour, and ethical standards. Whether he always lived up to these standards himself is debatable, but he at least acknowledged that rulers should be bound by law, an unusual admission in an age of arbitrary autocracy. You're very old now, approaching the end of your life, having witnessed the transformation of the Mongol people from fragmented tribes to rulers of history's largest contiguous empire. You knew Temujin before he became Genghis Khan. You served him during his rise. You watched him build an empire, and you've seen that empire continue evolving after his death. What did it all mean? The question demands honest reckoning with both achievement and cost. The conquest caused tremendous suffering. Cities destroyed, populations killed or displaced, cultures disrupted, irrigation systems demolished, libraries burned, and centuries of accumulated knowledge lost. The death toll from Mongol conquest probably numbered in the millions. Exact figures are impossible to determine, but the scale of destruction was enormous. This suffering was real, and shouldn't be minimized or excused by pointing to later benefits. The terror campaigns were deliberate. Stories of mass executions, wholesale slaughter, and cities reduced to rubble. Many were exaggerated, but many were true. The psychological warfare was calculated to encourage surrender, but it created genuine trauma that persisted for generations. Persian sources describe the Mongol invasions as apocalyptic catastrophes that destroyed an entire civilization. The environmental damage was substantial in some regions. Irrigation systems destroyed in Central Asia and the Middle East took generations to rebuild. Some were never fully restored. Agricultural land that had been productive for centuries was abandoned. The disruption to settled life in many regions set back development for decades. Yet the conquests also created unprecedented connections. The Silk Road reached its historical peak. Knowledge flowed between East and West at volumes not seen again until the modern era. Technologies and ideas that might have remained localized spread rapidly. Chinese inventions reached Europe, Islamic science reached China, and commercial practices developed in one region influenced practices everywhere. The empire demonstrated that diverse peoples could coexist under common governance. Religious tolerance, legal consistency, and meritocratic advancement, these principles, however imperfectly implemented, showed possibilities for organising multi-ethnic, multi-religious societies. The model wasn't perfect, but it worked better than many alternatives. The administrative innovations created templates for later empires, postal systems enabling rapid communication, professional bureaucracies managing complex territories, systematic taxation supporting state functions, and census data informing policy. These Mongol innovations influenced governance for centuries. The economic integration created prosperity and opportunity. Protected trade routes enabled commerce on an unprecedented scale. Standardized laws and currencies reduced transaction costs. Security from banditry and arbitrary tolls encouraged long-distance trade. Merchants and craftsmen found markets for their goods across Eurasia. Genghis Khan himself transformed from an abandoned child digging roots for survival into a ruler who united the Mongol tribes, conquered much of Eurasia, and established systems that outlasted him by centuries. His personal journey from poverty to power demonstrated possibilities that inspired others across cultures and generations. His emphasis on merit over birth created opportunities for talented individuals regardless of their origins. A skilled warrior from a minor clan could become a general. A capable administrator from a conquered people could reach high office. An intelligent advisor, regardless of religion, could influence policy. The principle that talent deserves recognition became embedded in the empire's functioning. His religious tolerance, pragmatic rather than philosophical, enabled governance of diverse populations without constant sectarian warfare. Muslims, Christians, Buddhists, Taoists, shamanists and others coexisted and cooperated under common civil law. The model demonstrated that religious diversity needn't mean perpetual conflict. His systematic approach to organisation showed that structure and administration matter as much as military force. The decimal military system, postal network, legal code, and administrative procedures, these enabled governance at an unprecedented scale and influenced how later empires organised themselves. The legacy is genuinely mixed. Enormous destruction alongside significant achievement, brutal conquest alongside innovative governance, mass death alongside economic prosperity, religious tolerance alongside cultural disruption. The historical judgment must acknowledge both the costs and the benefits, the suffering and the achievements, and the brutality and the brilliance. Genghis Khan's name evokes different responses across cultures. In Mongolia, he's the founder of the nation, the greatest leader in history, and a source of immense pride. In China, the evaluation is complex, respect for his achievements mixed with bitter memories of conquest. In the Middle East and Central Asia, he's often remembered primarily as a destroyer, the catastrophe that devastated Islamic civilization. In Russia, he's the founder of centuries of Mongol domination. In Europe, he barely registers despite coming close to conquering it. But assessed by impact rather than by any single cultural perspective, Genghis Khan ranks among history's most consequential individuals. He unified the Mongol tribes through a combination of military skill and organisational genius. He created an empire larger than any before or since in contiguous territory. He established systems of governance that functioned across unprecedented distances and diverse populations. He facilitated economic and cultural exchange that connected Eurasia in ways not seen again for centuries. He demonstrated that merit could matter more than birth, that religious diversity could be managed through tolerance, that legal systems could apply consistently regardless of status, and that communication and administration enabled governance at a vast scale. These demonstrations influenced how later societies organised themselves, providing both positive examples to emulate and cautionary tales about the costs of conquest. You drift off to sleep for perhaps the final time, thinking about that boy born with blood in his fist, who survived abandonment to unite the steppe, who learned from every enemy he defeated, who built systems that outlasted him, whose name became synonymous with both destruction and organization, and whose legacy includes tremendous suffering and remarkable achievement. The steppe winds still blow across the grasslands where he was born, where he learned to survive, and where he built his empire. Those winds carry stories about the man who was Temujin and became Genghis Khan, the man who changed the world through conquest and organization, through brutality and systematic governance, and through destroying the old order and building something new. His life was a fully human life, limited, flawed, shaped by circumstances and choices, containing both cruelty and vision, both violence and innovation. His legacy is a human legacy, contested, interpreted differently across cultures, containing darkness and achievement inseparably mixed. But it was undeniably significant. The boy with blood in his fist grew into a man who shaped the course of history in ways that echo to our present day. The grass grows, the horses graze, and somewhere in an unmarked grave in the sacred mountains, the greatest Khan sleeps, his empire dissolved but his influence persistent, his name remembered differently across cultures, but universally recognized as someone who mattered, who changed the world, who demonstrated human capability for both extraordinary destruction and extraordinary organizational achievement. Sweet dreams. Picture yourself on a hillside in central Italy around 312 BCE, watching something amazing happen in the valley below. Hundreds of workers are moving in a way that is similar to how ants build something much bigger than themselves. They're building what will become the Via Appia, the first big Roman road, and they have no idea that they're making a model that will last for thousands of years. You can smell the limestone dust in the air, along with the sweat of workers and the smell of freshly turned soil. The sound is steady, hammers hitting stone, bosses calling out measurements, and carts creaking as they bring materials. It's the sound of civilization literally paving the way for the future. But let's take a step back from this building site and think about what roads meant to ancient empires. We usually think of them as basic transportation systems, like the highways you drive on to visit family or get to work. But old roads were much more than that. They were the physical embodiment of political power, economic systems and cultural identity all at the same time. When an empire built a road, it was making a big deal out of it. It was saying, we have complete control over this land so we can change it. We have the power, the resources and the organisation to move mountains, or at least make paths through them. Every mile of paved road was an investment not only in getting around, but also in the idea of empire itself. Think of roads as the heart and blood vessels of ancient civilizations. Like your body needs blood vessels to get oxygen and nutrients to every cell, empires needed roads to move soldiers, goods, information, and ideas to every part of their land. You don't really notice your circulation when it's working right. Everything starts to break down when it doesn't work. The Roman Empire probably understood this better than any other civilization before or since. Rome had about 250,000 miles of roads at its peak, which is enough to go around the world 10 times. These weren't just dirt paths that people had walked on a lot and worn down. They were engineering wonders, built with such care that some are still in use today, more than 2,000 years later. But Rome wasn't the only empire that was crazy about building roads. The Inca Empire in South America built a road network that stretched over 25,000 miles, across some of the hardest terrain on Earth. They built roads through mountains that would make modern engineers cry, across deserts where water was more valuable than gold, and through jungles that seemed determined to destroy any human construction within weeks. The Assyrian Empire built roads in Mesopotamia that connected their capitals to the farthest parts of their territory. They also built a postal system that was so fast that it could send messages faster than any other communication system, until the telegraph was invented thousands of years later. Imagine royal messengers riding through the night, switching horses at stations exactly one day's ride apart, and carrying sealed clay tablets with news that could change the fate of cities. The Persian Royal Road was over 1,500 miles long and connected Susa to Sardis. It was so well kept that royal couriers could make the trip in just 7 days, while it would take people walking 90 days. That's about the same as the difference between walking from New York to Los Angeles and flying there. They did it with only horses, determination and careful planning. These roads weren't just about getting there quickly or easily. They were about having power. An empire that could move its armies quickly could stop threats from turning into revolts. An empire that could move goods quickly could make money that could be used to grow even more. An empire that could build paved roads to spread its language and culture could bring people together across differences. You start to see roads in a different way when you think about them this way. That old stone path you might see on a hike in Europe isn't just old pavement. It's a fossil of political power, a physical reminder that someone once had enough power to change the landscape to suit their needs. Let's go back to that building site in ancient Italy, but this time let's get closer. Get down on your knees next to one of the Roman engineers, who they called mensores, and see how they are really building this road. The first thing that stands out to you is that they aren't starting with the surface. They are digging down and making a trench that could be 3 or 4 feet deep. This doesn't make sense at first, but once you understand how Romans thought about engineering, you'll see that a road is like an iceberg, with most of its mass hidden beneath the surface you walk on. The workers are now putting down the first layer, which is made up of big stones that are packed tightly together. This is the stratum, which is the bottom layer that will hold up everything else. The Romans are putting these stones in place with the same care that people use to put together a 3-dimensional puzzle, making sure that each piece fits perfectly with the ones next to it to make a stable base. You can hear the foreman walking across the foundation and listening for any hollow sounds that might mean it is weak. In ancient times, your ears were just as important as your eyes when building. An experienced engineer could hear structural problems, just like a mechanic can hear problems with a car's engine. On top of the statumen, they're putting down a layer of smaller stones mixed with mortar. This is called the rudus. Heavy wooden mallets are being used to compact this layer, and the workers are moving in time with each other like they are dancing. The sound echoes through the valley. Thud, thud, thud. Each blow pushes the materials together, making them more solid. The nucleus is a layer of gravel and sand that is sometimes mixed with lime to make a kind of ancient concrete. Oxen pull large stone cylinders over this layer to smooth it out, and the animals strain against their harnesses while their handlers guide them with skill. The smell of the oxen, which is earthy, musky, and clearly animal-like, mixes with the smell of crushed stone, which is mineral-like. Last but not least, the top layer, the summum dorsum. This means that big, flat paving stones that fit perfectly with each other are needed for important roads like the Via Appia. The Romans are so picky about this fit that you couldn't even fit a knife blade between most of the stones. They're making a surface that will shed water, last a long time, and give both iron-shod hooves and sandaled feet a safe place to stand. But here's the really amazing part. The Romans are not just making the road flat. They're making a subtle crown by raising the middle of the road a little higher than the edges. This is only a few inches across a width of 15 or 20 feet. This small detail means that water will run off to the sides instead of pooling on the surface. In the winter, the water would freeze, expand, and break the paving stones apart. They're even more impressive because they're putting in drainage systems next to the road. There are stone-lined channels that run next to the pavement to move rainwater away from the foundation. Culverts go under the road at regular intervals so that streams can cross without damaging the road. These old engineers knew more about hydrology than most modern contractors. They knew that if you don't give water a place to go, it will destroy any human-made structure over time. The focus on details goes all the way through the building process. The Romans are using groma, which are vertical poles with horizontal crossbars that are marked at exact right angles, to look at the route. They can make roads that go straight for miles with these simple tools and the rules of geometry. They only make small changes when they have to get around obstacles. Engineers are very careful when they figure out the slopes of the road when it has to go up hills. If the slope is too steep, carts with loads won't be able to make it up. If it's too gradual, the road will take longer than it needs to. Their goal is grades that don't go above 5% very often, which is about the same as what modern highway standards say for mountain passes. The building process gets even more complicated when the ground is wet or marshy. Workers are driving wooden piles deep into the soft ground to make fake foundations that can hold up the stone layers above. In some places, they're actually building the road on a raised embankment called an agger that lifts it above the ground around it. This keeps the surface dry and passable even during spring floods. The Incas, who built their roads hundreds of years later and halfway around the world, had even bigger engineering problems to deal with. Inca engineers carved steps directly into living rock on mountainsides so steep that modern hikers need both hands free to climb. They built suspension bridges out of woven grass ropes to cross valleys. These bridges swayed a lot in the wind, but they could hold the weight of llama caravans and messengers running. What all these old engineers knew that modern infrastructure planners sometimes forget is that roads aren't just for the here and now. A road that is built well will last for many years or even hundreds of years. The total cost of constant repairs is always higher than the cost of building things right the first time. Standing on that hillside and watching the Via Appia take shape stone by stone is a deep experience. Most of the names of these workers have been lost to history, but they are building infrastructure that will still be useful long after their civilization has become a legend. Some of them may know this. Most likely they just want to finish their shift and go home for dinner. Now picture yourself next to a big Roman road at the height of the empire. Let's say around 150 CE, when Rome's power stretched from Britain to Mesopotamia. The first travellers of the day are already on the road as dawn breaks. The first sounds you hear are the bells of a merchant caravan. These are small chimes that are tied to the lead animals so that people can hear them coming in the dark before dawn. The merchants have been on the road since before dawn, when it was the coolest time of day. You can smell their cargo before you see them. It spices from the east, and the smell is so strong and complicated that it makes your nose tingle. The more light there is, the more traffic there is. A military courier rides by on horseback, and the sound of his horse's hooves hitting the stone pavement is sharp and staccato, fading quickly into the distance. He has messages sealed with the governor's mark, and he will switch horses at the next mancio, which is a mix of an inn, a post office, and a government building that is exactly one day's travel away. A group of merchants on foot follows him, their goods loaded onto donkeys that walk slowly, as if they have done this trip many times before. They are talking to each other in a mix of Latin and the local dialect. They are talking about prices in the next town and complaining about taxes, which is what merchants have always done. You see a covered wagon moving slowly, and the people inside are hidden behind leather curtains. This could be a rich family going to their country estate or a provincial official being moved to a new job. The wheels of the wagon are made of iron and make a grinding, rumbling noise as they roll over the stone surface. This noise travels far in the morning air. A tinker has set up a temporary stall near a milestone, which is one of the stone markers that Romans put up every 1,000 paces to show how far they had travelled, and remind people of which emperor built or fixed this part of the road. He'll fix sandals, sharpen knives, or sell food to travellers who forgot to bring enough food with them. The smell of cooking food, like bread and salted fish, makes your stomach remind you that you didn't eat breakfast. The road is really busy by mid-morning. Farmers are bringing their goods to market. Their carts are full of vegetables, amphorae of wine, and sacks of grain. They go slowly and often pull over to let faster cars go by. Most Roman roads were wide enough for 2 carts to pass easily, about 12 to 15 feet. They also had shoulders on either side where slower traffic could yield. You see a group of students with their teacher on their way to study in a bigger city. Some of them are reading from scrolls as they walk, while others are arguing about philosophical issues with the confidence of young people who have just learned about them. You can hear them clearly in the open air talking about what virtue is and whether it can be taught. The afternoon brings different people who are travelling. A religious procession goes by, with pilgrims on their way to a temple or holy site. Their voices make harmonies that rise and fall with the gentle bumps in the road as they sing hymns that bounce off the stone pavement. Some people bring gifts, like flowers, small statues, or jars of oil that slosh around as they walk. The road surface itself has been used for hundreds of years and shows signs of wear. You can see grooves worn into the stone pavement by countless iron-rimmed wheels where traffic is heaviest, especially on hills where animals are pulling heavy loads. These ruts, which are up to several inches deep, actually make it easier for wagon drivers to get around because their wheels naturally follow the grooves that are already there. Along the road you can see small shrines where travellers have left things like coins, flowers or bread. These mark places where someone died in an accident, where a soldier fell while protecting the road from bandits, or just where the view is so beautiful that it seems to deserve recognition of the divine. Traffic patterns change again as night falls. People from the area who have been working in faraway fields are going home with their tools over their shoulders and looks of exhaustion on their faces from working in the sun. Kids run along the side of the road playing games where they try not to step on the edges of the paving stones or jump from one milestone to the next. People who are travelling and won't get to their destination before nightfall start looking for places to stay. Some people are lucky enough to have access to official mansions, but these are only for government officials and people who carry the cursus publicus, which is the imperial seal that lets people use state-funded facilities. Everyone else has to stay in private inns. These can be anything from nice places with hot meals and clean beds to places that make modern budget motels look like luxury hotels. You can tell these inns apart by their signs, which are usually pictures painted on wood and hung from a pole because many travellers can't read. A bed means there is a place to stay. A cup means that wine is for sale. A sheaf of grain means that food is available. Some places show all three, hoping to show that they can meet the needs of every traveller. The road doesn't completely clear when it gets dark. You might see processions of people with torches. These could be soldiers moving at night to avoid the heat of the day, or a rich traveller with enough slaves to light his way and keep thieves away. The torches that flicker make dramatic shadows that dance across the stone surface, making the road that you know seem strange and a little scary. The daily flow of traffic, the mixing of different social classes and jobs, and the constant movement of goods and ideas were what roads really meant to ancient empires. They weren't just projects in engineering. They were places where all the complexities of human life happened. For example, a senator's daughter might pass a farmer's cart, or ideas from faraway provinces might travel with trade goods. The empire's great diversity could be seen in the stream of faces going both ways. Let's skip ahead to about 400 CE. You're still on that Roman road, but things have changed in ways that are both small and big. The pavement is still there. Roman construction was too good to disappear in just a few hundred years. But if you look closely, you can see small signs of neglect. There is a pothole near the edge of the road where water has gotten under a paving stone and frozen over many winters, slowly loosening the stone. During the Empire's heyday, a maintenance crew would have fixed this in a matter of weeks. It's been there long enough for grass to grow in the gap, and carts that go by have worn a path around it into the shoulder. The milestone you're near also shows its age. Someone has chipped away at the inscription. This was probably done during one of the many civil wars in the 3rd century, when each new emperor wanted to erase any evidence that his predecessor had been there. People still use the stone to mark distance, but no one remembers which emperor put it there or when. The way traffic flows has changed. You don't see as many military units or official couriers. The merchant caravans are smaller and have more guards. This is because the empire's ability to keep its roads safe has gone down, which has led to more banditry. For safety, some travellers are going in big groups, even if they're not all going to the same place. What you're seeing is the start of a process that will take hundreds of years, the slow breakdown of the infrastructure that kept the Roman Empire together. This fall wasn't sudden or dramatic. There wasn't a single moment when the road stopped working. It was more like watching a coastline erode, with each wave taking away a little more sand until one day you realise the beach has completely changed shape. As empires fall apart, so do roads. This is because roads need something that empires can't give. Regular, organised maintenance paid for by stable tax revenues, and done by skilled administrators who expect to still be in their jobs next year. Consider what it really takes to keep the roads in good shape. Engineers need to check the infrastructure and find problems before they get out of hand. You need quarries to make new stones. You need workers who know how to build things and are good at it. You need animals and carts to move things. You need money to pay for everything. And you need a way to organise these things over thousands of miles of land. As the Western Roman Empire started to fall apart in the 3rd and 4th centuries, it got harder to meet all of these needs. As the economy slowed down and provinces broke away, tax revenues went down. The currency lost so much value that skilled workers asked to be paid in goods or food instead of worthless coins. People tried to avoid administrative jobs that used to be seen as prestigious. The empire needed the roads more than ever as they got worse, which is ironic. With more barbarian invasions and usurpers trying to take over the empire, being able to move armies quickly was literally a matter of life and death. But the same problems that made roads necessary also made it impossible to keep them in good shape. You can see this in the records of archaeology. Road repairs become less and less skilled in layers that date back to the 4th and 5th centuries. Instead of properly lifting the paving stones and rebuilding the layers of the foundation below, workers just dumped gravel into the holes. They didn't replace broken stones with perfectly cut new ones. Instead, they filled in the gaps with whatever they could find, like broken pottery, pieces of building rubble, or even just dirt that had been compacted. These quick fixes worked for a while, but didn't last, so they had to be done over and over again. Putting a bandage on a wound that really needs stitches is like putting a bandage on a wound that really needs stitches. It might stop the bleeding for a while, but it won't fix the problem. People who lived through this time must have been deeply affected by the psychological effects of watching infrastructure fall apart. Imagine seeing roads that your great-grandparents remembered being built to last forever slowly fall apart, even though everyone is doing their best to keep them in good shape. It would feel like the very foundations of reality were shaking. In some areas, Local communities tried to keep the roads in good shape when the central government couldn't anymore. They charged travellers tolls, set up volunteer work parties, or made local landowners responsible for keeping the roads in good shape as a civic duty. These efforts sometimes worked for decades, making islands of working infrastructure in a landscape that was becoming more and more broken up. But the people who were in charge of local maintenance had their own problems. The road might be in good shape in one community, but if the next community couldn't or didn't want to do the same, the whole road became unsafe. It's like having a chain with some strong links and some that are rusting through. The weakest parts of the chain are what keep it from being too strong. The end of long-distance trade made roads worse, faster in a vicious cycle. Merchants stopped travelling long distances because the roads weren't as reliable. This meant less traffic, which meant less economic reason to keep the roads in good shape, which made them worse, which made people less likely to travel. In a few generations, roads that used to connect different parts of the empire might only see traffic between nearby villages. A lot of Roman roads were hard to tell apart by the 6th century. The paving stones could still be there, but they might be buried under dirt and plants that have grown over time. The drainage systems were blocked, which caused flooding that weakened the foundations. Bridges fell down and weren't fixed. In places with a lot of trees, the roots of the trees pushed apart the carefully fitted pavement that Roman engineers had put together. But the roads never completely went away. Even after the pavement broke up, the routes themselves, the paths they made across the land, were still useful. They were still known by traders, armies, and people in the area who used them to get to nearby towns. The physical infrastructure may deteriorate, yet the awareness of connectivity endures in cultural memory. Let's go to that same road around 800 CE, which historians sometimes call the Dark Ages. People who lived through them would have been confused by that name because their days seemed bright enough to them. The change is amazing. There are still some parts of the Roman pavement, but now it is only the middle of a much wider, less formal path. There are tracks worn into the ground by people and animals on either side of the old stone surface. When it's dry, these side paths are probably easier to walk on than the old Roman stones, which have become uneven over the years as the blocks settled or tilted. You see that people have been looking for building materials on the road. Someone has taken the paving stones that have come loose, probably during the spring thaw when frost had pushed them up, and used them to build a barn, line a well or make a hearth. These stones, which were cut with great care by Roman engineers, are too valuable to just sit around on an old road when they could be used to build things that are useful right away. You can see that someone built a small wooden church near where a roadside temple used to be. They used some stones from the old Roman building to do this. The Christian cross on top of the church stands where a statue of a pagan god used to be. Both of these things made this a special place where travellers would naturally stop and think about something other than their journey. The old Mancio, which was a Roman way station, has been turned into a small fortified manor house. The original Roman walls are still there, but wooden buildings have been added on top of them, along with a defensive palisade that wasn't needed when the empire was at its height. The new lord of this manor says he has power because he controls this part of the road. This is not in the old Roman sense of keeping it up for the public good, but in the more direct medieval sense of being able to charge tolls to anyone who passes through, and people still go through. The road may not look like what Roman engineers would have built, but it's still a road. You see a merchant with a small cart. His goods are covered in oiled leather to keep them dry in the rain. A group of pilgrims walks by on their way to a distant shrine. Their journey will probably take weeks longer than it would have in Roman times, but they are going to the same place. The social contract around the road is what makes it different. The government built and maintained the roads in Roman times, and anyone could use them for free. Now, the law is less clear about roads. This local lord says he is in charge of this area. The next village might think that the road that goes through their land belongs to everyone. A monastery 20 miles down the road might keep their section as a way to help others, hoping for prayers instead of tolls in return. Because there are so many different jurisdictions, each with its own rules and expectations, travelling any significant distance is difficult. It's like trying to drive through a modern country where each county has its own set of traffic laws. It's possible, but you have to pay attention and change your plans all the time. In some places, especially close to cities that have kept some Roman administrative practices, roads are actually being fixed and kept up, but not in a way that would make a Roman engineer cry. Instead of properly rebuilding the foundation layers, workers are just filling in the holes with whatever they can find. The surface is bumpy and uneven and needs to be taken care of all the time, but it keeps the worst holes filled and works to some extent. Some parts of the road have been changed on purpose to serve new purposes. In places where a straight Roman road crosses land that is now disputed by two lords, local people have sometimes purposely destroyed parts of the road to make it harder for troops to move around. They've dug trenches across the road, taken down bridges, or put up barriers that make it impossible to get around quickly. On the other hand, some communities have made their roads better than what the Romans required. If a village's economy depends on being able to get to a nearby market, the people who live there might have used local materials and methods to make the road wider, add passing places, or build new bridges. These improvements don't look Roman. They're usually made of wood instead of stone and are more practical than grand. But they often fit better with what we need now. Bridges are the most interesting adaptations. Roman bridges were amazing feats of engineering. They were arched structures that could hold a lot of weight and span long distances. But keeping a stone bridge in good shape takes a lot of money and special skills. When a Roman bridge fell down, either because it was not taken care of because of flooding, or on purpose, medieval communities often built simpler bridges in its place. You might see a wooden beam bridge held up by stone pilings that were taken from the original Roman building, or a ford where people can just wade across the stream, with the ruins of the old bridge just upstream, a reminder of what used to be possible. In some cases, enterprising locals run ferries and charge travellers to cross places where they could have walked freely across Roman engineering. Because the old drainage systems don't work anymore, a lot of roads flood during the rainy season. People in the area have learned which parts to stay away from when it rains and made seasonal routes that go around trouble spots. This local knowledge, which has been passed down through the years and shared by travellers, is now just as important as the road itself. What's amazing is that the roads are still doing their main job of connecting places and letting people move around, even with all these changes. They're not as good at what they do as they used to be when the Romans were in charge, and travel is definitely slower and less reliable. But the basic structure, the routes themselves, which were carved into the land and are still in people's minds, remains. This time period teaches us something important about infrastructure. Without central maintenance, people will find ways to fix things based on what they need right now and what they have. These fixes may not be pretty or long-lasting, but they do keep things working. It turns out that human creativity can make up for a lot, but not forever and not without cost. Let's go ahead to about 1200 CE again. You're still on that road, but the experience is very different now. The original Roman pavement is mostly hidden under dirt, organic matter, and the fact that landscapes tend to take back what people build. You might see a paving stone sticking out of the ground in some places, like a tooth that hasn't fully erupted. This is a sign of what lies beneath. It's interesting how the road is still changing the landscape, even though it's broken. Even though most travellers don't know why this route stays drier than the land around it, or why some parts are easier to walk on, the Roman engineers built their road base on a slightly higher path that is still the best place to walk. There are trees along the road in some places, but if you look closely, you'll see that they're not growing in a random way. Many people walk along the old Roman drainage ditches, which used to carry water away from the road. Some of these trees are hundreds of years old, and they are unintentionally marking the limits of Roman engineering, making a visible outline of infrastructure that the people who planted the trees never saw. The Roman road has become a property line in some places. Farmers in the Middle Ages used the old road as a natural marker when they split up their land. You might now see a fence running along the length of the road, with fields on either side that follow patterns set by Roman surveyors more than 1,000 years ago. The fence itself might have Roman milestones as fence posts. The inscriptions on the stones have been worn smooth by wind and rain. These ruins have a lot of meaning that goes beyond their use. People in the Middle Ages saw Roman roads as proof of a civilization that could do things that we can't do now. They thought of it as a lost golden age when roads ran straight and true across whole continents, when empires could move armies from Britain to Persia, and when the world was more connected and maybe even easier to understand. You can see this kind of symbolism in medieval art and literature. Stories about ancient roads often show them as ways to find adventure, links to a more glorious past, or reminders of the imperial power that existed before the current political landscape fell apart. In romances, knights often go on quests along old Roman roads, as if the roads still have some magic left over from the civilization that built them. Churches and monasteries are often built close to old Roman roads on purpose, both for practical reasons and for symbolic reasons. By building near these remnants of Roman glory, medieval institutions show that they are the heirs of classical civilization. This suggests that there is a connection between the ancient past and the Christian present. The ruins are also quarries, but not just for physical things. Engineers from the Middle Ages look at how the Romans built roads to learn how to make things that last. Some of this knowledge is being used in new buildings. The best medieval roads are based on Roman engineering ideas that have been changed to fit the materials and needs of the time, but these ruins also have a sad quality to them. When you stand on a crumbling Roman road and look at paving stones that have moved and tilted, bridges that have turned into foundation stones, and milestones with unreadable inscriptions, you are facing the fact that human achievement is not permanent. The Romans built things that would last forever, but forever is longer than even the best engineering can handle. This sadness isn't just about love. It had real-world effects on society in the Middle Ages. If Rome, the largest empire in history with more resources and better organisation than we have now, couldn't keep its infrastructure going forever, what hope do smaller, poorer kingdoms have of building anything that lasts? This acknowledgement leads to a new way of building. Roman builders built monuments that would last for centuries, thinking that they would always be well maintained. Medieval builders, on the other hand, often built things with the idea that maintenance might not be possible. They build things that can gracefully fall apart, that only need to last a generation or two instead of hundreds of years, and that can be fixed easily with local materials and basic skills. But strangely, some medieval buildings last longer than expected because they were built with low expectations. A wooden bridge that is meant to last 20 years might last 50 with little care. A road made of local stone could last for many generations. Without the Romans' desire to build monuments that would last forever, medieval engineers sometimes built things that worked because they were humble instead of grand. Living among these ruins has a psychological effect on people that is hard to fully understand from our modern point of view. You grow up with proof that the people who came before you could do things you can't. You walk on roads they built, see buildings they built, and use tools that are based on their designs. But you can also see these wonders falling apart even though everyone is trying their best to keep them in good shape. This creates a certain way of seeing the world, one that values keeping knowledge from the past, that looks back as much as it looks forward, and that compares the present to a lost golden age. It's a way of thinking that's very different from how we think today, where each generation expects to do better than the last. In 1200 CE, when you stand on this road, very few people alive will remember seeing it when it was at its best as a Roman road. The smooth paving, the good drainage, and the regular upkeep are all just stories that educated monks and scholars tell each other. The road is now partly legendary. It is a physical object whose true nature is better understood through tradition than direct experience. As we near the end of our journey, let's take one last walk down this old road. But this time, in our own time. The experience is like looking at a palimpsest, where different texts have been written on the same parchment. Each one partially erases but never completely hides what came before. The road may now be paved with asphalt and serve as a rural highway connecting small towns that were villages in Roman times, and may not have even existed when the road was first built. But the route hasn't changed much. Modern engineers looked at the land and chose the same path that Roman surveyors did 2,000 years ago, because the way the land is shaped is always the same. You might find Roman paving stones that farmers have dug up over the years and piled along the property line if you pull over and walk into the field next door. These stones, each cut and fitted with such care, now make a rustic fence or a wall that holds things in place. Kids play on them without realising that Roman engineers once measured and placed each stone with the same care that people use when building for eternity. You might see Roman milestones in town as historical artefacts. Their worn-out surfaces are protected by glass or built into modern monuments. Archaeologists are now studying the inscriptions, which used to be clear statements of imperial power, to try to piece together ancient political histories from bits of carved Latin. Some parts of Roman roads have been left alone on purpose so that they can be studied by archaeologists. You can walk on the original pavement, see how it was built in cross-section displays, and read signs that explain how the engineering works. These preserved parts are like outdoor museums that teach people about a way of building things that is better than ours in some ways. Modern highways often run next to Roman roads, but they are separated by a few hundred yards. You can still see the old road from the new one, but they are far enough apart that each serves its own purpose. The old road might be used by people who live nearby, cyclists and hikers, while the new highway is used by people who are just passing through quickly. Both exist to meet different needs, and each is a reflection of the way people connected places in its time. The legacy of Roman roads goes beyond just the physical remains. When building roads that will last for decades instead of needing to be rebuilt every few years, modern civil engineers still use Roman methods. Layered construction, good drainage, and crowned surfaces are all Roman ideas that are still used today. Roman roads had a big impact on the geography of Europe that can still be seen today. A lot of modern cities are where they are because they were on Roman roads. Roman engineers often built roads that became political boundaries. Trade routes, cultural exchanges, and migration routes still follow the same paths that were first set up when Rome ruled the Mediterranean. The way we talk about roads is influenced by Latin. In Latin, mile comes from mille passus, which means 1,000 paces. The word street comes from the Latin word via strata, which means paved road. Romans improved and standardized the way they built roads, which is how we got the ideas of infrastructure, maintenance, and civic duty. But maybe the most important legacy is psychological, not physical. Roman roads represented a specific conception of civilization, the belief that human creativity can transform the natural world, that meticulous planning and engineering can address seemingly insurmountable challenges, and that the integration of diverse individuals and locales generates greater value than solitude. This vision is still alive in every modern highway project, every infrastructure project, and every effort to link small towns to bigger networks. When we talk about how much to spend on infrastructure, how to keep current systems running, or whether to build new connections, we're dealing with the same problems that Romans did 2,000 years ago. The story of why ancient roads fell apart teaches us an important lesson. Infrastructure needs more than just being built. It needs to be maintained. The decline of Roman roads wasn't mostly due to bad engineering. Many of those roads were built well enough that they still look like they did back then. It was about institutions failing, which meant that the administrative and economic systems needed to keep complex infrastructure running over time fell apart. Modern societies have to deal with the same problems. We need to keep spending money on repairs and maintenance for our roads, bridges, and utilities. Decay starts when economic or political problems take resources away from this unglamorous work. It might not be clear right away. Infrastructure gets worse over time, with each small failure adding to the last one, until one day you look around and see that systems you used to trust aren't working anymore. The Romans would get what we're talking about when we argue about infrastructure. They had to deal with the same problems of balancing short-term savings with long-term investments, political expediency with engineering necessity, and local needs with system-wide needs. Their roads fell apart not because they didn't know how to build them right, but because keeping them up took more resources and dedication than their society could give. Let's take a break for a moment on a particularly beautiful stretch of preserved Roman road. It might be in the English countryside, where the old stones run straight across a green hillside, and the landscape on either side looks like a painting of pastoral happiness. The stones under your feet are still strong after almost 2,000 years. Some have faint marks on them from iron-rimmed wheels that went over them when emperors ruled. You might have learned their names in school, but can't quite remember them. Others show how the weather has changed over many seasons, with smooth, slightly rounded surfaces from rain, wind, and millions of footsteps. You can see how well these stones fit together in the low light of the afternoon. Even after hundreds of years of frost-heaving, root growth, and nature's general chaos trying to take apart human buildings, most stones still touch each other, with only a finger's width of space between them. It's the kind of craftsmanship that makes you feel bad about the shelf you put up last weekend that wobbles. If you close your eyes and really listen, the sounds around you aren't that different from what people travelling in Rome would have heard. Birds are singing in the hedgerows that mark the edges of the modern field, wind blowing through the grass, the sound of sheep bleating in the distance. These sheep are the descendants of flocks that may have walked along this road when it was new. The English countryside stays the same even as things change. But if you look more closely, you'll see that the landscape tells a story of its own. The road is in a slight dip, but not because the Romans built it that way. Instead, the land around it has been slowly built up by years of farming, with each year's leaves and organic matter adding microscopic thickness to the soil. The world has risen around the road, not the other way around. You can see that some of the stones have wildflowers growing between them. These aren't invasive weeds that are ruining old buildings. They're part of a unique ecosystem that can only be found in places like this. Some of these plants are very rare and only live in the specific conditions that Roman engineering made. Botanists sometimes look at old Roman roads because they keep ecological conditions that have disappeared in other places. A modern hiker walks by on a trail that includes this part of the Roman road. She's using GPS to find her way, following a route she downloaded to her smartphone, but she's walking on roads that were built 2,000 years before electricity. The mix of old and new isn't jarring, it feels natural, as if the road has taken in the technology of each time period without losing its basic character. You come across a part of the road that archaeologists have partially dug up further down the path. They've carefully dug out dirt from one side, showing the cross-section of Roman construction like a slice through a layer cake. You can see each layer, the big stones that make up the base, the mixed gravel and mortar above, the sand that levels the surface, and finally the paving stones on top. There is an interpretive sign that tells you what you're looking at, but the building itself is so clear that it doesn't need words. This is how to make something that will last. This is how you build infrastructure that will last for hundreds of years instead of just decades. This is how you show future generations that you had faith in the future and did what you could to make it happen. But this exposed cross-section is also very sad. It feels like seeing the bones of the earth itself, the skeleton that lies under the skin of the land. It was never meant for people to see the road like this. Its strength was supposed to come from everything working together as one. Taking apart its internal structure shows us how it works, but it also makes it less useful, turning a useful piece of infrastructure into an anatomical specimen. You might find things in the nearby museum that were found along this road, like coins that travellers dropped, pieces of pottery that used to hold oil or wine, and a bronze figurine that someone lost 2,000 years ago and never found. Each thing is a small tragedy and a small connection. Someone's loss is our gain, and we can think about the moment that was lost. The simplest things are often the most moving. A toy cart for a child, a hairpin for a woman, or a worn sandal sole. These common things make the road feel more like a person than military or architectural history can. They remind us that this road was used by more than just armies and trade goods. It was also used by families visiting relatives, craftspeople going to market, children seeing the world for the first time, and old people making one last trip to places they loved when they were young. Roman roads were built for useful things like moving troops, making trade easier, and keeping the government in check. But they ended up serving a more basic need. The need to connect with others, to move, and to see what's over the next hill and the one after that. This is why roads are important for more than just their engineering specifications, or their usefulness to the economy. They meet a basic need in all of us, our constant need to be somewhere else, and see more than one place can offer. Archaeologists and geographers have found something amazing. Even when the physical roads were gone, the paths they made across the land often stayed in people's minds and practices for hundreds of years. Picture a part of a Roman road where all signs of construction have disappeared. The stones that were quarried for medieval buildings, the foundation layers that were spread out by centuries of farming, and even the road itself have all been ploughed under and grown over. There doesn't seem to be anything left to the casual observer, but if you map out the trade routes from the Middle Ages, the paths that villagers used to get from one settlement to another, or the property lines that farmers set up, you'll often find that they follow the same line as the Roman road that is no longer there. This persistence occurs because pathways through the landscape are not random. Roman engineers chose their paths for good reasons. These were the easiest hills to cross, the most direct routes between important points, the best places to build bridges over rivers, and the best places to cross valleys where travel was possible. When the Roman road went away, people found these same best routes on their own. They weren't following the road because they could see it. They were retracing it because geography still gave them the same answers to the same problems. Even when people have built things on the land, it still remembers. This is still true in modern Britain, where many of today's highways follow the same paths as Roman roads, which often followed the same paths as Celtic trackways that came before them. The Roman Watling Street runs along most of the A5 highway from London to Wales. The A1, which is the longest numbered road in the UK, follows a path that has been used since prehistoric times and was made official by the Romans. The modern highway system in France still uses Roman roads for both routes and names. French engineers built their modern road network in the 18th and 19th centuries, and when they could, they followed Roman routes. They thought of themselves as restoring old infrastructure rather than replacing it. The Inca road system in South America is another example of something that lasts. The Inca Empire fell apart in the 16th century, and their roads fell into disrepair. However, many modern Peruvian highways follow Inca routes. Modern roads wind along the same paths as the Incas carved steps into mountainsides. This is because the geography hasn't changed. These are still the best ways to get through some of the most difficult terrain on Earth. This persistence teaches us something deep about how human-made things and natural landscapes work together. We like to think of our roads and buildings as things that get in the way of nature, as things that people change the world to fit their needs. But in reality, infrastructure works best when it works with the landscape instead of against it. The roads that last, whether in the physical world or in the minds of people, are the ones that find the easiest way through the land and don't fight it. There is a more profound lesson here regarding the essence of civilization itself. We often think of civilizations as completely new things that come after what came before. For example, the Romans took over what was there before, medieval kingdoms took over Rome, and modern nations took over medieval structures. But human geography shows that things have stayed the same more than these political stories say. People keep living in the same places because they have good water, good places to defend themselves, good soil, and easy access to trade routes. They keep going the same way because the mountains haven't moved and the rivers still flow the same way. Political systems come and go, but the basic link between human settlements and the landscape changes much more slowly. This is why archaeologists can sometimes guess where they will find old roads or settlements just by looking at the land and geography. There are only a few passes that don't require mountaineering gear if you need to cross a mountain range. There are only a few places where the banks and current make it possible to cross a river. Ancient engineers knew this, and they pick the same places that modern engineers would pick if they were starting from scratch. The fact that routes stay the same over time is another reason why some cities stay important for thousands of years while others fade away. Rome is located at a key crossing on the Tiber River, which controls north-south travel through Italy. The ancient Latins who first settled there, the Romans who built their empire from it, the medieval popes who kept it as a political centre, and modern Italy, which made it their capital, all cared about this geographic advantage. The Thames narrows in London, which is why the city is there. It is the best place to cross the river. Paris grew on an island in the Seine that was easy to defend. Istanbul, which used to be called Byzantium and then Constantinople, is at the most important point where Europe and Asia meet. These aren't random choices or accidents. They're places where the landscape almost requires people to live and build. The story of Roman roads is just one part of a much longer story once you understand this. Those roads were just one part of a long history of people trying to get around quickly, connect the places we've chosen to live, and get around the problems that geography puts in our way. The Romans did a great job of telling this story on a large scale, but they were not the first or last to work on this old project. As we near the end of our trip down these old roads, let's think about what we've learned and how it affects us now. You're back in your comfortable spot, and your tea may have cooled down, but hopefully your mind is still busy thinking about roads, ruins, and the long history of human effort. The story of old roads shows us that infrastructure is always made up of both people and things. The stone and mortar are important, but they only work in a network of institutions, economic systems, and cultural practices that give them meaning and keep them useful. Even the best-built physical infrastructure will fail eventually if the supporting structure falls apart. This is very important for today's societies. Infrastructure like roads, bridges, water systems, electrical grids, and telecommunications networks is all around us, and we mostly take it for granted until something goes wrong. We think that someone is taking care of these systems and that there are the right institutions in place to make sure they keep working. We also think that future generations will have the same working infrastructure that we do. But the Roman experience shows that these ideas can be very dangerous. Infrastructure needs constant care, enough money, technical know-how, and a commitment from the community. Decay starts when one of these parts gets weaker. At first, it happens slowly, but it speeds up as small problems turn into bigger ones. The Romans built roads that could last for 2,000 years, but they weren't able to build institutions that could keep those roads in good shape forever. The main problem is that physical infrastructure can last a long time, but the social infrastructure needed to keep it up is weak and depends on stable government, enough resources, and cultural continuity. It wasn't engineering failure that caused Roman roads to fall apart, it was the collapse of the government. The empire couldn't keep up with the tax money it needed to pay for repairs. Administrative systems stopped working, making it impossible for the organisation to coordinate repairs over large areas. When skilled workers died without properly training their successors, they lost technical knowledge. People's cultural priorities changed from keeping old infrastructure up to date to just getting through immediate crises. All of these things are still true today. Countries have a hard time paying for infrastructure upkeep because it's easier for politicians to cut funding for repairs that aren't very glamorous than for new projects that are very visible. When people look down on government jobs instead of respecting them, the government's ability to do its job suffers. When societies don't value skilled trades, they lose technical know-how. Cultural attention is on short-term issues instead of long-term sustainability. But the story of old roads also gives us hope. People kept roads working even after empires fell apart and formal maintenance stopped. They did this through local initiative, creative adaptation, and practical improvisation. The roads may not have been as good as they used to be, but they still did their main job of connecting people and places. This strength shows that infrastructure once built adds value that lasts even during tough times. The road matters even when the pavement breaks up. Even when the journey gets harder, the connection is still important. The concept of a road, ingrained in landscape and cultural memory, endures beyond any tangible structure. This means that infrastructure investment is important for more than just its immediate use in today's society. Infrastructure that works well creates connections that affect geography, the economy and culture for many years. The initial cost may seem high, but the long-term benefits, some of which are hard to measure or predict, make the investment worth it. It also says that we should build infrastructure with the idea of graceful degradation in mind. Roman roads worked well when they were well maintained, but they also worked partially for hundreds of years after maintenance stopped. Modern infrastructure is often more fragile because it is made to work perfectly only under certain conditions. If those conditions aren't met, it can break down completely. What would it mean to build roads, bridges and utilities that could handle less maintenance without any problems? That could keep providing important services even if money or knowledge became hard to find. That could be fixed with materials and skills that are available in the area, rather than needing special ones. These aren't just hypothetical questions. They're real issues for any society that wants its infrastructure to last through short-term problems. The story of Roman roads also reminds us to think about infrastructure in both practical and symbolic ways. Roads are a symbol of civilization, connection, and possibility. People think their society works and that the people in charge are smart when the roads are well kept. It seems like civilization is falling apart when roads get worse. This symbolic aspect is important because infrastructure affects how people see their relationships with each other and with the government. Good infrastructure is a sign of good government and social unity. Infrastructure that doesn't work shows that people aren't competent and things are broken up. These perceptions, in turn, affect how much political support there is for the institutions that keep infrastructure running, which can lead to good or bad cycles. Romans understood this symbolic part of things on an instinctive level. They built their roads to be big and impressive, not just to get people where they needed to go. Milestones told people which emperor had built or fixed each part, turning road work into propaganda. The Via Appia wasn't just a road that connected Rome to southern Italy, it was also a sign of Roman strength and stability. People in modern societies sometimes forget this lesson and treat infrastructure as just a tool. They wonder why people don't appreciate the complicated systems that make modern life possible. But infrastructure is never just about how it works. It's about who you are, your pride, and how social values show up in the real world. As we reach the end of our journey through time and over ancient stone, think about what it means to literally walk in the footsteps of so many people who came before us. Every old road that is still there has this quality of deep time, this feeling of being connected to a huge human story that goes far beyond your own life. When you walk on Roman paving stones, you're walking where Roman soldiers marched, where merchants drove their carts, where messengers ran with important news, where families moved to new homes, where pilgrims looked for God's favour, and where exiles left their homes and maybe never came back. Each of those people was just as real as you are, with hopes and fears and small daily problems that took up their time just like yours do now. They were worried about their health, their families, their money, and whether they had made the right choice in life. The road saw it all. Countless human dramas playing out on its unchanging surface. This is why parts of old roads that have been preserved often feel almost sacred, even to people who aren't very religious. You're standing in a place where the line between the past and the present is thin, and you can almost feel the presence of all the lives that are no longer there. The stones are proof that those people lived, that their civilization was real, and that they did things that still matter. The ruins of old roads also remind us that things don't last forever, which is somehow comforting instead of sad. Yes, even the strongest empires will fall apart. Yes, even the best-built infrastructure will eventually need more upkeep than anyone can give. Yes, everything that people do is only temporary when compared to geological timescales. But that doesn't mean that what people do doesn't matter. The roads were important to the people who built them and the people who used them. They had a big impact on the growth of civilizations, the success of cities, the movement of armies, and the flow of trade goods. Their legacy lives on in the geography of today, in the places where cities are, in the paths of highways, and in the shape of the world we live in now. The Roman engineer who carefully placed paving stones on the Via Appia probably never thought that those stones would still be there 2,000 years later. He probably also never thought that people with technology we can't even imagine would study and preserve his work, or that children who weren't even born yet would someday run their hands over the surface he made. But here we are, and the stones are still there. This makes me think that we should see ourselves as links in a long chain. The infrastructure we build, keep up, or let fall apart will affect the world that future generations get. The decisions we make about how to use our resources, how to keep things running, and how to teach the next generation of engineers and craftspeople all have effects that last long after we're gone. We don't know how the next generations will see our decisions. We can't say for sure which of our buildings will still be standing in 2,000 years and which ones will have disappeared without a trace. But we can try to build with the same care and ambition that drove the best Roman engineers, making things that will last, using materials that are better than what we need right now, and spending money on things that will be useful in the future, even if it seems like a lot. The funny thing is that the Romans, who were so sure that their empire would last forever, would be shocked to learn that their roads lasted longer than their civilization. They probably would have liked it better if their empire stayed the same instead of just its infrastructure. But from where we stand, the fact that Roman roads are still there makes Rome feel more, not less, eternal. As you finish your warm drink and get ready for bed, think about how this story could help you as you go about your day. When you drive on a highway or walk down a street, think about the history that lies beneath the surface. I wonder who walked this path before it was paved, what natural features made this route, and what stories could be told about all the trips that have happened here. Think about the people who keep our modern infrastructure running. They do unglamorous work like filling in potholes, clearing drains, and fixing bridges. In terms of work, they are the direct descendants of the Roman engineers and maintenance crews. They're using better technology to solve the same basic problem, but it's the same basic problem, keeping paths open so that people and things can move. Don't just see ruins like old Roman roads or empty modern highways as failures. Also see them as proof that people keep trying, building and connecting. Think of them as proof that we're all part of a long story that started before we were born and will go on after we're gone. The last light in your room is fading, and you're probably getting sleepy, which is exactly what should happen when you read a bedtime story. You've been with me on trips to ancient building sites, medieval manor houses, busy imperial highways, and overgrown ruins that the forest is slowly taking back. You walked on pavement that people have been walking on for 2,000 years, and you thought about what it means that their work is still there even though their civilization is gone. You've thought about why roads are important, how they are made, how they work, and what happens when the systems that keep them up fail. But most importantly, you've tapped into something basic about being human. Our need to move, connect, and get past the things that keep us from getting to the people and places we want to go. Roads are one of the most basic technologies that people have made. They make paths permanent and routes reliable. Because they meet this basic need, every culture in history has made them in some way. The old roads that fell apart when empires fell show us that being strong isn't enough. Infrastructure needs constant care, enough money, technical know-how, and a commitment to the community. Even the best-made roads will eventually break down due to water, plants, frost, and the slow work of nature to reclaim them. But those same old roads also show us how to be strong. Routes stay the same even when the pavement goes away. Local communities find ways to stay connected even when the central government fails, and the memory that roads used to run straight and true across whole continents gives people hope that they can do the same things in the future. As you drift off to sleep, you might dream of old roads that run through your dreams, like perfectly straight Roman highways, mountain paths made by Inca engineers, and Persian postal routes where messengers ride through the night. In dreams, these roads might all connect, making a network that goes through time and space and connects the past with the present, Rome with now and what has been done with what could be done. Tomorrow, when you get up and start your day, you'll be on the road. You could be driving, walking, or even just looking out your window at the street. Those roads are part of the same long story we've been talking about tonight. They're modern chapters in a story that started when the first people decided that worn paths could be made better, that routes could be kept up, and that connection was worth the money. The old roads have fallen apart, but new ones have been built. Some of the roads we use today will last longer than our civilization, just like Roman roads did. Some will be gone in a few decades, their materials reused, and their paths lost. We can't tell which is which, just like Roman engineers couldn't tell which of their roads would still be there 2,000 years later. But we can build carefully, keep it up, and remember that infrastructure is always a gift we leave for people we'll never meet. It's a gift that future generations may value or take for granted, but it will always shape their world. You're a part of this long human story of roads and ruins, connection and decay, building and rebuilding. Sleep well. The journey of tomorrow is waiting for you on roads that link your present to all the pasts and futures that have come before and will come after. The road keeps going, even though some of the roads are falling apart. The journey goes on, even when people stop to rest. The link between the past and the future stays strong though, in stone, memory, and the human desire to see what's over the next hill. Imagine being 18 years old and sound asleep in your childhood bedroom. The room is familiar, the wallpaper you've seen every morning for years, the slight creak of floorboards you know by heart, the way morning light filters through curtains that have framed your dreams since you were small. Now imagine being awakened before dawn with news that will transform every single aspect of your existence forever. This was Victoria's reality on June 20th, 1837. When the Archbishop of Canterbury and the Lord Chamberlain arrived at Kensington Palace, with their solemn faces and formal court dress. Her uncle, King William IV, had died during the night, and she was now Queen of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland. No training period, no gradual transitions, just instant, absolute transformation from protected teenager to constitutional monarch. Victoria had spent her entire childhood in what historians call the Kensington system, a peculiar arrangement that sounds more like a boarding school punishment than a royal upbringing. Her mother, the Duchess of Kent, and her mother's advisor, Sir John Conroy, had kept Victoria isolated from court life, surrounded by rules and restrictions that would make a modern helicopter parent look relaxed. She wasn't allowed to walk downstairs without someone holding her hand. She slept in her mother's bedroom every night. Her companions were carefully selected, her reading material monitored, and her every movement observed and controlled. The system was designed ostensibly to protect her from the corrupting influence of her royal uncles, who were admittedly not the best role models, but it also kept her dependent, inexperienced, and theoretically easier to control once she became queen. What the architects of this system failed to anticipate was that constant restriction often breeds fierce independence in strong-willed individuals, and Victoria's will was forged steel, wrapped in silk. The moment Victoria learned she was queen, something shifted in her bearing that everyone present noticed. This small young woman, barely 5 feet tall, with prominent blue eyes and a tendency to blush easily, suddenly possessed an authority that transcended her physical presence. When she held her first Privy Council meeting just hours after learning of her accession, elderly statesmen who had governed empires were struck by her composure and dignity. Picture that first council meeting, a room full of men in their finest, formal wear, powdered wigs and gold-braided coats, all expecting to manage this inexperienced girl queen. Instead, they found someone who read the formal declaration in a clear, steady voice, who met their eyes directly, and who made it absolutely plain that she understood the weight of her new position. The Duke of Wellington, who had defeated Napoleon and wasn't easily impressed, later remarked on her extraordinary self-possession. Victoria's first act of independence was deliciously pointed. She moved her bed out of her mother's room. After 18 years of enforced proximity, she claimed her own space with the kind of determination that would characterize her entire reign. It was a small domestic gesture that represented a seismic shift in power dynamics. The Duchess of Kent, who had planned to rule through her daughter, found herself relegated to separate apartments and excluded from political influence. The young queen threw herself into her new role with an enthusiasm that surprised her advisors. She loved the red dispatch boxes that arrived daily, filled with government papers requiring her attention. She enjoyed the ceremony and ritual of court life, the formal drawing rooms and the state dinners. Most of all, she relished having her own household, her own decisions, and her own life finally under her own control. Lord Melbourne, her first Prime Minister, became something of a father figure to Victoria, though calling him that doesn't quite capture their relationship. He was a sophisticated, worldly man in his late 50s, and she was an enthusiastic teenager with opinions about everything. He taught her the intricacies of British politics with patient good humour, endured her occasional temper tantrums with grace, and genuinely seemed to enjoy her company. They would spend hours together discussing politics, literature, and court gossip, forming a bond that was part mentorship, part friendship, and entirely unconventional. Victoria's early years as Queen had a quality of exhilaration mixed with bewilderment. She was discovering London society, attending the opera and theatre, dancing at balls until dawn, and generally experiencing the youth she'd been denied during her isolated childhood. She adored her new freedom with the passion of someone who had been released from benign captivity. Her journals from this period bubble with exclamation marks and underlined words, capturing her delight in everything from new gowns to political debates. But the euphoria of those first years was occasionally punctured by harsh lessons in royal vulnerability. The young Queen faced criticism in the press, rumours about her relationship with Melbourne, and even questions about her judgment in various court scandals. Being Queen, she was learning, meant that every mistake was magnified and every decision scrutinised by people who had strong opinions about how monarchy should function. While Victoria was adjusting to her crown, Britain itself was in the midst of a transformation that would have staggered previous generations. The country she inherited was neither the rural agricultural society of her grandparents' time nor yet the industrial powerhouse it would become by the end of her reign. It was caught in that uncomfortable space between worlds, where steam engines shared roads with horse-drawn carts, and factory workers lived alongside traditional craftsmen. The 1830s and 1840s were decades of profound social upheaval. The Industrial Revolution, though historians debate whether calling it a revolution captures its gradual grinding nature, was remaking British society from the ground up. Manchester and Birmingham had transformed from market towns into blackened industrial cities, where textile mills operated around the clock and coal smoke hung in the air like a permanent fog. The romantic image of pastoral England was giving way to the reality of urban sprawl and factory discipline. You have to understand that this transformation wasn't some distant policy issue for Victoria. She could see it when she travelled through her kingdom. The railways, which had barely existed at her birth, were now spreading across the countryside like iron veins, connecting cities and accelerating the pace of everything. The first time Victoria travelled by train in 1842, she was both thrilled and slightly terrified by the speed, though at barely 40 miles per hour it would seem comically slow to you today. The social implications of industrialisation troubled Victoria, even if she didn't always know what to do about them. Reports reached her of working conditions in factories and mines that would shock modern sensibilities. Children as young as 5 working 12-hour shifts in coal mines, families living in single-room tenements without running water or sanitation, and workers paid so little they could barely afford bread. The gap between Britain's growing wealth and the poverty of many of its citizens created tensions that occasionally erupted into violence. The Chartist movement, which demanded democratic reforms like universal male suffrage and secret ballots, represented both the promise and threat of this new industrial age. Working people were organising, demanding rights, and challenging the assumption that political power should remain concentrated in aristocratic hands. Victoria viewed Chartism with a mixture of sympathy and alarm typical of her class. She felt compassion for workers' struggles, but feared revolutionary violence that might threaten social stability. In 1842, when economic depression led to widespread unrest and rumours of Chartist uprisings, Victoria experienced firsthand the fragility of public order. Reports reached her of riots in industrial cities, of troops called out to disperse angry crowds, of genuine fear among the property classes that Britain might follow France's revolutionary path. The young Queen, still in her early 20s, had to project confidence and stability even as advisers debated whether her safety could be guaranteed. But Victoria's Britain wasn't defined solely by industrial strife and social tension. This was also an era of remarkable creativity and intellectual ferment. Charles Dickens was publishing novels that exposed social injustices while entertaining millions. Scientists like Charles Darwin were developing theories that would revolutionise human understanding of the natural world. Engineers like Isambard Kingdom Brunel were building bridges, tunnels and ships that pushed the boundaries of what seemed technically possible. The Great Exhibition of 1851, held in the spectacular Crystal Palace in Hyde Park, would come to symbolise British confidence in this era of innovation. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. That triumph belongs to a later chapter, after Victoria had navigated one of the most significant transitions of her life. What's worth understanding about these early years of Victoria's reign is how much the role of monarchy itself was changing. Previous British monarchs had exercised real political power, choosing prime ministers and influencing policy directly. But by Victoria's time, the constitutional monarchy was evolving into something more symbolic, representing national unity and continuity rather than exercising direct governance. Victoria would spend her entire reign negotiating this delicate balance between influence and interference, between being above politics and being politically irrelevant. The young queen was learning that modern monarchy required a different kind of power than her ancestors had wielded. It was the power of example, of moral authority, of representing ideals and values that united disparate parts of an increasingly complex society. She was becoming less a ruler in the medieval sense and more a national symbol, though she would have bristled at being reduced to pure symbolism. Now, let's talk about Albert, because no story of Victoria can ignore the man who would transform both her personal life and her understanding of monarchy. But first, let's dispel the notion that this was some fairy tale romance from the start. Victoria's path to marriage was complicated by her position, her personality, and her initial reluctance to share the power she'd so recently acquired. When Victoria first met her cousin Albert of Saxe, Coburg and Gotha in 1836, before her accession, she found him pleasant enough but hardly overwhelming. He was handsome in a classical German way, tall, well-proportioned, with carefully combed hair and serious eyes, but he was also rather formal, got tired early at evening parties, and had the kind of earnest intellectual interest that 18-year-old Victoria found slightly boring. Their second meeting in 1839 produced dramatically different results. Victoria had been queen for 2 years and had grown accustomed to her independence. She wasn't particularly eager to marry and had made it clear to advisers that she would choose her own husband in her own time, thank you very much. When Albert visited Windsor Castle that October, Victoria took one look at him descending from his carriage and experienced what she would later describe as a complete change of heart. Albert had matured in the intervening years. He was 20 years old now, with a bearing that combined continental sophistication with genuine warmth. More importantly, he possessed qualities that Victoria's isolated upbringing had left her craving: intellectual depth, artistic sensibility, and a seriousness of purpose that matched her own growing sense of royal responsibility. Within days of his arrival, Victoria knew she wanted to marry him. Here's where the story gets charmingly complicated. As queen, Victoria had to propose to Albert, not the other way around. Constitutional protocol required it, and while this might sound like a modern romantic gesture, it actually placed Victoria in an awkward position. She had to risk rejection, had to articulate her feelings, and had to make herself vulnerable in a way that queens rarely had to experience. Victoria proposed to Albert on October 15th, 1839, in a private moment that she recorded in her journal with her characteristic enthusiasm and underlining. Albert accepted, and Victoria experienced a happiness that seemed to surprise her with its intensity. For someone who had spent years carefully maintaining royal dignity and emotional control, falling in love was both exhilarating and slightly terrifying. Their wedding in February 1840 was a relatively modest affair by royal standards. Victoria wore a white satin dress rather than traditional ermine and velvet robes, inadvertently setting a fashion trend that continues today. The ceremony at the Chapel Royal was beautiful but brief, and Victoria's journal entry that evening radiates contentment that feels both royal and utterly ordinary. The early years of Victoria and Albert's marriage represented a profound adjustment. For both of them, Victoria had been absolute in her household since becoming queen, answerable to no one, and accustomed to having her way. Now she had to navigate sharing her life with someone who had his own opinions, priorities, and vision for monarchy. Albert, meanwhile, had to figure out how to be consort to the most powerful woman in the world without either dominating her or being reduced to decorative irrelevance. The solution they eventually developed was a working partnership that would define both their marriage and Victoria's reign. Albert became Victoria's private secretary, political advisor, and intellectual companion. He brought organisational skills, artistic taste, and a progressive vision of monarchy's role in modern society that complemented Victoria's instinctive conservatism and emotional intensity. They worked together on official papers, discussed political issues, and jointly shaped the public image of the monarchy. But their partnership extended far beyond political collaboration. Albert introduced Victoria to serious art and music, took her to exhibitions and concerts, and encouraged her appreciation for culture and learning. He designed new palaces and gardens, reformed royal household management, and brought Germanic efficiency to what had been a somewhat chaotic English court. Under his influence, Windsor Castle and Buckingham Palace became showcases of modern taste and artistic excellence. Their domestic life, away from state occasions and political duties, reveals the human warmth beneath the formal portraits. They had 9 children over 17 years, and while Victorian parenting seems somewhat distant by modern standards, their letters and journals show genuine affection for their growing family. They bought Osborne House on the Isle of Wight as a private retreat, and Albert designed much of it himself, a place where they could be relatively normal parents rather than queen and prince consort. Victoria discovered that marriage and motherhood didn't diminish her power but rather gave her new dimensions of understanding. She could be simultaneously a constitutional monarch managing complex political relationships and a wife dealing with the ordinary frustrations of married life. She was learning that strength comes in various forms, and that allowing herself to depend on Albert actually made her a more effective queen. Albert's influence on Victoria was profound but gradual. He softened some of her impulsiveness, encouraged her intellectual development, and helped her understand monarchy as a force for moral and social progress rather than simply political power. Under his guidance, Victoria became more thoughtful about her role in British society and more conscious of the symbolic importance of royal behaviour and royal example. On December 14, 1861, Albert died of typhoid fever at Windsor Castle, and Victoria's world collapsed so completely that she would spend the rest of her life trying to put the pieces back together. He was only 42 years old. They had been married for 21 years. Victoria was 42 herself, still in what should have been the prime of her life, suddenly alone in a way that felt absolutely unbearable. The depth of Victoria's grief shocked even those who knew her well. This wasn't the dignified mourning expected of royalty. It was raw, overwhelming devastation that she made no attempt to hide or minimise. She withdrew from public life almost completely, spending months in darkened rooms wearing black that she would never stop wearing. She kept Albert's rooms exactly as they had been, with his clothes laid out daily and fresh water placed in his bedroom as if he might return at any moment. You need to understand that Victoria's mourning wasn't simply personal grief, though it was, certainly that. It was also the loss of the person who had helped her understand her role, who had been her intellectual companion and political advisor, and who had given structure and meaning to her reign. Without Albert, Victoria felt not just bereaved, but fundamentally lost, as if the map she'd been following had suddenly disappeared. The British public initially responded to Victoria's loss with genuine sympathy. Albert had grown popular during his lifetime, and people understood that the Queen had lost her husband. But as months stretched into years and Victoria remained in seclusion, public patience began wearing thin. People started questioning what they were paying taxes for if their monarch refused to appear in public or fulfill ceremonial duties. This was a crucial moment in the Victorian monarchy, though Victoria herself probably didn't see it that way through. Her grief. The British people were increasingly democratic in their expectations. They wanted a monarch who was visible, who participated in national life, and who gave them something tangible in return for the cost of maintaining royal households. Victoria's prolonged withdrawal created a crisis of legitimacy that would take years to resolve. Albert's death also revealed something about Victoria's character that had perhaps been obscured by their partnership: her remarkable capacity for endurance. Fewer people might have abdicated or completely collapsed under such profound loss. Victoria grieved intensely but continued working, continued managing government business, and continued being queen even when she felt incapable of being anything at all. It was resilience born not of strength but of duty. She kept going because stopping wasn't an option. Gradually, imperceptibly, Victoria began rebuilding herself around the absence at her centre. She couldn't replace Albert, didn't want to, but she learned to function without him. She relied increasingly on her Scottish servant John Brown, whose blunt Highland manner and lack of courtly deference provided a refreshing contrast to the careful circumspection of most royal attendants. Their friendship would scandalise polite society and fuel rumours that Victoria herself found both amusing and irritating. Benjamin Disraeli, who became Prime Minister in 1868, played a crucial role in drawing Victoria back into public life. He understood that the Queen responded to flattery, personal attention, and appeals to her sense of duty. Where others had tried to argue Victoria into resuming her responsibilities, Disraeli charmed her into it, writing her flattering letters and treating state business as secrets shared between friends. It was manipulation, certainly, but manipulation in service of both Victoria's well-being and the monarchy's survival. By the early 1870s, Victoria was gradually returning to public visibility, though she never fully resumed the active social life of her early reign. She held courts and levees, appeared at state occasions, and showed herself to her subjects with increasing frequency. But she also maintained boundaries that would have been unthinkable earlier in her reign, refusing to participate in events she found too demanding or emotionally difficult. What emerged from this long period of grief was a different kind of monarchy than Britain had known before. Victoria had learned that she could be queen without being constantly visible, that her symbolic importance didn't require her physical presence at every ceremonial occasion. She was pioneering a more private model of monarchy that would influence how future British royals balanced public duty with personal life. The experience of profound loss also gave Victoria a deeper empathy for her subjects' sufferings. When disasters struck, mining accidents, factory fires, shipwrecks, Victoria's messages of condolence carried genuine feeling born from her own experience of grief. She understood, in a way she perhaps hadn't earlier, that being queen meant bearing witness to both the joys and sorrows of an entire nation. Victoria's black mourning dress became iconic, transforming from a personal expression of loss into a symbol of Victorian propriety and emotional depth. She was demonstrating that grief deserved respect and time, and that rushing through sorrow or hiding it away wasn't necessary or healthy. In an era that often demanded emotional restraint, Victoria's prolonged mourning gave permission for others to grieve openly and honestly. While Victoria mourned and gradually returned to public life, the world that bore her name was transforming with a speed that would have seemed miraculous to earlier generations. The Victorian era, that period from 1837 to 1901, became synonymous with progress, innovation, and the particular combination of moral earnestness and material ambition that characterised 19th century Britain. Let's start with the physical transformation of daily life, because this is where Victorian innovation becomes tangible and real. The gaslight that had been a luxury in Victoria's youth became standard in middle-class homes by mid-century. Telegraph wires spread across continents, allowing near instantaneous communication over distances that had previously required weeks of travel. Photography evolved from daguerreotype curiosities to commonplace documentation of ordinary life. Each of these changes sounds modest in isolation, but together they revolutionized how people experience time, space, and possibility. The Great Exhibition of 1851, that triumph that Albert had championed and organized, captured Victorian optimism at its zenith. The Crystal Palace itself, a massive structure of iron and glass housing exhibits from around the world, demonstrated both British engineering prowess and industrial confidence. Over 6 million people visited during its months of operation, including Victoria herself, who attended numerous times and recorded her wonder in journals that bubble with exclamation marks. But the Victorian world was never as uniformly progressive as its champions claimed. Beneath the gleaming innovations and expanding empire lay persistent poverty, exploitation, and inequality that reformers spent decades trying to address. The same industrial system that created unprecedented wealth also created urban slums where children died of preventable diseases and workers endured conditions that would be illegal today. Victorian Britain was simultaneously the workshop of the world and a society where many workers could barely afford to feed their families. Victorian social reformers attacked these problems with characteristic energy and moral certainty. The Factory Acts gradually limited child labour and improved working conditions. Public health reforms brought clean water and proper sewage systems to cities where cholera had been a regular visitor. Compulsory Education Acts ensured that children received at least basic schooling rather than spending their entire childhoods in factories or mines. Progress was real but frustratingly slow, and the Victorian compromise between capitalism and compassion never fully resolved its internal contradictions. The British Empire expanded dramatically during Victoria's reign, reaching its greatest extent and transforming Britain into the predominant global power. India became the crown jewel after the 1857 rebellion led to direct British rule, and Victoria would eventually take the title Empress of India in 1876. Africa was carved up in the scramble for colonies that mixed missionary zeal, commercial ambition, and strategic calculation in roughly equal measure. The familiar pink-coloured territories on world maps expanded until Britain controlled roughly a quarter of the Earth's land surface and population. Victoria's personal relationship with this empire was complex and somewhat contradictory. She took genuine interest in her colonial subjects, corresponded with Indian servants and African chiefs, and seemed to believe sincerely in Britain's civilizing mission. Yet she also supported policies that enforced British dominance through military force and economic exploitation. Like many Victorians, she combined humanitarian sentiment with imperial assumptions, never quite recognising the contradiction between promoting Christian values and maintaining colonial hierarchies. The Victorian approach to social issues combined moral earnestness with practical reform in ways that feel both admirable and frustrating from our modern perspective. Victorians believed intensely in personal responsibility, self-improvement, and moral rectitude, which sometimes translated into judgmental attitudes toward poverty and suffering. Yet they also created institutions, hospitals, orphanages, schools, libraries, that genuinely improved lives and expanded opportunities for millions of people. Victorian culture celebrated domesticity and family life with an intensity that shaped expectations for generations. The ideal Victorian home became a sanctuary from the harsh commercial world, with the wife, mother as its moral centre, and the husband, father as provider and protector. Victoria and Albert's own family life became the model for this domestic ideal, their image reproduced in countless prints and photographs that brought royal domesticity into ordinary British homes. But this idealised domesticity obscured complicated realities. Victorian families could be sites of genuine warmth and affection, but also of patriarchal control and hidden dysfunction. The emphasis on propriety and respectability sometimes meant that problems, domestic violence, addiction, mental illness, were hidden rather than addressed. The Victorian home was simultaneously a real source of comfort and a performance of values that didn't always match lived experience. Victorian literature and art captured both the confidence and anxiety of this transforming era. Dickens exposed social injustices while entertaining middle-class readers. The Bronte sisters explored women's inner lives and passionate emotions beneath respectable surfaces. Tennyson's poetry combined medieval romance with Victorian doubt. The Pre-Raphaelite painters rejected industrial ugliness in favour of medieval-inspired beauty, while inadvertently creating some of the era's most iconic images. Science and religion engaged in increasingly fraught dialogue as discoveries challenged traditional beliefs. Darwin's theory of evolution, published in 1859, forced Victorians to reconsider humanity's place in nature and relationship to the divine. Geological discoveries revealed an Earth far older than biblical chronology suggested. Victoria herself remained conventionally religious, but many of her subjects were wrestling with faith in ways that earlier generations hadn't confronted. As Victoria aged into her 70s and 80s, she transformed from the Widow of Windsor into something approaching a living monument. The Jubilees celebrating her reign, the Golden Jubilee in 1887 marking 50 years, and the Diamond Jubilee in 1897 marking 60 years, became occasions for national celebration that transcended simple royal pageantry. People who had never known any other monarch-lined streets to glimpse this small, stout, elderly woman who had somehow become synonymous with their entire era. The Golden Jubilee in 1887 revealed the complexity of Victoria's relationship with her subjects. She was genuinely moved by the outpouring of affection, surprised that people still cared after her long years of semi-seclusion. The procession through London streets showed her an empire at its height. Representatives from India, Africa, the Caribbean, and all the pink territories on the map gathering to honour their queen. Victoria recorded her emotions in journals that capture both pride in Britain's achievements and a certain weary awareness that time was passing and she was part of history rather than simply living it. By this point, Victoria had served as queen for 5 decades, longer than most of her subjects' entire lifetimes. She had outlived most of her contemporaries, seen technologies transform from curiosities to commonplace, and witnessed social changes that would have astonished her 18-year-old self. She was the last living link to a Britain that had been predominantly rural, pre-industrial, and more socially stratified than the rapidly modernising country of the 1880s and 1890s. Victoria's political influence in these later years operated through personal relationships rather than constitutional authority. She had become an expert at managing prime ministers through a combination of personal charm, emotional appeal, and occasional outright manipulation. She knew she couldn't directly control policy anymore. Constitutional monarchy had evolved beyond that. But she could influence, suggest, and sometimes obstruct through the careful application of royal prerogative and personal persuasion. Her relationships with her prime ministers revealed different facets of her character. Gladstone, the great liberal statesman, irritated her intensely with his earnest moralising and tendency to treat her like a public meeting rather than a person. Disraeli, meanwhile, had discovered the key to managing Victoria. Treat her as a woman first and a queen second, flatter her shamelessly, and make governance seem like an intimate collaboration. The contrast between these relationships showed how much Victoria valued personal attention and emotional connection alongside political competence. The family Victoria and Albert had created now sprawled across European royalty. Her children and grandchildren had married into virtually every royal house on the continent, earning Victoria the nickname Grandmother of Europe. This dynastic network gave her personal stakes in European politics and created family connections that would be tested tragically in the wars of the early 20th century. When Victoria gathered her extended family for her Diamond Jubilee, the photographs captured a moment of European royalty that would never come again. Many of these relatives would be fighting each other within 2 decades. Victoria's later years also saw her becoming increasingly concerned with her legacy and how history would remember her. She commissioned official biographies, carefully edited her journals for eventual publication, and tried to shape the narrative of her reign. She wanted to be remembered not just as the queen who presided over British expansion, but as someone who had tried to rule conscientiously and care for her subjects' welfare. Whether history would grant her this legacy remained uncertain even as she worked to secure it. The Diamond Jubilee in 1897 was even more spectacular than the Golden Jubilee, a global celebration of empire and monarchy that brought representatives from across the world to honour the ageing queen. Victoria, now unable to walk easily and suffering from various ailments, participated in the festivities with characteristic determination. She appeared in an open carriage, acknowledging cheering crowds with the regal bearing she had cultivated over 6 decades of practice. But beneath the pageantry and celebration, careful observers could see signs of an era ending. The Victorian certainties, faith in progress, confidence in empire, belief in British supremacy, were beginning to fray at the edges. The Boer War at the end of the 1890s revealed military weaknesses and moral complications that challenged assumptions about British righteousness. Social movements were demanding changes: women's suffrage, workers' rights, Irish Home Rule that threatened established hierarchies. The world was shifting beneath Victoria's feet, moving toward a 20th century that would look very different from the Victorian age. Victoria's health declined gradually through the final years of the 1890s. She suffered from rheumatism, had difficulty with her eyesight, and tired easily. But she continued working, continued managing her household and following political developments, and continued being queen because that's what she had done for most of her conscious life. The role had become so fundamental to her identity that separating Victoria the person from Victoria the Queen was essentially impossible. Victoria died on January 22nd, 1901, at Osborne House, surrounded by her children and grandchildren. She was 81 years old and had been queen for 63 years, longer than any British monarch before her, and longer than most would have thought possible when she ascended at 18. Her passing marked the end not just of a reign, but of the entire 19th century, as if history itself had been waiting for her to finish before moving forward. The funeral procession through London streets drew enormous crowds of people who had never known any other monarch. Victoria had been queen when their grandparents were young, and had been a constant presence through all the transformations of the Victorian age. Her death felt like the closing of an era, and in many ways it was. The Edwardian period that followed would have a different character, a lighter tone, and a sense of living in the calm before a storm that would arrive with World War I. But what exactly was Victoria's legacy? This question has occupied historians ever since, and the answers are as complex as Victoria herself. She didn't create the Victorian age, it was named after her, not by her, but she helped shape its character and came to embody its values. Her influence operated less through direct political action than through moral example and symbolic representation of what Victorians believed about duty, family, and national purpose. Victoria's model of constitutional monarchy influenced how future British royals would understand their role. She demonstrated that monarchs could remain politically relevant without directly exercising political power, and that symbolic importance could be as significant as constitutional authority. The modern British monarchy, with its carefully calibrated balance between tradition and adaptation, public visibility and private life, owes much to patterns Victoria established during her long reign. Her commitment to duty, even through profound personal loss, set a standard that subsequent monarchs have tried to emulate. Victoria showed that royalty meant service rather than simply privilege, that being queen required personal sacrifice and consistent dedication to responsibilities that couldn't be delegated or escaped. When Elizabeth II would later speak about dedicating her life to royal service, she was echoing patterns Victoria had established more than a century earlier. The Victorian emphasis on domesticity and family values, which Victoria and Albert had modelled so publicly, influenced British society for generations. The ideal of the respectable middle-class family, morally upright, hard-working, devoted to self-improvement, became a cultural touchstone that persisted well into the 20th century. Whether this influence was entirely positive is debatable, but its reality is undeniable. Victoria's relationship with empire remains perhaps the most complicated aspect of her legacy. The British Empire reached its greatest extent during her reign, and she took the title Empress of India in a period when European imperialism was intensifying. Modern perspectives recognise the exploitation and violence inherent in imperial expansion in ways that Victorians generally didn't, creating a legacy that can't be celebrated uncritically. Victoria's genuine interest in colonial subjects doesn't erase the structural inequalities of the system she represented. The Victorian age's emphasis on progress and improvement, while sometimes producing self-righteous hypocrisy, also drove genuine reforms that expanded opportunities and improved lives. The Factory Acts, public health reforms, and education expansion, these weren't simply top-down impositions, but reflected Victorian beliefs about social responsibility and the possibility of making things better. Victoria's support for these reforms, however inconsistent, aligned monarchy with progressive causes in ways that enhanced royal legitimacy. Perhaps Victoria's most enduring personal legacy is simply how long and consistently she performed the role of Queen, 63 years of dutiful service created a sense of continuity and stability that helped Britain navigate the massive social and economic transformations of the 19th century. People might disagree about policies or disapprove of royal behaviour, but they knew Victoria would still be Queen tomorrow, providing a fixed point in a changing world. The Victorian world that carried her name, with its particular combination of moral, earnestness and material ambition, its faith in progress and anxiety about change, its genuine humanitarian impulses and persistent social inequalities, reflected broader forces than any single person could create. But Victoria's long presence helped give this era a sense of coherence and identity that it might not otherwise have possessed. In the end, Victoria's legacy is less about specific policies or political decisions than about demonstrating how monarchy could adapt to modern conditions without losing its essential character. She showed that royalty could be simultaneously ordinary and exceptional, that queens could be wives and mothers without diminishing their authority, and that monarchy could survive by evolving rather than by insisting on unchanging tradition. As you prepare for sleep tonight, perhaps the most valuable thing to understand about Victoria is how thoroughly human she remained despite spending most of her life in positions that discouraged normal human feelings. She was someone who laughed easily, cried openly, loved deeply, and grieved without reservation. The qualities that made her an effective monarch, her sense of duty, her emotional honesty, her capacity for both firmness and compassion, weren't royal attributes but human ones, just applied on a larger stage. Victoria's journals, which she kept throughout her adult life, reveal a woman of genuine feeling and complexity. She could be petty and vindictive, generous and warm-hearted, intellectually curious and frustratingly stubborn, often all on the same day. She experienced the ordinary struggles of marriage and parenthood, the universal sorrows of loss and aging, and the common human needs for love, purpose and recognition. The difference was that she experienced these things while being queen, which complicated everything without changing the fundamental emotional truths. Think about young Victoria, 18 years old and suddenly queen, navigating responsibilities she hadn't been prepared for with nothing but her own intelligence and determination to guide her. Think about Victoria in love, discovering that being queen didn't protect her from the vulnerability and joy of romantic attachment. Think about Victoria grieving, demonstrating that profound loss doesn't respect rank or position. Think about elderly Victoria, looking back on 6 decades of service and wondering if she'd done enough, made the right choices and fulfilled her purposes. What made Victoria remarkable wasn't that she transcended human limitations, but that she worked within them while carrying responsibilities that would have overwhelmed many people. She was often wrong, sometimes petty, and occasionally stubborn beyond reason. She held views on empire and social hierarchy that we now recognise as profoundly flawed, but she also showed up, did the work, and kept going through personal tragedies that might have justified giving up entirely. The Victorian age ended officially with Victoria's death in 1901, but its influence continued shaping British society and culture for decades afterward. The values Victoria represented, duty, family, moral earnestness, faith in progress, continued informing British identity, even as the 20th century challenged and sometimes overturned them. When people speak about Victorian values, they're often referring less to historical reality than to an idealised image that Victoria herself helped create through the example of her life and reign. Your own life probably contains more Victorian influence than you realise. The expectation that work should be meaningful and contribute to something larger than yourself, that's partly Victorian. The ideal that families should provide emotional warmth alongside practical support, Victoria and Albert helped popularise that model. The belief that individuals can improve themselves through education and effort, thoroughly Victorian. Even your assumptions about privacy, domesticity, and the separation between public and private life owe something to patterns established during Victoria's era. The photographs of Victoria that survive, and she was one of the most photographed people of the 19th century, show a progression that captures both personal aging and historical change. Early photographs show a young woman with soft features and elaborate hairstyles, still recognisably the girl who became queen. Middle-age photographs capture someone more substantial, confident in her position, and comfortable with authority. Late photographs show an elderly woman in black, stern-faced and dignified, looking like everyone's formidable grandmother, who nonetheless might surprise you with unexpected humour or tenderness. But photographs can't capture everything. They don't show Victoria's laugh, which contemporaries described as full and genuine. They don't reveal her speaking voice, which was apparently musical and pleasant. They don't capture her handwriting in journals and letters, where her personality comes through in exclamation marks, underlined words, and passages that radiate emotion. The Victoria of photographs is frozen, formal, and preserved. But the real Victoria was animated by feelings, thoughts, and experiences that no image could fully contain. Victoria's relationship with her own legacy was complicated by her awareness that she was becoming a historical figure while still living. She knew that historians would analyse her reign, that her journals would be read by people who never knew her, and that her life would become material for interpretation and judgment. This awareness made her self-conscious in ways that earlier monarchs hadn't been, trying to shape how she would be remembered even as events continued to unfold. The Victorian era's combination of progress and limitation, of expanding possibilities, alongside persistent inequalities, reflects tensions that remain unresolved in modern societies. We still wrestle with questions about how to balance individual freedom with social responsibility, how to pursue economic growth while protecting human welfare, and how to honour tradition while embracing necessary change. These aren't uniquely Victorian dilemmas, but Victorians confronted them with a directness and moral seriousness that makes their struggles feel relevant to contemporary concerns. Victoria's influence on the British monarchy specifically created patterns that persist today: the emphasis on family values and moral example, the careful balance between visibility and privacy, and the sense that royalty represents national continuity and shared values. All of these reflect Victorian precedents. When modern royals engage in charitable work, support social causes, or present themselves as devoted family members, they're following a template that Victoria helped establish. But perhaps the most remarkable thing about Victoria is simply that she remained recognisably herself throughout her long reign. She didn't become a different person when she became queen, and she didn't lose her essential character through 6 decades of performing a role that might have consumed a weaker personality. The woman who died at 81 retained fundamental qualities of the girl who became queen at 18. The emotional intensity, the strong opinions, the capacity for deep feeling, and the sense of duty combined with genuine humanity. As you drift towards sleep tonight, consider this. Victoria lived through a period of change more profound than most humans experience in their lifetimes. She was born in a world of horse-drawn carriages and candlelight, and died in a world of automobiles and electric lights. She witnessed the transformation of Britain from an agricultural society to an industrial powerhouse, saw science challenge religious certainties, and watched as democratic movements reshaped political expectations. Through all these changes, she provided a sense of continuity and stability that helped people navigate uncertainty. The small bedroom at Osborne House, where Victoria spent her final hours, has been preserved much as it was. You can visit it today and see the simple iron bed where she died, the view across to the Isle of Wight that she loved, and the domestic simplicity she preferred in her private spaces. It's a reminder that even queens die in ordinary rooms, that the trappings of monarchy fall away at the end, leaving only the human person facing the universal human experience of mortality. Victoria's children and grandchildren gathered around her deathbed, creating a scene that mixed royal protocol with genuine family grief. Her son, who would become Edward VII, held one hand while her grandson, the future German Kaiser Wilhelm II, supported her other arm. It was a moment when the personal and the political, the maternal and the monarchical, and the intimate and the historical all converged into a single experience that was simultaneously unique and universal. In her final months, Victoria reportedly said that she didn't want to die. She felt she still had work to do, responsibilities to fulfill and purposes to serve. It's a sentiment that captures something essential about her character. The sense that life meant service, that having privileges required giving something back, and that being queen was ultimately about duty rather than power. Whether you agree with her vision of monarchy or not, there's something admirable about someone who remained committed to their responsibilities literally until their final breath. The world Victoria left behind in 1901 was vastly different from the one she'd inherited in 1837. Britain had become the world's dominant industrial and imperial power. Science and technology had transformed daily life in ways that would have seemed like magic to earlier generations. Social reforms had expanded rights and opportunities for millions of people. The Victorian age, with all its achievements and limitations, its progress and problems, its genuine humanitarian impulses and persistent injustices, had reshaped not just Britain but much of the world. But Victoria's most personal legacy might be the example she provided of resilience in the face of loss, her determination to continue being queen after Albert's death, to find meaning and purpose despite overwhelming grief, and to serve others even while mourning privately. This demonstration of human strength in the face of devastation has resonated with people for generations. Victoria showed that you can be profoundly damaged by loss without being destroyed by it, that grief and duty can coexist, and that broken hearts can continue beating. As the last words of this story settle around you like a soft blanket, think about what Victoria's life represents beyond the historical facts and royal pageantry. Here was someone who spent most of her life performing a role that demanded constant public presence, while trying to maintain some private sense of self. She had to be simultaneously a symbol and a person, both ordinary and exceptional, human and institutional. Victoria's story reminds us that leadership, whether of nations or simply of our own lives, requires showing up consistently even when we don't, feel capable, continuing to work even when motivation fades, and finding ways to serve purposes larger than ourselves, even as we attend to personal needs and desires. These aren't uniquely royal challenges, but universal human ones, just played out on a particularly visible stage. The Victorian age that bore her name was ultimately about people trying to navigate rapid change while holding on to values they believed important. That challenge hasn't disappeared. If anything, it's more intense in our contemporary world of even faster technological and social transformation. Victoria's example suggests that maintaining core commitments while adapting to new circumstances isn't a contradiction but a necessity, that change and continuity can coexist, and that progress doesn't require abandoning everything that came before. When you wake tomorrow morning and go about your daily life, you'll be participating in a world that Victoria helped shape. The calendar you check has remnants of Victorian timekeeping reforms. The institutions you interact with, schools, hospitals, libraries, many were established or transformed during her era. The assumptions you carry about family, work, privacy and public life all bear traces of Victorian influence. History isn't something that happened in the past and ended. It's a continuous stream that flows through the present, connecting us to people we never knew but whose choices still affect our lives. Victoria would probably be both amazed and somewhat bewildered by the 21st century world. The technology would astonish her. The social changes would challenge many of her assumptions, and the transformed role of monarchy would likely confuse someone who understood royal authority very differently. But she might also recognise continuities. People still fall in love, still grieve losses, still struggle with balancing personal desires and public responsibilities, and still wonder if their lives matter and what they'll leave behind. The Queen, who once was a young girl waking up to learn she ruled an empire, who fell in love and raised children and grieved unbearably and kept working anyway, who grew old watching the world transform around her. She's been gone for over a century now, but something of her persists. In institutions she influenced, in patterns she established, and in the example she provided of someone trying to live honourably within the constraints of their circumstances. Tonight, as you settle into sleep, you're participating in a ritual as old as humanity. The telling of stories about people who came before us, trying to understand what their lives mean and what we can learn from them. Victoria's story is ultimately about an ordinary person given extraordinary responsibilities and finding within herself the resources to meet them imperfectly but persistently. It's a story about love and loss, duty and resilience, the weight of expectations and the relief of finally laying them down. Sleep well, knowing that the challenges Victoria faced, how to live authentically while meeting others' expectations, how to maintain purpose through changing circumstances, how to balance personal needs with public responsibilities, how to keep going when loss makes continuing seem impossible. These challenges connect you across the centuries to a small woman in black who was once queen of half the world and who, despite everything, remained fundamentally human until the end. The Victorian age is gone, but Victoria herself remains present in memory, in influence, and in the example of a life lived with determination, feeling, and an unshakable sense that duty matters, love matters, and showing up every day even when it's hard matters most of all. Rest easy, and may your dreams be gentle. You know how sometimes the most ridiculous moments in history happen when powerful people try to do something perfectly normal? Well, settle in, because you're about to hear about the time Napoleon Bonaparte, conqueror of Europe, emperor of France, the man who redrew the map of the world, got completely overwhelmed by a bunch of fluffy rabbits. Imagine Napoleon in July 1807, when his power was at its peak. He has just signed the Treaty of Tilsit with Russia, which essentially divides Europe between him and Tsar Alexander the Hun as if they are splitting a pizza. The treaty negotiations took place on a raft in the middle of the Niemen River, which sounds uncomfortable, but was apparently the fashionable way to conduct international diplomacy back then. Napoleon is feeling pretty good about himself. He's 37 years old, ruler of an empire that stretches from Spain to Poland, and he's just convinced one of Europe's most powerful rulers to be his friend instead of his enemy. In his mind, the occasion calls for a celebration. This is not just any celebration, but one that is fittingly imperial and manly. So what does the Emperor of France decide to do? He wants to go hunting. Specifically, he wants to go rabbit hunting. Now, this may seem like a perfectly reasonable way for a powerful man to decompress. After all, hunting was the traditional pastime of European nobility. It showed you had leisure time, excellent aim, and weren't afraid to get a little dirt under your fingernails. This is where Napoleon's personality begins to emerge. Napoleon cannot simply go hunting like any other individual. Everything has to be grand, everything has to be perfect, and everything has to make a statement. He doesn't want to wander through the woods hoping to spot a rabbit or two. He desires a hunt that is not only grand but also spectacular, a hunt that will leave a lasting impression. He turns to his chief of staff, Alexandre Berthier, and tells him to organise a rabbit hunt. This is not just any rabbit hunt, but a hunt fit for an emperor. Berthier, who has dealt with Napoleon's grandiose ideas for years, probably sighs internally, but immediately gets to work. After all, if your boss has just conquered most of Europe, you don't argue with him about party planning. The location chosen is the grounds around Malmaison, Napoleon's country estate. It's a beautiful property with rolling hills, scattered woods, and plenty of open space, perfect for a hunting party. The plan is simple. Invite all the important military officers and government officials, release hundreds of rabbits into the countryside, and then have a grand time chasing them down. You can imagine Napoleon's excitement as the plans come together. He's probably pacing around his study, hands clasped behind his back in that famous pose, detailing exactly how he wants everything arranged. The weapons must be cleaned and prepared, the refreshments must be perfect, and there must be many rabbits. This phase is where Berthier starts to earn his reputation as one of history's most competent staff officers. He understands that his emperor doesn't just want a hunting party. He wants a hunting party that will become a legend. Berthier starts the planning process with the same meticulousness he would apply to a military campaign. First, he needs to secure the hunting grounds. The estate must be properly prepared, with beaters positioned to drive the rabbits toward the hunters. Then there's the matter of weapons. Fine hunting rifles for all the guests, properly maintained and sighted. Food and drink should also be provided for the guests, as they will undoubtedly engage in a lengthy day of outdoor activities. They need to arrange transportation to and from the hunting grounds. It's starting to sound less like a casual afternoon and more like a logistical operation. But most importantly, Berthier needs rabbits. Berthier requires an abundance of rabbits. The year is 1807, so it's not like he can just call up a rabbit supplier and place an order. He needs to find someone who can provide hundreds of rabbits on short notice, and they need to be the right kind of rabbits. Healthy, numerous, and suitable for an imperial hunting party. As you drift off tonight, picture Napoleon in his study, completely absorbed in planning what he thinks will be a perfect day of hunting, with no idea that he's about to face one of the most embarrassing moments of his career. So there's Berthier, Napoleon's most trusted organiser, facing what might seem like a simple task: get some rabbits for the Emperor's hunting party. But you know how it is when your boss wants something done perfectly. Suddenly even the simplest job becomes complicated. Berthier starts by doing what any sensible person would do. He asks around. Where does one acquire several hundred rabbits for a hunting party? It's not exactly the kind of question that comes up in normal conversation. Oh, by the way, do you know anyone who has a few hundred rabbits lying around, asking for an emperor? The answer, it turns out, is local farmers and rabbit breeders. In early 19th century France, rabbit farming was actually quite common. Rabbits were a reliable source of meat and fur. They reproduced quickly, and they didn't require much space or expensive feed. Your average French farmer probably had a dozen or so rabbits in hutches behind his house. But Berthier doesn't need a dozen rabbits. He needs hundreds. So he starts sending out his assistants to every farm and rabbit breeder within a day's travel of Malmaison. The message is simple. The emperor needs rabbits, and he needs them by a specific date. Money is no object. Now you can imagine the conversations this must have sparked in French farmhouses. The emperor wants our rabbits. Does the emperor want them all? For hunting? Well, if Bonaparte wants rabbits, Bonaparte gets rabbits. It probably seemed like the most patriotic thing a rabbit farmer could do for France. Word spreads quickly through the farming communities. Imperial agents soon contact every rabbit breeder in the region. The demand is so high that people start bringing rabbits from farther and farther away. Carts full of rabbit cages start rolling toward Malmaison from all directions. But here's where things get intriguing, and where Berthier makes what historians now recognise as a crucial error. He's so focused on getting enough rabbits that he doesn't pay close attention to what kind he's getting. You see, there are basically two types of rabbits you might encounter in this situation. There are wild rabbits, the kind that live in the woods and fields, that are naturally wary of humans and will run away the moment they are released. These are the rabbits that would make for proper hunting, skittish, swift, and inclined to scatter in all directions the moment they sense danger. Then there are domestic rabbits, the kind that farmers raise for meat and fur. These rabbits have been bred for generations to be docile, well-fed and comfortable around humans. They're used to being handled and used to being fed by people, and they associate humans with food and safety rather than danger. Berthier, in his rush to fulfill Napoleon's order, ends up with a mix of both types. But here's the problem. The domestic rabbits vastly outnumber the wild ones. Most local farmers and breeders are supplying domestic rabbits because they have a larger quantity of them. And domestic rabbits, it turns out, behave very differently from wild rabbits when released into the countryside. As the day of the hunt approaches, hundreds of rabbits in wooden cages are being transported to Malmaison. The logistics alone are impressive. You've got dozens of carts, each loaded with rabbit cages converging on Napoleon's estate. The rabbits are fed and watered, kept in the shade, and generally treated better than many soldiers in Napoleon's army. The staff at Malmaison is probably a bit bewildered by the whole operation. The stable boys are suddenly dealing with hundreds of rabbits instead of horses. The groundskeepers are being asked to help prepare release points for the rabbits. The kitchen staff is also involved, as they must provide food for all the rabbits until the hunt day. Meanwhile, Napoleon is getting more and more excited about his upcoming hunting party. Napoleon is likely examining his hunting rifle, strategizing with his officers, and envisioning the tales that will unfold from this magnificent hunt. In his mind, it's going to be a perfect day. Good weather, good company, and plenty of rabbits to provide exciting sport. Berthier, meanwhile, is dealing with the practical details. Could you please advise on the optimal location for releasing the rabbits? How many should be released at once? Should they be released all at the same time or in waves to keep the hunting interesting throughout the day? These are the kinds of questions that don't come up in military planning, but they're crucial for a successful hunting party. The decision is made to release all the rabbits at once from several different points around the hunting grounds. The move should provide plenty of targets and ensure that the rabbits scatter in all directions, giving everyone a good chance at some hunting. It seems like a perfectly reasonable plan. As you go to bed, imagine the rabbits in their cages, unaware that they're about to make history in the most unexpected way. The morning of the great rabbit hunt dawns clear and bright, the kind of summer day that makes you want to be outside doing something active. Napoleon wakes up in an excellent mood, probably humming to himself as he gets dressed in his hunting outfit. He's chosen his clothes carefully, elegant but practical, befitting an emperor who's about to demonstrate his prowess in the field. You can picture him standing in front of his mirror, adjusting his coat, making sure everything is perfect. This isn't just a hunting trip, it's a performance. Napoleon wants to present himself as a masterful huntsman to all the important people in his government and military who will be present. The guests start arriving at Malmaison in the late morning. These aren't just casual friends invited for a day of sport, these are the power brokers of the French Empire. Military officers who've helped Napoleon conquer Europe, government officials who run his administration, and diplomats who negotiate his treaties. Everyone's dressed in their finest hunting attire, carrying beautiful rifles, looking forward to a day of imperial entertainment. The atmosphere is festive and relaxed. After years of constant warfare, everyone's ready for a break. The Treaty of Tilsit has brought a temporary peace to Europe, and for the first time in years, Napoleon's inner circle can gather without discussing military campaigns or political crises. It's just going to be a pleasant day of hunting, tasty food, and masculine camaraderie. Berthier, meanwhile, is running around making sure everything is perfect. He's coordinating with the beaters who will drive the rabbits toward the hunters, checking that the refreshment stations are properly stocked, and making sure all the rifles are in excellent working order. He's also supervising the final preparations for the rabbit release. Throughout the hunting grounds, the rabbits themselves are placed in key locations. Hundreds of cages are scattered through the woods and fields, each one containing several rabbits ready to be released on signal. The plan is beautifully simple. When Napoleon gives the word, all the cages will be opened simultaneously, releasing a small army of rabbits into the countryside. The hunters will then fan out and begin their sport. What nobody realises is that the majority of these rabbits have spent their entire lives in captivity. They've been hand-fed by farmers, handled by humans, and generally treated as livestock rather than wild animals. They don't have the instincts that would make them good hunting targets. They don't know they're supposed to be afraid of humans. The hunting party gathers in the main field, and Napoleon gives a little speech about the day's activities. He's in his element, commanding attention, setting the tone for what he expects to be a memorable day. The rifles are loaded, the beaters are in position, and everyone's ready for the grand release. Berthier gives the signal, and all across the hunting grounds, cage doors swing open. Hundreds of rabbits hop out into the sunshine, probably blinking in the sudden brightness, and looking around to get their bearings. For a brief moment, everything appears to be proceeding as planned. The hunters spread out across the field, rifles ready, expecting the rabbits to scatter in all directions and provide them with moving targets. Napoleon himself takes a position in the centre of the field, probably feeling very satisfied with how well everything is organised. But then something unexpected happens. Instead of running away from the humans, the rabbits start moving toward them. Not just a few rabbits, but dozens of them, then hundreds. They're hopping across the field with what appears to be determination, heading straight for the hunting party. At first, the scene probably seems amusing rather than alarming. Maybe Napoleon chuckles and makes a joke about brave rabbits. Maybe some of the officers laugh about rabbits that don't know they're supposed to be afraid of hunters. It's quirky and unexpected, but not necessarily problematic. But the rabbits keep coming, and more rabbits keep emerging from the woods. And instead of providing moving targets running away from the hunters, they're converging on the humans like they're expecting something, which, of course, they are. They're expecting to be fed, just like they've been fed every day of their lives. The hunting party starts to realise that something is going very wrong with their carefully planned day of sport. These aren't wild rabbits behaving like wild rabbits. These are domestic rabbits behaving like domestic rabbits, and domestic rabbits have very different ideas about what humans are for. As you drift off to sleep, imagine Napoleon standing in that field, rifle in hay, observing hundreds of rabbits hopping toward him with an unmistakable confidence, and beginning to realise that his perfect hunting party is about to transform into something entirely different. Do you recall the moment when you become aware of a dire situation, yet uncertain about how to address it? That's exactly where Napoleon finds himself as hundreds of rabbits continue hopping toward the hunting party with what can only be described as enthusiasm. At first, the situation is more puzzling than alarming. These are supposed to be prey animals, after all. They're supposed to run away when they see humans with rifles. Instead, they're approaching like they're expecting a handout. Some of the officers are still chuckling nervously, making jokes about fearless French rabbits showing their patriotic spirit. But the rabbits keep coming, and they're not just approaching, they're surrounding the hunting party. It's like watching a slow-motion avalanche of fur and floppy ears. The rabbits hop closer and closer, and some of them start doing what domestic rabbits do when they want attention from humans. They start climbing. Imagine Napoleon, the Emperor of France and conqueror of Europe, standing in a field as rabbits begin hopping onto his boots, then onto his legs, then up with his coat. These aren't tiny rabbits either. These are well-fed farm rabbits, some of them weighing several pounds each, and they're treating Napoleon like he's their favourite farmer coming to feed them. The other hunters are experiencing the same problem. Rabbits are climbing all over them, getting tangled in their hunting gear, and generally behaving like overly friendly pets rather than wild game. Some of the officers are trying to gently push the rabbits away, but there are too many of them, and they keep coming. Napoleon's initial amusement is rapidly turning to irritation. This is not how an imperial hunting party is supposed to go. He's supposed to be demonstrating his marksmanship, enjoying civilized sport with his colleagues, and creating stories that will enhance his reputation. Instead, he's being overwhelmed by affectionate rabbits. The situation gets worse when the rabbits start exhibiting more aggressive behaviour. They are not aggressive in the sense of attacking, but aggressive in the sense of relentlessly pursuing their desires. And what they want, having been trained by a lifetime of human interaction, is food and attention from these humans who have appeared in their territory. Some of the larger rabbits begin to exhibit bolder behaviour. They're not just climbing on the hunters, they're exploring pockets, chewing on clothing, and generally treating the hunting party like a mobile petting zoo. Napoleon finds himself with rabbits in his coat pockets, rabbits tugging at his buttons, and rabbits that seem determined to climb all the way up to his shoulders. The rifles, intended for hunting, turn into completely useless tools. You can't shoot at rabbits that are climbing all over you without risking injury to yourself or your fellow hunters. And even if you could get a clear shot, these rabbits are so tame and friendly that shooting them would feel less like hunting and more like massacre. Berthier, watching this disaster unfold, probably realises exactly what went wrong. Instead of encountering wild rabbits, Berthier has encountered domestic rabbits, who view humans as sources of food and comfort, rather than as potential predators. But realising the problem and fixing it are two different things, especially when you're dealing with hundreds of determined rabbits. The hunters try various strategies to deal with their situation. Some attempt to walk away from the rabbits, but the rabbits simply follow them, treating the scenario as a fun game. Others try to shoo the rabbits away, but the rabbits interpret this as playful interaction and become even more enthusiastic. Napoleon, meanwhile, is getting genuinely frustrated. He's trying to maintain his imperial dignity while literally covered in rabbits. Every time he manages to remove one rabbit from his person, two more take its place. His carefully planned hunting outfit is getting covered in rabbit fur and possibly other things that rabbits leave behind. The other members of the hunting party are having their struggles. These men, important government officials and military officers, are accustomed to receiving respect and deference. Instead, they're being treated like walking rabbit toys by an army of overly friendly farm animals. The beaters, who were supposed to drive the rabbits toward the hunters, are standing around looking confused. Their job was to make sure the rabbits ran in the right direction, but these rabbits don't need to be driven anywhere. The rabbits are precisely where they should be, swarming all over the humans they believe are there to feed them. As the situation continues to deteriorate, Napoleon starts giving orders. He's a military commander after all, and his instinct when faced with a crisis is to take charge and start issuing commands. What exactly do you instruct when you're being surrounded by amiable rabbits? Retreat from the rabbits doesn't sound very imperial. Tonight, as you settle in, picture Napoleon standing in that field, his imperial composure beginning to crack as he realises that he's about to suffer one of the most ridiculous defeats of his career. at the hands of creatures that weigh less than his boots. Every disaster culminates in a realization that maintaining dignity is no longer a luxury. For Napoleon, that moment arrives when a particularly large rabbit manages to climb all the way up his coat and perch on his shoulder like some kind of furry, floppy-eared parrot. The Emperor of France, the man who has stared down the armies of Austria, Prussia and Russia, finds himself in the utterly ridiculous position of being unable to dislodge a single rabbit from his person without losing his balance and potentially falling over. Naturally, dozens of other rabbits surround his feet, hopping back and forth, rendering any abrupt movement hazardous. You can imagine the thoughts going through Napoleon's head at this moment. This is supposed to be a relaxing day of sport, a chance to unwind with his closest associates and enjoy some traditional aristocratic entertainment. Instead, an army of overly affectionate farm animals is treating him like a jungle gym. The other hunters are faring no better. The creatures that eat lettuce are defeating these seasoned military officers who have charged into battle without flinching. Some of them are trying to maintain their composure, but it's hard to look dignified when you're covered in rabbit fur and there's a rabbit trying to nest in your hat. The situation reaches its peak when someone, history doesn't record who, makes the fatal mistake of trying to run away from the rabbits. Perhaps it's one of the younger officers, someone who thinks he can simply outrun the problem, but running turns out to be exactly the wrong strategy, because it triggers every rabbit's instinct to chase after something that's moving. Suddenly, instead of just climbing on the stationary humans, the rabbits start hopping after the running humans. And rabbits, it turns out, are surprisingly fast when they want to be. They can hop at speeds of up to 25 miles per hour, which is considerably faster than most humans can run while carrying hunting rifles and wearing formal hunting attire. Napoleon, seeing one of his officers being chased across the field by a horde of bouncing rabbits, probably realizes that the situation has moved beyond embarrassing and into the realm of the completely absurd. This is the kind of scene that would be funny if it were happening to someone else, but is absolutely mortifying when it's happening to you. The decision is reached, though it is not entirely clear who made it, that the hunting party should retreat. It's not a tactical repositioning or a strategic withdrawal, but a genuine retreat from an army of rabbits. Napoleon, who has never retreated from a human enemy, is about to retreat from a bunch of farm animals. But retreating from rabbits turns out to be more complicated than retreating from, say, Austrian cavalry. The rabbits don't understand military protocol. They don't recognise surrender flags or ceasefire signals. They just see their favourite humans trying to leave, and they're determined to follow. The hunting party starts moving toward their carriages, but the rabbits move with them. It's like trying to evacuate a building while being followed by hundreds of overly enthusiastic pets. Every step toward the carriages is accompanied by a bouncing escort of rabbits, who seem to think their presence is the most entertaining thing that's ever happened to them. Napoleon, trying to maintain some semblance of imperial dignity, walks as calmly as he can toward his carriage. But it's hard to look imperial when you're brushing rabbits off your coat every few steps, and there's rabbit fur floating around you like some kind of barnyard snowstorm. The carriages, when they finally reach them, present their problems. The rabbits completely terrify the horses. Horses and rabbits don't normally interact, and the horses aren't sure what to make of these small bouncing creatures that keep hopping around their hooves. Some of the horses are dancing nervously, others are trying to back away, and the coachmen are struggling to keep them under control. Getting into the carriages becomes an operation in itself. The moment someone opens a carriage door, rabbits start trying to hop inside. They're not being malicious, they just want to continue their interaction with these fascinating humans. But having a carriage full of rabbits is not exactly what Napoleon had in mind for his dignified departure. The scene becomes increasingly chaotic as the hunting party tries to separate themselves from their rabbit admirers. Some of the officers are literally having to pick rabbits off themselves and set them down before climbing into carriages. Others are trying to create barriers to keep the rabbits from following them. Napoleon finally makes it to his carriage, probably with less grace than he's used to displaying in public. The coachman, who's never dealt with a rabbit siege before, is doing his best to keep the rabbits from climbing onto the carriage itself. Some of the more athletic rabbits are actually managing to hop onto the running boards and peer into the windows. As you drift off tonight, imagine Napoleon sitting in his carriage, looking out at a field full of rabbits, who are probably wondering why their new human friends are leaving, and trying to figure out how he's going to explain the matter to anyone. The carriage ride back to Malmaison is probably one of the most awkward journeys in Napoleon's life. Here he is, the Emperor of France, fresh from one of the most embarrassing defeats in military history, and he has to sit there with rabbit fur still clinging to his coat while pretending that what just happened was somehow normal. You can imagine the silence in that carriage. How do you address the situation after being unexpectedly overrun by a group of domestic rabbits? How might one present that in a way that appears impressive rather than absurd? Napoleon, who typically possesses a wealth of words, likely spends the entire journey attempting to contextualize this disaster. The other carriages are dealing with their own awkward situations. These are high-ranking military officers and government officials who have just experienced something that defies all their training and experience. They've been in battles, they've negotiated treaties, and they've dealt with political crises, but none of that prepared them for being climbed on by overly friendly farm animals. Some officers may be joking to lighten the mood, but what do you joke about when rabbits have just defeated your emperor? Others are maintaining a dignified silence, pretending that nothing unusual has happened. A few are probably already trying to figure out how to tell this story to their wives without sounding completely insane. Meanwhile, back at the hunting grounds, Berthier is left to deal with the aftermath. Berthier must decide how to handle the hundreds of rabbits roaming the estate. He can't just leave them there, they're not wild rabbits, so they don't know how to survive on their own. But he also can't exactly round them all up and return them to their original owners, because that would require admitting what happened. The estate staff is probably having the strangest day of their careers. The groundskeepers, who were expecting to help with a normal hunting party, are now dealing with a rabbit population explosion. The stable hands are trying to calm down horses who are still spooked by the morning's events. Everyone is attempting to restore some semblance of normalcy to the once peaceful country estate. Word of the rabbit incident starts spreading almost immediately, despite everyone's best efforts to keep it quiet. Servants talk to other servants, coachmen share stories with other coachmen, and pretty soon the tale is making its way through the social circles of Paris. But the stories that spread aren't exactly accurate. They're embellished, exaggerated, and twisted into something even more ridiculous than what actually happened. Meanwhile, Napoleon grapples with a crisis of public relations. Napoleon has established his reputation by being invincible, mastering every situation, and never letting anyone catch him off guard. The idea that he could be defeated by a bunch of rabbits is exactly the kind of story that his political enemies would love to spread around Europe. The official version of events that emerges is carefully sanitized. The hunting party was successful and enjoyable, the emperor demonstrated his excellent marksmanship, and everyone had a thoroughly imperial time. Any mention of rabbits behaving unusually is carefully omitted from the official records, but you can't completely suppress a story this good. Whispers and private letters circulate the rabbit incident as a historical anecdote. Military officers tell the story to their friends, government officials share it with their families, and gradually it becomes part of the unofficial history of Napoleon's reign. The irony lies in the fact that this absurd rabbit defeat occurs during the pinnacle of Napoleon's power. He's just negotiated the Treaty of Tilsit, he controls most of Europe, and he's at the peak of his political and military influence. However, he finds himself completely powerless against a group of domestic rabbits who merely seek food and affection. Years later, when Napoleon is in exile on St. Helena, he probably has plenty of time to reflect on the rabbit incident. The story becomes increasingly humorous over time and distance, yet it also serves as a poignant illustration of how even the most powerful individuals can succumb to unforeseen circumstances. Berthier, meanwhile, learns a valuable lesson about the importance of understanding your resources. He has successfully managed military logistics for some of the most complex campaigns in European history, but his failure to distinguish between wild and domestic rabbits has led to his defeat. It's probably not a mistake he'll ever make again. The rabbits themselves, having had their brief moment of historical significance, are eventually rounded up and returned to more conventional lives. Some probably end up back on farms, others might be relocated to areas where they can live more naturally. But for one morning in 1807, they were the most important creatures in France. As you settle in for the night, think about how this story reveals something essential about human nature. No matter how powerful or important we become, we're all just one encounter with unexpected rabbits away from looking completely ridiculous. The beautiful thing about Napoleon's rabbit incident is how it perfectly captures the absurdity that lurks beneath all human pretension. Here we have the most powerful man in Europe someone who has literally reshaped the political landscape of an entire continent, and he's brought down by creatures most people consider suitable for children's petting zoos. The story's continued survival, despite everyone's best efforts to suppress it, adds to its delight. Napoleon's government certainly didn't want this story getting out, and most of the participants probably preferred not to talk about their morning being overwhelmed by farm animals, but the story was simply too good to stay buried. Over the years, the rabbit incident has taken on a life of its own. Each telling, like all good historical anecdotes, embellishes and exaggerates the story. In certain renditions, thousands of rabbits completely overwhelm Napoleon. In other versions, the rabbit attack actually injures Napoleon. Some stories claim the rabbits were deliberately released as part of a practical joke, while others suggest they were trained to attack rabbits deployed by his enemies. The truth, as you now know, is both more mundane and more amusing than the legends. It wasn't thousands of rabbits, and they weren't trying to attack anyone. It was simply a case of domestic rabbits behaving like domestic rabbits, treating humans as sources of food and comfort rather than as predators to be avoided. But the story endures because it reveals something important about power and human nature. Napoleon dedicated the majority of his career to demonstrating his ability to surmount any challenge through his unwavering determination, strategic planning, and exceptional organizational skills. He defeated armies, conquered nations, and rewrote the laws of entire societies. However, he was unable to overcome a group of hungry rabbits. There's something deeply satisfying about this story, especially for those of us who sometimes feel overwhelmed by the ordinary challenges of daily life. If rabbits can defeat Napoleon Bonaparte, perhaps our own minor setbacks don't carry such embarrassment. Maybe getting flustered by a technology problem, or being outwitted by a household pet, or failing to assemble a piece of furniture properly puts us in pretty good company. The rabbit incident also highlights the importance of understanding your resources and your environment. Berthier was an excellent organiser, but he failed to ask the right questions about the rabbits he was acquiring. He focused on quantity rather than quality, and he didn't consider how the rabbits' background might affect their behaviour. It's a lesson that applies to everything from military campaigns to dinner parties. The details matter, and assumptions can be dangerous. Modern historians have used the rabbit story as an example of how even the most carefully planned events can go wrong in unexpected ways. It's become a case study in the limits of control and the importance of contingency planning. Military academies sometimes use it as a humorous example of how intelligence gathering should include seemingly trivial details. This story has also become a favourite among those who study the psychology of power. Napoleon's reaction to the rabbit incident, his apparent inability to laugh at himself, his focus on damage control rather than enjoying the absurdity, reveals something about how absolute power can make people lose their sense of humour about themselves. But the rabbit incident's most lasting lesson is that life is unpredictable and absurd, no matter who you are or how powerful you are. Napoleon could plan brilliant military campaigns and reorganize entire legal systems, but he couldn't plan for the possibility that hundreds of domestic rabbits would mistake him for their favourite farmer. The rabbits, of course, were completely innocent in all this. They were just being rabbits, following their instincts and their training. They saw humans and expected food and attention, just as they'd been conditioned to expect throughout their lives. From their perspective, the humans were the ones behaving strangely by running away instead of providing the expected carrots and lettuce. In the end, the rabbit incident becomes a perfect metaphor for the gap between our plans and reality, between our self-image and how the world actually works. Napoleon saw himself as the master of Europe, but the rabbits saw him as a potential source of breakfast. Both perspectives were valid, but only one of them was prepared for what actually happened that morning. As you drift off to sleep tonight, remember that no matter how important our plans seem to us, somewhere there are rabbits who have their ideas about how things should work. And sometimes, just sometimes, the rabbits win.